Andrei Savoniuk is accused of murdering 5 Jewish civilians in Nazi-controlled Belarus during 1941. Savoniuk is alleged to have been a member of a paramilitary police squad at the time. If the trial goes ahead, witnesses are expected to be flown in from around the globe to testify. What would have been the first ever war crimes trial in Britain last year was called off when the defendant in that case was judged unfit to plead. Dominic Waghorn, USA Radio News, London.
On Wall Street Thursday, Dow Industrials lost 125 points, closing at 73.81. Again, very heavy trading. NASDAQ was down 32 points at 1517. And at this hour, the Nikkei averages up 270 points, or nearly 2%. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CBC Radio Network.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, bathed in darkness at this hour, I bid you good evening or good morning in more cases than not on Halloween. Across all these many, many time zones where it's not Halloween in the West, Hawaiian, Tahitian Island chains, eastward to the Caribbean where Halloween's been underway for some time now, south into South America where it depends, north to the pole, and worldwide where it really depends. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ghost AM. Yes, it's that time of year again. And tonight, we will do what we do every year at this time. Now, what we do is tell ghost stories. So the following recommendation is for you. Turn down the lights. Better yet, turn them off. Turn the radio up as high as you can handle it. And get ready, because you're about to hear some very, very weird stuff. Now, let me tell you how we handle it. Number one, we don't take jokes, although I'm about to make one. All we take on Ghost to Ghost is serious, real ghost stories. Now, those of you who happened to hear the program with Brad Steiger last night, it will be, by the way, repeated over the weekend at some point if you didn't hear it. It was an excellent, excellent, excellent program. Brad is always a very good guest. And when I say real, I mean in the sense that it bit me in the butt last night. And boy, did it bite me in the butt last night. I can't recall at what time it was during the Steiger interview, but something happened here last night. And it may have been because of the discussion we were having. I suspect that. I suspect when you invite these things in the sense that you talk of them, they probably notice, particularly on an international program like this. At any rate, we were in the middle of discussing any number of ghostly type things. And at the end of one of my breaks, or at the beginning, more likely, of one of my breaks, really, as I ran the bumper music and prepared to get up and go into the other room, I removed my headsets. And I'm telling you right now, I've got a door, to my radio room here, what I call my shack, my radio room, and somebody sent me a little placard that came from a ship that obviously at one time sailed the high seas, a real placard that says radio room that obviously was in place on the ship's radio room, and so I tacked that to my door long ago. And that is the only feature that adorns the outside of my radio room door. And as I removed my headphones and prepared to get up and turn around and go into the other room during the break, all of a sudden, and I'm going to simulate this for you, but there was a crash on my door. And I don't mean there was a knock. I don't mean there was a house settling sound. I don't mean that a jet somewhere broke the sound barrier and impacted the house. I mean there was a crash on my door, one so loud, so strong, that it would have, if I'd seen it, I didn't. It was just as I was turning around, one that would have buckled my door inward. Not in the horror sense of the movies where the door sort of turns into rubber and buckles inward, but I meant, I would have seen it buckle. It was about this loud, if I can simulate it, like that. And I almost lost it. And I ran, of course I was already on the way, so I turned around, I opened the door, boom, like that. There was nothing. I was so concerned that I got a weapon and began to check the house. I went and woke my wife up. And I woke her up and said, "Did you do that?" And, she came out of sleep and was properly annoyed that I had awakened her. Said, "Of course not. What are you talking about?" I have 3 cats. One might suspect they had done something of that magnitude, and my 20-pounder might have thrown himself up against the door, but wrong. They, too, were all 3 asleep on the bed with my wife. 3 of them. It's crowded. So something hit my door last night hard, really, really hard. I don't have any idea what it was, but I can tell you this, it was not nothing. It was something, and it scared the hell out of me. It really, really scared the hell out of me. This morning, somebody sent me something that I thought was genuinely funny. This is probably going to be the only funny thing that we do this night, because we tell serious ghost stories on Ghost to Ghost AM. But I felt that I had to read this to you. A vampire bat came flapping in from the night, covered in fresh blood, parked himself on the ceiling of the cave, and prepared to get some sleep. Pretty soon, all the other bats smelled the blood and began hassling him about where he got it. He told them to piss off and go get some sleep. But they persisted until finally he gave in. Grudgingly, "Okay, follow me," he said, and flew out of the cave with hundreds and hundreds of bats behind him. Down through the valley they went, across a river, into a forest of trees. Finally, he slowed down, and all the other bats excitedly milled around him. Now, he said, "Do you see that tree over there?" he asked. "Yes, yes, yes," the bats all screamed in a frenzy. "Good," said the first bat, "because I effing didn't." And I thought that was one of the funniest things. I wish I could tell it in true form, but, you can't use those words on the air, so I got as close as I could come. You get the idea. Covered with fresh blood, his own. Slammed right into that tree. Anyway, I couldn't resist. All right, so what we do tonight, again, is tell real ghost stories. And I know a lot of you out there have real ghost stories. Last night should have prepared you to do this. Now, here's the way I look at it. And I've been asked all week, when, Art, are you going to do Ghost to Ghost AM? And I thought about it, and of course, Halloween is officially Hallows Eve on Friday. Well, in some time zones, it's already Friday, and even in this one, in an hour and 45, it is going to be Halloween. So my plan is sort of a non-plan. We are going to do Ghost to Ghost tonight, and then maybe even a little tomorrow night, too. That's the way I'm going to cover it. Because were I to begin Ghost to Ghost tomorrow night, it would already be over in some time zones by the time I begin. The opposite problem of tonight. So obviously more hours in the show this night will be in Halloween than they would be tomorrow night. Definitely a difficult decision for me. But I thought, what the hell, we'll do it tonight, and then maybe we'll do a little more of it tomorrow night too. But this is one of the most genuinely frightening shows you will ever hear. That I guarantee. So we'll get to it in a moment. There's got to be a best at everything, and if you have the money to spend, and I am really, really, really an advocate of spending the money to get the best when it comes to electronics. Of course, I'm an electronic nut. I'm a radio nut, so that's the way it is for me. And I know that for the most part in electronics, you absolutely get what you pay for. If you're lucky, you occasionally might get a really good bargain for your money, but still you basically get what you pay for, and the Sangean ATS 909 is in that rare category of costing a bunch of money and giving you what you pay for and just a little bit more. This is the best shortwave portable radio in the world right now. Now, that doesn't mean that after the millennium there may not be a better radio, but there isn't right now. It covers AM, FM, and shortwave from a long wave down below broadcast all the way to 30 megahertz in continuous coverage. It does everything but do the dishes for you. I mean, it has every feature you could imagine. It's laid out logically, reasonably. Its size is small. It travels well. It's got an AC adapter, operates on batteries. And most importantly, the sensitivity, the selectivity. That means the ability to hear very weak stations and discern between the strong and the weak is the best there is. It has 40 hertz resolution in single sideband, upper and lower sideband individual filtering. It has RDS reception on FM, and that means when you tune an FM station with RDS, the call letters or the logo of the station automatically appear in the little window. It's got one button you can press that will automatically load all the local stations into its ample, more than ample memories, automatically. One button. So if you travel, you go to a new city, hit the button, and there's all the local radio stations. And as for shortwave, it has no peer. So normally we sell the radio for $269.95. Right now, for some reason, Bob is selling what he has at $259.95. Now, bear in mind, this is a brand new radio. Brand new, just out. That price includes shipping. $259.95. If you've got the money, I can think of no better way to spend it. Also available, by the way, for $12.95 with any purchase. Remember, White's radio log? It's cool. It's really cool. The replacement book is called Radio on the Road, and it lists 15,000 radio stations including, by the way, Art Bell affiliates by state, city, and call letters and frequency. They actually list the Art Bell affiliates. So for, what is it, $12.95 with any purchase from Bob Crane, you can get Radio on the Road with a complete listing of 15,000 radio stations across America. Call Bob Crane in the morning. Get an ATS 909 and a Radio on the Road at the same time. The number is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. The C. Crane Company. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose an average 8 to 10 pounds in the next month? We know that fiber helps sweep fat out of the digestive tract like a broom, reducing the amount of fat your body stores as excess weight. Well, let me tell you about a revolutionary fiber, chitosan. It's a natural fiber that comes from shellfish. It not only sweeps fat, but also absorbs up to 10 times more fat than other fibers. You can get this fiber in a formula called Chito Slim. Chito Slim is effective because you can lose weight without changing your eating habits. And there are no stimulants. It's a gentle, effective way to lose excess weight. Here's the special offer. When you order a 90-day supply of Chito Slim, you'll get an antioxidant moisturizing cream absolutely free. Call 1-800-557-4627. It's guaranteed to work for your money back, and it's not available in stores. So call 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. You've got nothing to lose but the fat. All right, so we're going to tell ghost stories tonight, real ones. Let me give you the appropriate phone numbers. Now, this is not a guest-driven show. This is a program driven by all of you, wherever you are. If you know of a genuine ghost story, if you or one near to you has had an experience that you know to be true, then we want to hear about it. Here are the appropriate phone numbers to respond. First-time callers at area code 702-727-1222. You might want to write these down. 702-727-1222. The wild card lines are area code 702-727-1295. 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies, toll free. It's 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. The east of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. Now, you may be somewhere else in the world. Accounts of spirits are not limited to America or Canada or Mexico or really anywhere in the world, because all of this, occurs on a regular basis worldwide. So we have an international toll-free Halloween ghost-to-ghost show line, which is as follows. Contact your AT&T operator. Get the AT&T operator on the phone in whatever country you reside in, and have her call 800-893-0903. And from whatever location you reside in worldwide, it will be a toll-free call from Japan, from Germany, from Great Britain, from the Scandinavian countries to Russia to China. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are, just get that AT&T operator and tell her you want to call a toll-free number in America, which is 800-893-0903. Now, ghosts. What are ghosts? Well, we had a long talk with Brad last night about what ghosts are, and we're not exactly sure. Ghosts may, of course, be a sort of horrendously repeating tape loop image of what was once here. We do know that frequently spirits, or the remains of what once were human beings, seem to appear as apparitions doing the same horrible thing again and again, particularly in instances of suicide, murder, death by various violent and rather immediate means, many times unrequited love. Those who die while they're passionately in love with another seem to linger. And then there is a second category of ghosts that is truly frightening, because one might imagine a sort of lingering presence, not really of the soul of the departed, that is replaying some action, a sort of a weak echo of what once was. One might imagine that as a lesser horror than the soul of a departed one, truly trapped on earth, or a disembodied spirit with evil intent, poltergeists, perhaps the more playful, and then the more serious, the really evil presences. Many of you have met up with them. So there are all kinds of categories of ghost stories that I can imagine one might tell. But one thing's for sure, if you listen carefully, if you listen to the people who are going to tell these stories for the most part, you'll find they are very serious, and you will find it is indeed a very frightening process. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's a privilege to talk to you.
Where are you calling from, sir?
This is Peter from Syracuse, New York.
Hi, Peter.
Hi. Well, as a hobby, I'm a parapsychologist when I have the time. I've had many ghost encounters, but the best one that I feel like sharing with you tonight, I had a couple friends out in Syracuse who lived in Oswego, and I happened to stay at these people's house, for dinner. We're good friends. And I noticed that they asked me if I wanted to spend the night there because it was such a long trip and I didn't have a vehicle.
Sure.
And I said, sure. So I stayed there, and at night in the living room on the couch, and as I was going to sleep, I felt hot spots and cold spots. And from what I studied before, there were presence of spirits, I assume. And
the only indication, though, cold spots.
Cold spots, yeah. And, well, nothing really happened but the spots. And the next day I mentioned to my friend, I said, I felt cold spots and hot spots, and this is kind of strange. And she said, oh, that's my dad. He died many years ago. He looks after me. And I said, that's kind of spooky, and I got a little scared. And he says, oh, don't worry, he's not going to bother you, he just protects me. Well, I stayed the second night, and there was footsteps down the stairs, the hot spots, the cold spots again, and I'm getting scared. I'm getting the cold chills up the back of my spine. I can feel the hairs going up and everything.
Oh, yes.
And then I heard a big, loud bang in the attic.
A bang?
A bang.
You mean the kind of bang?
The whole house.
The
whole house shuddered.
Yeah, the kind that I was talking about that happened last night during the program?
Yes. Matter of fact, I agree with Brad 100% in his findings.
All right, look, we're going to hold it at the bang, which is a good point of suspense, and bring you back after the break, all right?
All right, thank you, Art.
Stay right where you are. This, of course, from the high desert, is Ghost to Ghost AM.
How can I get my child to do his homework? This is the question many a frustrated parent is asking as the 97-98 school year gets rolling. The answer is contained in this month's Topic of the Month article by Myrna Oaks. To get your free copy, send a self-addressed stamped envelope to Topic of the Month, P.O. Box 3755, Central Point, Oregon, 97502. The basic rules on kids and homework, this month's Topic of the Month.
Attempt to turn $5,000 of risk capital into $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 or more in the next few months. The effects of the El Nino weather phenomenon is causing weather analysts to forecast devastating drought conditions, and this, coupled with the lowest soybean stockpile on record and flourishing worldwide demand, equals an explosive financial opportunity. For the facts, call Hartford Financial at 1-800-789-1230. Past performance not indicative of future results. You could lose all or part of your investment. You've seen the reports. The demand for soybeans is the highest ever. The supply the lowest in U.S. history. In 1973, prices went to almost $13 a bushel, creating a potential return of over $50,000 on only $5,000 risk capital. For a free, in-depth national soybean report, along with a free blue book, the Dictionary of Option Investing, call now, toll-free, 1-800-789-1230. That's 1-800-789-1230. Operators are standing by.
Dave and Alan on Auto Talk stand ready, willing, and, ready and willing to help with any car problem. How can we help you?
I've got an 84 Parisian.
All right, let me ask you to turn your radio down. If we have to listen to ourselves over our own headphones, we'll go crazy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's all right.
I just never was on a phone. I mean, on the radio. Yeah.
It's our first time, too.
Yeah, and I'm kind of stupid about cars, you know.
So are we. Yeah.
Makes you wonder how they got this show, doesn't it?
Can't believe you got your own radio show.
You know what?
Auto Talk on PRN.
We got a bull at the head office.
This is HealthBeat. Stroke. It's the leading cause of disability and the third leading cause of death in the United States. The story is one of statistics. 3 million Americans living today have had a stroke. 500,000 strokes occur every year, and about one-third of those are fatal. Some 150,000 Americans are disabled by strokes each year. The total cost to the nation is estimated at $40 billion annually. Dr. Michael Walker is with the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke.
In the past, physicians, patients, and elder people have been taught that stroke is a disease about which you can't do very much. And we're really talking about acute stroke here. And the answer now is that's not correct. There is something that can be done.
The drug TPA used within a short time after a stroke now promises to reduce both the human and the dollar costs. But Dr. Walker cautions that the effectiveness of TPA depends on swift action following a stroke. For the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, I'm Doris McMillan.
I like Grandpa because Papa good to talk to him.
She's all potential, but to reach it, she needs help. That's where you come in. Too many children today are victims of poverty, abuse, and neglect.
He likes me and I like him, and he feels good about me.
Foster grandparents receive a small stipend and serve 20 hours a week. Plus, they receive training and transportation help. But those aren't the real rewards.
It makes me feel great. Feel like I got something to live for.
It makes me happy.
If you're at least 60 years of age with income requirements and love children, you might qualify as a foster grandparent. Call your local foster grandparent program or 1-800-424-8867 today and give a child a chance.
He's only got one grandpa, that's me.
Call 1-800-424-8867 and learn more about being a foster grandparent.
These days, it's hard to stay ahead of the pack. Worse yet, blindness, like a runner behind you, may be after your sight. Eye diseases like retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration have already caught up with 6 million Americans. Fortunately, since 1971, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has been working on a cure. For information on RP and macular degeneration, call 1-800-394-8280. The Foundation Fighting Blindness, 1-800-394-8280, because it takes vision to find a cure.
taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
You're not going to believe this. We got up to the point with our caller where there was a crash, like the one on my door last night, and I lost my caller during the break. Well, that's what happens when you hang them up right at the crisis point. I can't believe it. Anyway, sorry about that. I guess we'll have to pick up on that story when he manages to get back through. At any rate, the lines are jammed with those who have ghost stories, so we'll get to it here in a moment. When it comes to information on ETs, if you're like me, you just can't get enough. I'm telling you, you've got to see the spine-chilling video, Area 51, the alien interview. Thousands of my listeners have already ordered this, underline the following, 65-minute documentary containing truly the most convincing color footage of government agents interviewing space alien inside the infamous secret base at Area 51. You recall Victor, who was interviewed on my program with regard to this video, and you'll recall Strange Universe and Extra had about 2 or 3 seconds of it that they played and played. But here is your opportunity for a meager $19.95 plus shipping and handling to get a 65-minute documentary containing all the footage. So you decide for yourself, and you can do so by calling 1-800-510-3420. That number again, to get it while the getting's good, is 1-800-510-3420. Now, one other little item, and I haven't even seen it myself yet, so you're going to have quite an opportunity here. Coming up tomorrow night, I believe tomorrow night, on Strange Universe, is going to be yet another piece of footage of an alleged alien. And I spoke earlier in the day with Renee at Strange Universe. We have very close connections. And she said, hey, Art, how about if I send you a still photograph from the video that we're going to show on Friday? You know me. I said, by all means, fire it along, and so she did. I fired it to Keith, and my sense would be that by now, if you go to the website, as of about 5 minutes ago, a photograph of this alien, as a matter of fact, a little sample of what you're going to get tomorrow night on Strange Universe is now residing on my website. So if you want to see it, judge it, make comments on it. Is it an alien? You'll get the full look-see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. You'll get a peek preview on my website right now at www.artbell.com. That's how you get there. www.artbell, that's ARTBELL.com. All lowercase, no spaces. So there should be at this hour, at this moment, a photograph of an alleged alien on my website. I, too, will go and take a look. Actually, I foolishly have announced it before I went to go look, having just received the call from Keith, so the website will probably get jammed, and I probably won't be able to get through. Anyway, we'll try and take a look here in a moment. It is up there. There's a lot more coming in the next few days. Sightings in Arizona, sightings in California, and I've got photographs coming of both, along with interviews from the people who took the video. That's kind of an update for you. Arthritis pain. Halloween, any night, it's horrible. It's two bones rubbing together. You see, there's supposed to be cartilage in there, in between the bones, and that cushions the movement. And when that cartilage is eroded or gone, then you have two bones rubbing together, and it's damn painful. Glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate can help. Gelatin is a third element that actually assists your body in regrowing cartilage. It is a long-term solution to arthritis. Now, when you order a 90-day supply of Arthritis Assist with all of those nutrients, you get a pain relief cream that gives immediate relief to you, free of charge, with your order. This is guaranteed to work or your money back, and you cannot get it in stores. Only here and only by calling 1-800-232-5665. That's 1-800-232-5665. All right, back now to the lines, and let us see what we can dredge forth in the world of ghosts. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Howard. I'm traveling to Ohio right now in my truck.
Hello, Howard. You're traveling to Ohio. Where are you roughly now?
South of Findlay right now.
Findlay, Ohio. All right.
Yeah, I'm a commodity relocation engineer.
A commodity relocation engineer. What is that?
It's a truck driver. It's an honor and a privilege to talk to you.
Glad to have you. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Yes, I do. Back when I was a youngster, my grandfather was very ill. And the whole family went down to Missouri to see things through. He was in the hospital at the time. We knew he didn't have much time left. Now, I was 12, and my older brother, me and him both were sitting out on the concrete bench out in front of the house. It was about 9 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bench where, as kids, we used to sit out there with Grandpa.
Sure.
Whittling away.
Sure.
It wasn't too long after it got dark. I looked down the street. It's an old country road, gravel road. You can hear when people are walking down the road. And we see a figure drifting across the road. It wasn't walking.
Not walking, but drifting.
Drifting. It was a black, shadowy figure, like a black robe.
Mm-hmm.
And the driveway across from where we're sitting is real thick gravel. A mouse cannot go across there without making a sound.
Right.
This figure drifts across the gravel right to the edge, about 15 feet from where my brother and I are sitting. We looked at each other, and I was thinking to myself, Grandpa is dead. As I thought that thought, the figure just bowed its head as into a affirmation bow, as a yes, and drifted back. I looked at my brother, he looked at me, he says, I saw it too. I think Grandpa's dead. When we went into the house, I told my mom, my dad was at the hospital with my grandpa. Told my mom and my grandma, Grandpa just died. No sooner than we said that did the phone ring. It was my dad stating the obvious. I think it was a close encounter with the Grim Reaper.
It's not unusual. The story you just told, thank you very much, is not unusual. Many, many times. And we'll have to think about why this might be. Those who pass on, in the very few moments after their spirit has been separated from their body by death, somehow manage to get back to relatives, those who still live, those they have loved, those they care about. Somehow they make their appearance to those people moments before there's any notification of death. All of this, of course, very important in considering the incredibly giant question about whether we continue after this life. One of the reasons ghosts, images of what was, are so important is because they move toward proving that there is more after this life. Now, let me read you an Associated Press article that just now cleared the wire. Just now cleared the wire. Washington, Associated Press. Working at the White House has turned some of President Clinton's aides, including his spokesman, into firm believers in ghosts. I believe it, Press Secretary Mike McCurry told reporters Thursday when asked about a long-standing rumor that the White House itself is haunted. McCurry says he's heard that President Lincoln still lurks around the Lincoln bedroom, and that some aides have seen a former usher walking the halls, refusing to let death keep him from his job. There have been serious people who have serious tales to tell about these encounters, said McCurry. Of course, Clinton and First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton haven't met any ghosts. They sort of stay confined to Eleanor Roosevelt and safer territory, said McCurry, referring, of course, to Mrs. Clinton's much ballyhooed imaginary talks with her predecessor. For years, White House visitors have reported seeing famous ghosts in the mansion, such as First Lady Abigail Adams toting laundry to the East Room, and Lincoln gazing sadly out a window, bent over tying his shoes or knocking on his bedroom door. But there have also been sightings. Remember now, this is AP you're hearing. There have also been sightings of the less famous usher, a distinguished-looking black man with gray hair. He is said to have walked past a staffer in the White House residence once during the Clinton term, all dressed up in his black suit and white shirt. As the story goes, the aide didn't recognize the usher and asked, "Can I help you?" And he replied, "No, I'm just passing through." When the aide later asked other ushers who the guy was, she was told he had died a while ago, but comes and visits every now and then. McCurry declined to discuss how the White House deals with its ghostly intrusions. You may want to see if the Secret Service will be willing to comment on their Paranatural Division, spokesman joked. He cautioned reporters not to assume they are seeing a ghost if they find one scribe too many among their ranks Friday. So there you have it, the Associated Press now actually seriously reporting on manifestations in the White House itself. West of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hello, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
And to you. Where are you, sir?
This is Peter from Lakewood, Colorado. I talked to you 2 years ago, and strangely enough, it was about this time.
Okay.
Many years. This is a true story. It did happen to me.
Okay.
And many years ago, I was in the ministry and studying the ministry, and I had taken my grandfather out to for an evening of sporting events, and he lived in the country. And I took him back home around 11:30, 12 o'clock when the sporting event had finished.
Mm-hmm.
And after leaving him at his home, which was a farmhouse, I was coming down the country road, and there was like a bend in the road. And looking out my car window, I saw something was stirring the horses out in the field. And being, those are our horses, I decided to park my car just past the bend and walk my way back to the bend. And I started looking over the barbed wire fence to see what was stirring the horses.
Sure.
As I started looking out toward the horses, I heard a rumbling in the weeds in the grass only a few feet in front of me.
When you say rumbling, what do you mean?
Kind of a moving of grass, or kind of the crackling of weeds.
So more like a rustling.
There you go.
Okay.
And as I looked, this is where everything starts getting strange. As I looked into the weeds and the grass there, I saw a sort of a vision of a man and a woman laying in the grass.
Mm.
And I thought to myself, I said, "Oh, this is stupid. You've walked on to something private here in the middle of the night." And and I just couldn't cogitate what was going on. As I looked again, these two figures kind of shrunk. I don't know how to others say it, but they just kind of shrunk.
You mean literally?
Literally, this vision kind of shrunk in size and became something black and white and furry and just ran right toward me. And as it came right to me in the bend, there was a water pipe, that runs for the ditches that run under the dirt roads.
Yes.
It went right into the ditch, into this drain pipe that goes under the road there. Anyway, to make as to go on, I was very confused, and I kept on looking at the end of this pipe that went under the road, and as I looked further, two little hands emerged out and grabbed the edge of the pipe. And I kept on looking, and out of the pipe came the face of a little boy. And it was a grayish-white, ghoulish-looking little face, and it had black fur all over where his hair was. And he looked at me, I looked at him, and startled, it wrestled back into the pipe. Well, I was afraid. I walked.
Afraid? My God, I'd be running as fast as my feet would carry me long before it came back out of the pipe. I mean, when the thing shriveled and went into the pipe, I'd be gone. How did you stand your ground?
Well, Art, I was confused. When you see something starting like that, I wasn't scared. It was more like, first of all, it was, oops, I walked into something, and all of a sudden it shrunk, and I got confused. I didn't know what to make. When I saw that little face come out and then go back in, I headed back for my car. I got in my car, started it up, and then I said to myself, hey, wait a minute. You are a divinity student. You're a minister. There's nothing that can, harm you. So I stopped, turned off the car, went back out there to the bend, got down on my knees and started praying. And after I said a few prayers, I just got back up, got in my car, and took off. The next day, I went to my grandfather, and I told him about what happened, and he said, I don't want to tell you what went on here. I want you to tell your father the same thing and see what he has to say. I said it to him, and I went back and told my father, and my father said that many years ago, he and my grandfather were at the farmhouse, and there used to be a little house, a small little one-bedroom house, right where that bend was, and a woman had lost her child, and they had heard that she had turned to black magic to try to have some kind of connection with her dead child. And one time, they felt she was performing, they saw a fireball come out of her house, the front of her house, roll across the yard, roll across the gravel area in the bend, the road there in the bend, jump over the fence and roll around in the field right about where the horses were. And I know it sounds like a fantastic story, but it is a true story, and I think it was what I saw in that pipe was the ghost of that little boy. And
the only question that I have to have answered is whether what you saw really was what was left of that little boy, not gone elsewhere, but trapped here, or whether it was just some sort of weak image, some sort of barely visible, horribly repeating little loop of, what had occurred. Until I find out the answer to that question, these kinds of stories will forever scare me. Because if it was the soul of that little boy, then obviously he wasn't where he should have been.
Art, I'm in my 40s, and I've tried to figure that one out, but I can tell you, the face of that little boy, that grayish, the only other time I've seen something like that was I was volunteering in the hospital, and I saw a little child who was about to pass away. He had that same grayish pallor, and if it wasn't something supernatural that these black magic had produced, it definitely was that little child who's caught in that corner, and maybe will be there forever. But I told you this story 2 years ago, and you had kind of the same response, and it's one that will puzzle me for till my grave, that's for sure.
I appreciate your telling it, or in this case, retelling it. Thank you, my friend.
Art, we love you here in Denver.
Thank you. Take care. That will haunt me forever with regard to this subject. Truly, it seems impossible to believe, though I suppose it is possible, that an innocent youngster dying way before his time would have his spirit trapped through some horrible cosmic joke here on Earth. I don't want to believe that. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm all right. Where are you, pray tell?
I'm calling from Boston.
Boston, Mass.
Yes, and my story is a little less spooky than your previous caller, but it is, in fact, the truth. My father passed away 3 years ago, and I was driving from Boston from my work to my home on the Mass Turnpike.
Mm-hmm.
And my car died in the middle of the Mass Turnpike, in the middle of traffic.
Just died?
It didn't sputter, it didn't do anything, it just died, everything shut off.
All right.
I got out of the car because everyone was piled up behind me.
Oh, you mean you stopped in a lane?
It was in the middle lane.
Oh, my.
So the fast lane was on my left-hand side, and the slow lane was on my right-hand side, and I was in the center lane.
That's a horror story all by itself.
It really is.
Anyway, go ahead.
And so all of the traffic started to pile up behind me, and I got out of the car to look for help. And on the turnpike, anyone who's familiar with Boston, there are not any areas to pull off on the turnpike between Boston and the next toll. There's no lane. And so I decided I was going to get out of the car and get for help, and I took the keys, and the car just sort of started. And anyone can explain that by saying there's some sort of an electrical wiring problem, there's some sort of a whatever.
Sure.
I got in the car, and I just said to my dad, who had passed away, please get me out of this, and please get me to safety, please, please, please. And the car did start, and it moved, and it pulled up to where there was a turnoff area, and it died there. And I was able to get into that place.
Wow.
And it's not nearly so spooky as some of your callers.
No, it isn't. But obviously, your dad intervened long enough to get you to safety.
Well, that's what I feel. And you asked earlier, why do these things happen to people, or why do these unexplained phenomena happen to people that they love?
Yes.
And I think that it can be explained in a number of ways, and I don't think that a certain religion or a certain belief needs to be offended by the question. In my dad's case, I'm a Catholic, and Catholics are brought up to know that when you die, you go to heaven, and heaven is everything that you love. And my father loved me and my family, and therefore his being around us is not spooky.
I consider it
but common sense.
Totally possible.
And
we're at the top of the hour, and I've got to go, but I want to thank you for the story. That's exactly the kind of story we want. I take it you're listening to our new affiliate, WRKO, Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. We'll be right back.
What is the single most important thing you can do for your child or teenager this school year? Listen.
I've heard the phonics game commercials on the station for a while, but I wasn't sure it was right for my kids. My 10-year-old has always been in the lower reading groups in school. I can't tell you all the things we tried to help him. So even though the phonics game sounded great, I still wasn't convinced. I ran into my son's teacher from last year, and she raved about this new reading program for about 30 minutes before she mentioned it was the phonics game. In fact, she said it was the most exciting reading and spelling program she'd seen in the last 20 years. That was enough for me. He's been playing the phonics game for about 3 months, and you wouldn't recognize this kid. He loves reading. In fact, he reads for pleasure, and he's in the advanced spelling group in school.
From grade school to high school, there's a phonics game miracle waiting for you. 1-800-256-0941. 1-800-256-0941.
This is Healthbeat. For the first time, there's an emergency stroke treatment that may prevent many of the disabling consequences of a stroke. Dr. Michael Walker is with the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke.
The new treatment is EPA, which is an extraordinarily effective drug, but it has to be used within a very important time frame, and under certain tightly controlled circumstances, or else the patient will have complications.
Dr. Walker says treatment with TPA must come within 3 hours.
The 3-hour time window is extremely important because if the drug is given after that, we believe there's an increased chance of the patient having bleeding into the brain, which of course isn't a very good thing.
TPA works by dissolving the blood clots that block brain arteries and cause more than 80% of all strokes. Dr. Walker says it's important to seek treatment at the first sign of a stroke in order to prevent its disabling effects. For the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, I'm Doris McMillan.
USA Radio Network News, I'm Jason Walker. British au pair Louise Woodward has been found guilty of second-degree murder in the death of a 9-month-old baby left in her care earlier this year in a Boston suburb. She faces life in prison and would be eligible for parole after 15 years. Defense attorney Barry Scheck insists his client is innocent.
There was no slamming of Matthew Weepin. There was no shaking of him on February 4th. We put in evidence that just demonstrated that, I think, just clearly and to a scientific certainty.
Prosecutor Gerard Leone.
We are obviously pleased and satisfied with the verdict. I'd just like to underscore one point, and that is this, that my concern remains the same as it was the first day I took this case over, and that is with Debbie, Sonny, and Brendan Epen, that they were able to recover from all of this.
A jury's been selected for the trial of Oklahoma City bombing suspect Terry Nichols. On that panel, 7 women and 5 men. Opening statements get underway Monday. A gag order in the Paula Jones sexual harassment suits against President Clinton. A judge has ordered attorneys from both sides to stop discussing the case outside the courtroom. This is USA Radio News.
The holidays will soon be here, and that means great times and great food, but also extra pounds you don't want. Take the worry of weight gain out of this holiday season with Fat Absorb. Fat Absorb contains chitin, an all-natural fiber that absorbs pure fat when taken before meals. It makes the fat you eat indigestible, and you then burn stored fat to lose the weight you need to lose. In fact, Fat Absorb is backed by a powerful 90-day money-back guarantee. If you don't love the results Fat Absorb gives you, you get your money back, no questions asked. Although results may vary, when you take Fat Absorb, you have no choice but to lose weight. Enjoy the holidays. Lose the weight you want and look the way you want with Fat Absorb. Fat Absorb is not available in stores, but you get discounted prices by calling them direct at this toll-free number, 1-800-252-9732. Fat Absorb is all natural and completely safe. Call now, 1-800-252-9732. Try Fat Absorb risk-free. Call 1-800-252-9732.
Congress being warned that much of America can expect abnormally dangerous weather conditions this winter because of the weather system in the Pacific known as El Nino. Dr. Elbert Friday of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says there's still much to be learned about this weather phenomenon.
The El Nino situation that exists today is indeed being blamed for everything, and yet we have to be very careful that we don't over-attribute meteorological and hydrological events to this particular pattern.
President Clinton is stepping up his efforts to win special authority to negotiate trade deals in preparation for votes in Congress next week on the legislation. Mr. Clinton will argue for fast-track trade negotiation authority in a speech later Friday in Florida. Ford is recalling more than 1 million vehicles for safety reasons, included F-Series full-size pickups, Expeditions, and Navigators. This is USA Radio News.
Your success in achieving your financial goals depends on how well you manage your money. The Wall Street Journal's Guide to Personal Finance and companion software give you the information you need to help plan for your future. This package retails for $18.95, but it's free with your paid subscription to the Journal. Get 10 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and the free guide with this for just $3.90 a week for new subscribers in the continental U.S. only. Call 800-228-8300. That's 800-228-8300.
Representatives of the Chinese government joined Secretary of Commerce William Daley on Capitol Hill Thursday to sign a deal jetliners from Boeing.
We want all Americans to know that trade and trade with China means a better and more prosperous future, not only for Boeing, but for all of our suppliers that are based in every state of this country.
That's Boeing CEO Phil Condon. On Wall Street Thursday, Dow Industrials lost 125 points. Very heavy trading. The NASDAQ, meanwhile, was down 32 points. Be wary of those scanners in some stores. In California, Consumer Group says people in that state are being overcharged $250 million annually because of mistakes by the checkout scanners. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CBC Radio Network.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. International callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax Art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Good morning. This actually is Ghost to Ghost AM this morning in some time zones. And it's not guest-driven. We have a lot of, believe me, I have a lot of guests who would want to be on this night, but intentionally, I don't do it. I leave this night and perhaps tomorrow for you, all of you, to tell your ghost stories. So far, the one from the pipe is the winner. That one will haunt me for some time to come. So we'll get back to it in a moment. An all-out alert is underway. El Niño's on the way. December, no doubt, it will begin arriving, and as it does, we can expect the worst El Niño in 150 years, if not ever, as a matter of fact. And I guess it's the time that I wrote about in the quickening. As most of you already know, Ramona and myself are prepared. An important part of any preparation is a one-year, long-term, all-natural food supply that we acquired from my friends at Golden Eagle. This is amazing food, actually. It's all natural, no additives, no preservatives, no MSG. It includes absolutely delicious entrees, main courses, fruits, vegetables, wholesome grains. It's all pre-cooked. You add water and eat, and it's delicious. Now, the important part here is it's got a 10-year-plus shelf life. So, obviously, and they think perhaps much more. I mean, you can just store it and store it. It's just food waiting for you. Now, because of all that is going on, we're selling so much quantity now that they're literally creating it as the orders are coming in. Very hard to get hold of now. With the high demand, I must tell you, shipping will take 3 to 4 weeks. But if you don't start now, you sure aren't going to be prepared when you need it. So call them now. It's Golden Eagle at 1-800-447-7911. That's 1-800-447-7911. And of course, as I always say, even if nothing ultimately goes wrong, you can eat your investment. That's right, you can eat your investment. Now, GMX. It's a magnetic water conditioner. It seems to work by magic, but it is not magic. Hard water is merely minerals in the water. Minerals. And GMX conditions your water by affecting those minerals magnetically, not removing them, but affecting them so they don't stick to anything. No more white spots, no more gunk, no more ring around the toilet, no more clogged pipes and water heaters, and all that costs you money, eventually bringing a smiling union scale plumber to your home. GMX really, really works. It's got a lifetime warranty because nothing can go wrong. And better yet, it's got a 90-day money-back guarantee. So if every word I've just told you is not true, in 90 days you get every penny of your money back. The only thing you've got to lose is that rotten gunk. The number is 1-800-406-0469. That's 1-800-406-0469. And yes, I just checked the website, and the photograph, courtesy of Strange Universe, is there. Somewhat dark because, of course, it's from a video grab, part of the video you'll see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. But this alien, if you want to call it an alien, and it certainly is alien in nature, looks to me in the still photograph, now it's just me, but it looks more like a horrid creature that you would meet in a nightmare. I mean, it's pretty horrible. But it's on the website right now. They just sent it to me. We got it up there about a half hour ago. If you want to see it, dare you take a look. You've got to click on the little image to get the full picture. Otherwise, you'll lose all the impact, so get the full photograph. It's on my website right now at www.artbell.com. And I want to thank Renee and Strange Universe for giving us the preview of what apparently is going to be on tomorrow night. My God, that thing looks absolutely horrible. Horrible. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
I'm Bob from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Bob.
I've had so many ghost encounters that it's hard to know which one to pick, but
well, try and pick the best.
I'll pick the most recent, because they're all pretty good.
All right.
This wasn't particularly scary, but I guess it taught me a lesson. About 3 years ago, I worked as a motel desk clerk, and there was a gentleman who was a permanent resident at the motel in room number 3.
Right.
I did the night shift, and I'm not particularly a night person, although since listening to your show, I've somewhat become one. Nonetheless, I found that generally between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., I wasn't a particularly sociable person.
Kind of like the hours you've got back there right now. It's a little after 2 o'clock in the morning there now.
Yes. And usually I would sort of run out of steam because, as I say, I was essentially a day person.
Sure.
Well, there was a gentleman in room 3 who would come over every morning at about 4 o'clock and drive me crazy with really inane conversation about, how about them Yankees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know those people.
And it used to be a test of my patience to be courteous to this gentleman. And he would always end his conversation with a long tribute to his mother and what a saint she had been. And he would go on and on and on. She had passed away about 10 years ago.
Sure.
Well, he did this for maybe, just about every night. But one night he said, I think the spirit of my mother may be visiting me because the other night there was a knock on the bedboard. And I'm thinking, yeah, right. Well, he probably bumped it with his elbow.
Sure.
Okay. So I didn't think much of it. And shortly thereafter, he was invited by his brother in Connecticut to go visit. So I thought, well, finally we're going to get some peace and quiet here. So the time came, and he took off to Connecticut, and his room was empty. And I was looking forward to a night of peace. And it was pretty quiet until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden, the phone rang at the desk, and it indicated that there was a call coming from room number 4, which, of course, was the room next to his.
Yes.
And I thought, this is odd. I don't remember anyone being in room 4. And I looked at the registration sheet, and there was nobody registered for room 4.
I wouldn't like that.
But I thought, well, maybe the maid left the door open or something, and one of the guests walked into that room or something.
Logical.
So I answered the phone, and this voice from 1,000 miles away of an old woman says, "Oh, I guess I have the wrong party," and faded out to nothing. So I thought to myself, well, maybe I better go look, because as it happened, room 4 was directly across from where the motel office was.
Yes.
So I walked over about 30 feet. I opened the door. There was absolutely no one in the room. The phone was on the hook. And it occurred to me that maybe what happened was this gentleman's mother had come to visit him in room number 3 in spirit, found that he wasn't there, became confused and decided to look into room number 4, and somehow managed to manipulate the phone to work. And I have no other explanation.
I appreciate the story. Thank you. Interesting because, of course, a motel phone system is utterly private. In other words, that call could not have come from anywhere else but room 4. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. There are many accounts of spirits making phone calls. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi there. Good evening, Otis.
Good evening. You're going to have to get good and close to the phone and speak up good and loud. Where are you calling from?
Calling you from Texas.
All right.
I have a very good story for you.
Fire away.
Okay. This happened when I was 19 years old, and I was looking for my first apartment. And I had an apartment locator help me out.
Sure.
Of course, trying to find something that I could afford on a student's salary.
You bet.
Now, I do believe, because of what happened to me at this age, that spirits try to trick us. They try to make us think that they masquerade, that they are good people, that they are indeed only masquerading as good departed, and their intentions are different
Sure.
than what we believe.
Yeah, I can't rule anything out. I mean, there are obvious good deeds. You heard the lady on the freeway in Boston.
Yes, well, that was indeed a good deed. Well, but sometimes I think that they masquerade as good when they really are evil.
So do I.
Some of them are evil.
Yes.
Anyway, this apartment that I inherited, they called me on the phone. They told me they had this great apartment for me, that it was furnished, and everything was in it, equipped kitchen, everything, towels, you name it. It had it, bed sheets. It was belonged to an old woman who had died, and she had nobody left, so they didn't have anybody to give these things to, and they were trying to rent it to someone like me. I, of course, jumped at it because it was quite economical.
Okay.
And as soon as I moved in, funny things started happening.
Like what?
Well, the first week when I was cleaning house, and of course it had cleaning supplies there, I didn't have to buy a darn thing. And I was cleaning my house. Oh, and I have to tell you, the windows had locks and bolts on them. The door had deadbolts. It had 2 deadbolts. It had the chain that goes over.
Right.
Plus, it had, the regular lock, and then the little, those little tabs that go up and down into the floor and the ceiling.
I do.
Okay. The windows also had those. All right.
So this was somebody who had been very security conscious.
Yes, she was quite elderly. So anyway, I am cleaning, and all of a sudden the phone rang. I had the mop and the soap and everything out, and I go to answer the phone. I come back. Well, all my cleaning supplies are gone.
Gone?
So I thought that was weird. Another time I was cooking, and same thing, either a knock would happen at the door or the phone would ring anytime I tried to use something that belonged to this woman. And this time I was cooking. I had the food on the stove. I had everything, the cutting board out, the knives, everything. The phone rang. I went to see what was happening, picked up the phone, nobody there. I come back, and the whole kitchen's clean. Nothing
Oh,
on the
boy. The whole kitchen is clean?
Is clean. There are no dishes dirty in the sink, that I had used that had belonged to her. It was as if, the spirit was saying, hey, this is mine, you can't use it.
All right, now, at this point, I would freak out.
At this point, I'm getting, as you say, okay? Well, one night, there are two other eerie things that happen here, and each time they just start getting eerier and eerier. One night I'm asleep, and as I say, I live by myself. I'm 19 years old. I'm not going to tell you about my cat. Okay, my cat just started going totally berserk.
Uh-huh.
And I'm asleep, and I wake up in the middle of the night, and I feel somebody staring at me. And I said, nah, it's just me. No. And I go back to sleep. And in the morning, I wake up, and the windows are all open, including the one in the kitchen, the one in the living room, the one in the bedroom. They're all open. And mind you, they had all the bolts and everything on them. The door is standing wide open.
Okay, at this point, I've got to ask, how could you stay there?
Well, I just started thinking, okay, well, I'm going to beat her at her game. Okay, I would call my mom and say, Mom, this is happening. She says, nah, you can beat this. And I'm going, okay, well, I'm going to play this game. All right? So I started saying, okay, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you must go. And anytime something eerie would happen, like my cat started attacking people when they came in, and my cat was very docile. And I just started saying, okay, spirit, if you're good, you may stay. If you're bad, you must go. And the spirit would disappear. Now, another time.
But then come back.
But then come back for more, yes. Well, as a 19-year-old, you think, okay, well, this is just a game. Anyway, the very last straw, a friend and I took another friend to the airport. We were at my apartment. We left. I locked everything up. We went to the airport. We came back, okay, just my other friend and I.
Yes.
We tried to open the door, and again, I had my keys in hand, and I opened the first lock, and I opened the second lock, and I opened the third lock.
Sure.
And I'm trying to open the door, and the door is unlocked. You can tell it's unlocked, because you try to push on it, and it would open just kind of like an inch, but not open any further than that.
Yes.
And my girlfriend, my hair's standing up on my arm as I'm minding it.
You're trying to tell me somebody's on the other end holding the door closed?
Exactly. And we're pushing on the door, and finally she's with me. I say, help me. Something's happened. She won't let me in. And we're pushing on the door going, let us in, let us in. And all of a sudden I said, oh, wait, I'm supposed to say this. If you're good, you may stay. If you're bad, you must go. All of a sudden the door flies open, and we're in the apartment.
I'd be out of that apartment so fast, cheap and goodbye or not, I'd be gone.
We were gone.
that was enough, huh?
I packed up my cat, and I said, we're gone.
While we're on the subject, cats absolutely sense the presence of things that we do not.
That is true.
There's no question about it. A lot of people will have things to... Listen, thank you very much for your call. And listen on the air. I can tell you as a cat person, that's absolutely true. Cats, haven't you ever noticed? They always see things that we don't see. Now, you might imagine they're just sort of concocting a little playful mouse or something in their mind, and maybe they do a little of that, but they also unaccountably and totally freak out. And I have been convinced for years that they see things that we don't. And we don't know a lot about the difference between humans and animals and what we see and what they see. And it may well be that they see in a spectrum or a dimension that we don't. Cats are uniquely sensitive to the presence of, I think, things that we don't know about. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi, this is Terry from Kinsman, Ohio.
Welcome.
Hi, I love your show.
Thank you.
My story isn't as good as hers.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Or a bad one, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, our house was built in 1880, and we moved in, and some funny things have happened here. Like at night, the chairs, sometimes, like if you're in bed, you'll hear the chairs move in the kitchen by themselves.
Oh, not good.
Well, it's scary. And, you know, I thought it was my imagination or an animal, but the dog was in bed with us. And it happened another time, and my husband, you know, he heard it, and I was asleep. So things like that, and I went to a clairvoyant, and he told me that spirit was trying to get my attention. And that's, you know, he says they opened the bedroom door, too. And, you know, then I noticed that the door, you know, occasionally will open by itself in the bedroom. We've also seen spirit in our barn and upstairs in our house.
What did you see?
It was like it's like a flash. I mean, it wasn't like it stood still for me to really see it. It's just you see an outline of a person. It's like in gray and white. I could tell it was a man.
Now, how can you... I really have to ask people this, and I suppose there's, you know, a practical side, but how can you stay in any place after you've seen something like this?
Well, you know what my reassurance was? That I was just told that, you know, it wasn't anything bad, that, you know, and when you're opening clairvoyantly, you know, sometimes people are more sensitive to seeing these things. But thank God my husband sees it too, or I think I was a total nut, you know.
Well, what did he do? Most husbands would muster up what testosterone they had and go into the other room trying to figure out what it was, probably with some kind of blunt instrument or gun or knife in their hand or something.
I know he thought of that. He said he was afraid to come downstairs, but he came down and checked it out, and everything was all right. But we've noticed, and other people when they come over, they'll notice like the scent of rose.
Oh.
And, yeah, you'll smell that in here, and it'll be in the middle of winter. And if you're working outside, sometimes you'll smell the scent of tobacco, like pipe tobacco.
Yes.
But I know what you're saying. It makes your heart pound, but I guess since I've been reassured, you know, that it's spirit and it's not anything harmful, you know, that it's okay.
Well, I would hope that I could react that way, but I don't know how much of it I could put up with. I had, if you listened last night, I had something very weird happen to me last night.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and if there was a lot of that went on,
yeah,
I'd be out of here. I mean, I'd be out of here. There wouldn't be any two ways about it. I'd be out of here. I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a horrible bang on my door last night, right in the middle of the interview with Brad Steiger, right at going into a break as I took my headphones off, as I told the earlier audience and last night. This tremendous crash on my studio door. And there was no mistaking what it was. I have no idea, not even a clue as to where it came from. But I can surely tell you it was nothing alive in this house. It was nothing external to the house. It was not on the wall. I had taken off my headphones. My ears were clear to be able to hear it, and it was a crash. It wasn't a minor thing. It was a crash on my door, and I totally freaked out. Now, it may well be that when you talk about this kind of thing, which gives me a little bit of pause tonight, that you bring it on. I don't know. But I don't want to hear any crashes tonight. I like listening to ghost stories. I don't like living them. That's one thing. We all like to sort of vicariously be scared. And that's a subject unto itself. But when it happens to you, believe me, it's a horse in a different color. We'll be right back.
If you've got investments in the stock market, you're probably doing well, but experience tells us the bubble will eventually burst. you need to hedge your bet with a safe alternative. How about a 12% contractually guaranteed rate of return, complete safety of principal, and no market risk? No, that bears repeating. 12% guaranteed rate of return, complete safety of principal, and no market risk. The major bond rating agency in the United States has called this the safest high-return asset in America. For details, call Golden Eagle at 1-800-4477-911. You've ridden the stock market to a new high. Congratulations. Don't lose it all on the way down. Call Golden Eagle and ask for the 12% information kit. It's absolutely free. Call 1-800-4477-911. That's 1-800-4477-911. Call now. Talk Radio Network presents Roy Masters with How Your Mind Can Keep You Well.
Hello. How would you like to overcome your drug problems, your alcohol problems, your worry problems, your guilt problems, your family problems, your kid problems? It's easy if you know how. Let me help you. I'm Roy Masters.
How Your Mind Can Keep You Well, featuring Roy Masters, heard right here on this Talk Radio Network affiliate station.
This is Health Beat.
I guess I'm scared to gain some weight, because if I stop smoking, I eat more.
Quit smoking, gain weight. It's a real fear among smokers, like 28-year-old security guard John Clark. The average weight gain for people who quit is about 5 to 8 pounds. Women often gain a little more. But health experts say it is possible to keep weight gain down. Tracy Hine teaches smoking cessation classes for the Group Health Association.
The reason people gain weight, one of the main reasons, is because they will turn to food instead of cigarettes. They're just substituting. And so what we really recommend is to choose other activities to keep themselves occupied and keep busy.
That might be as simple as taking a walk when there's an urge to smoke, but experts also say don't try a major exercise program or a stringent diet when trying to quit smoking. The important thing is to concentrate on quitting. For the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, I'm Doris McMillan.
Would you like to see your child use perfect manners every day? They will with the help of It's Just Good Manners, a new video now available only in this special offer. It's Just Good Manners with host Eddie Katz teaches children excellent table manners, telephone skills, how to write good thank you notes, show respect for home and property, punctuality, and much more. No boring books to read. Children learn by watching a fun video that demonstrates good everyday manners. Parents will love the change they'll see after just one viewing, and children will watch it again and again because it's so much fun. It's Just Good Manners is not available in stores, so order your copy now.
Parents and grandparents, order It's Just Good Manners now. Dial 1-800-255-7100. The video, $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling. It's Just Good Manners. 1-800-255-7100. Have your credit card ready. Dial 1-800-255-7100.
Hi, this is James House with today's Eco Quiz. Buying products that contain recycled content helps protect our environment, since making them reuses natural resources instead of consuming new ones. But the question is, does the 3-arrowed recycling logo on a product mean that the product contains recycled content? Here's the answer to today's Eco Quiz. The recycling logo doesn't necessarily mean a product has recycled content. When items are made with it, they say so right on the label. Look for the highest percentage of post-consumer recycled content. That's the material you recycle. And remember, in addition to conserving our natural resources, recycling also reduces pollution. Recycling steel instead of using virgin ore reduces air pollution by 86% and water pollution by even more. This is James House on the Eco Quiz.
Eco Quiz is a public service of the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute for a more environmentally conscious America.
Talk Radio Network presents one of the leading health interview programs in the nation.
This is Danielle Lynn, host of A Word on Health. On my program, I interview the leading health authorities in America and offer free sample products each and every week. Listen for A Word on Health, Saturdays right here on many of these TRN radio affiliates.
Don't miss Danielle Lynn and an array of health expert guests on A Word on Health, right here on this station and Talk Radio Network.
reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
All Hallows to begin in about 25 minutes in this time zone. And tonight, we are telling ghost stories. Speaking of spirit, this is Cusco's Aburamac 3. Nature, spirit, and pride. The cut you're listening to is Ghost Dance. And I'm about to tell you about a deal that's just about over. It ends November 1st. Here it is. You can order Cusco's new Aburamac 3 album with Ghost Dance and so much more, including one cut called Perump, Big Water, for just $15.98 for a CD or $9.98 for a cassette. And I'm going to give you the number right now. You've got to bear in mind, some time zones it's already the 31st, and so this is almost all over. Last chance. The number is 1-800-562-8283. Lines are going to be jammed tonight, so you better keep trying. If you are one of the first 25 to place an order, actually, this night, your album is autographed by Cusco's own Michael Holm. You can also order the special limited edition 3 CD box set that contains Cusco's Aburamac 1, 2, and 3 for $39.95. There you get an autographed poster of the Buffalo Spirit Warrior, which is on the cover of Aburamac 3. So, it's about over. Don't miss out. Once again, Cusco's new Aburamac 3, $15.98 for a CD, $9.98 for a cassette, or the limited edition 3 CD Aburamac 3 for just $39.95. Don't let it escape. Call 1-800-562-8283. Are you getting that? I'll give it to you one more time. 1-800-562-8283. Don't let it get past you. When you think about the future, do you see our economy getting better or worse? With a small investment of your time, you can create security for yourself by learning to trade in commodities. Some financial pundits have made commodities a dirty word, but if you learn the ins and outs of how to do it, how to approach it with the right attitude, commodities can pay off big time. Coffee, cattle, beans, that kind of thing. Here's the guy who can teach you. A multi-millionaire, that's how he made it, Ken Roberts. He'll teach you in a step-by-step process. You learn how to invest on paper. No risk. You'll know when you're ready, and when you are, you begin using real money. Call now, 1-800-GOLD-KRC to receive absolutely free, with no obligation, a complete report and audio tape that explains everything. No more guesswork, no more confusion. Just straightforward information. Call 1-800-GOLD-KRC. That's 1-800-GOLD-KRC. All right, I've got one for you here. We're taking occasional faxed ghost stories, but you've got to keep them fairly short and succinct. Listen to this from Leonie in Sandy, Utah. Art, here's my story. I'm an RN, registered nurse, and I was working my usual night shift, 7 to 7. There was a patient in our 120-bed facility whom I will call Dorothy. Dorothy was 68 years of age, had never been married, had no family. She was a, in quotes, proper woman. She had 3 doctorate degrees, spoke 7 languages fluently, had a private room decorated with articles that she collected, as she had traveled the world several times over. Her pillows always had to be fluffed, her bedspread wrinkle-free, her hair was always done a certain way, her nails could have been modeled in Glamour magazine. She was on her call button quite frequently, asking for piddly things. She'd drive many of the staff crazy with her multiple demands. She suffered from Epstein-Barr virus, and as her disease progressed, she was transferred from her private room to my Medicare hall, continuing her frequent demands. I came to work one night, and during the report was informed that Dorothy took a turn for the worse and would probably die on my shift. I hadn't been to work for an hour, and one of the CNAs came and told me that I'd better check Dorothy because she had stopped breathing. Myself and two CNAs, I presume those are nurse assistants, came into the room with me. As I went to listen for a heartbeat, she opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She continued with normal breathing. At 11:07 p.m., again, I was asked to come and look at Dorothy. The CNA was sure this time. So we walked into the room, and I listened to find no heartbeat this time. As I backed away from the bed, she opened her eyes again, sat up, and fell back to the pillow. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of watching an involuntary muscle movement with a dead person, but it will scare the pants off anyone. This about sent us leaping out of the windows. But to finish the story, yet another CNA came running into the room pale-faced, stating the weirdest thing had just happened. 6 alarm clocks, 6, on my 30-bed hall went off, each one at exactly 11:07. No one there even used their alarm clocks. By now, we were all scared out of our wits. Every noise made us jump, accelerating our heart rates and breathing. When I got back to the nurse's desk, I got a call from another nurse in the facility. She asked if we had a power surge or something, because the call light in Dorothy's empty room had just gone off at 11:07. Dorothy, rest in peace. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there, how you doing?
Okay, where are you, sir?
I'm in lovely Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, California, KSCO.
Right close to the ocean. I'm glad you're on KSCO now.
So are we, yes. You have a ghost story for us.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I've had a couple of strange experiences, but I'll just list the one that sticks in my mind the most. I have to preface this by saying it happened when I was around 7 or 8, so it may have been colored by the previous years of my life.
Could be.
But who knows? Anyway, it goes like this. I grew up with... my mother was a medium, and my father was a musician. Strange life. We were on the road a lot, and
you bet.
Never stayed in any place longer than a couple of, 2 or 3 months at a time.
I know the life, yes.
Well, then we just moved into a place in Minneapolis, and it was a new apartment, and we were all sort of camped out on the floor. It was a big sort of studio apartment with a kitchen offset and a bathroom and a large sort of bedroom, living quarters, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And there was my mother and I and my father all sleep on the floor, laid down on blankets and things. And I just started to nod off, and she woke me up, and she said, "Honey, look at the kitchen." And I woke up, and I didn't sit up or anything. I just sort of opened my eyes and sort of peered through the blankets. And there was a party of probably somewhere between 15 and 20 people in cocktail outfits. I don't remember enough to remember the period or whatever, but they were well dressed. I remember women had jewelry on, men were wearing.
Wait. This is in your private place?
This is in our kitchen.
In your kitchen, you walked in and there's 15 to 20 people?
I didn't walk in. I was laying on the floor.
Yeah.
And my mother waking up. I was lying next to her, and she woke me up and she said,
"Yes,
look what's happening." So I sat and watched for a while, and I watched a man who I will never forget how he looked. He was wearing a dark suit. He had brown, very neat hair, and he was talking to a woman. And he had a drink in his hand. She had a drink in her hand. And I watched him for a while, and he saw me. and he saw my mother, and we were awake. My dad was laying next to my mother asleep, and I was
Yes.
laying next to her, and she said, be real quiet, don't do anything. She whispered, and I said, okay. And he made a motion to the woman, and he came right over to me, leaned right over me, and my blankets were down sort of 6 inches from my chin or whatever, and he grabbed the blankets, tucked them around my shoulders, and my eyelids were like half open. I'm getting weird chills now talking about this, and tucked them in and walked right back to the rest of the party. It happened for a few, less than couple of minutes maybe, and they sort of just stopped. And I remember asking my mom what happened, and she said, well, I think that we just saw a cocktail party that happened here a while back.
Well, when you say they just stopped, I mean, we're talking about 15 or 20 people. You mean they just vaporized?
That's right. Yeah, and it sounds really, really terrible and really cheesy, and I really hate to be a part of the whole cheesiness when it comes to this kind of paranormal stuff, but
it really happened.
It really happened, and also they were semi-transparent. In other words, you could see things through them, but they did seem to have a sort of three-dimensional quality.
And they were dressed in what manner? Do you recall? I mean, was it a period? Could you identify a period of dress?
I don't know now. I mean, now the way I remember it, yes, it was a period of 30s or 40s, but that could definitely be coloring in my part as far as the things that I've seen and learned.
Was there any attendant flash or other phenomena that accompanied their coming and going?
Well, as far as their coming goes, I was woken up by my mom, and she.
So you wouldn't know.
So I wouldn't know. As far as their going, no, they just sort of left. I mean, just sort of drifted off.
That's a weird story. You've got to wonder if occasionally there's not a kind of a slip in the space-time continuum.
I very much believe that. I very much think that's what happened. And more than being spirits sort of that are walking around this world, I wonder if I didn't just sort of see back in time, or who knows. And the odd thing is my mom's dead now. She died of cancer. But before she died, in my adult life, I brought this up several times. And, I mean, shortly before she died, I brought it up to her. And, I mean, everything is exactly as I described it as far as her memory and my memory goes. So there may be coloring there, certainly from, my youth.
But your mom recalls it as you did.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a weird one, sir. That's a weird one. I really appreciate your call.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking that little show.
Thank you. There you are. I've heard of these things before. I don't know what it is that we're talking about here. But as I said, I think a kind of a slip occasionally occurs. Maybe a dimensional slip, maybe a space-time continuum, little crack in the wall, in the dimensional wall, I don't know. But something comes across and it's there, or it's almost there, and then as quickly as it came, it's gone. Why is it so interesting? Because of what it tells us about what we may be living in, and that may be our own dimension that is occasionally broached or touched by another. East of the Rockies, if I can press the button, there we go. East of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is John from Oakdale, Long Island, New York.
All right. Long Island. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you, Art. I enjoy your show very much.
Thank you.
And what happened is that a friend of mine died in Oakland, Mississippi. I never met him. He said that he was fooling around with a Ouija board. And the thing was that him and another friend of his were playing around with it. And it spelled out death on it. It scared the living daylights out of both of them. So they just got rid of that thing like right away after that.
Well, how many people were operating the Ouija board? 2?
I believe it was 2, Art.
As everybody knows, or maybe they don't know, you put your hand, or 2 people do or more, on this little movement piece, and it will go seemingly automatically to the various letters. And you're telling me it spelled out death.
That's what happened.
And was there a death?
I haven't heard of anything yet, if there was a death or not.
Well, you're right about one thing. if I were playing with a Ouija board, thank you very much for the call, and it spelled out death. That'd be the last of that, but I know better. I don't play with Ouija boards. In fact, my one experience with a Ouija board, I don't even really talk about publicly, even today, even after all these years. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning.
Hi there. My name's Judy. I'm calling from Reno.
Hello, Judy.
Hi. I have kind of a pleasantly eerie ghost story, if there is such a thing.
As in now?
I'm sorry?
As in now? You mean it's occurring now?
No. But it happened about 10 years ago.
Okay.
My grandmother had died about a week previously, and my mother and I was living in California at the time, and my grandmother lived about a half hour from where I did. And my mother and I were on our way to clear out her apartment and take care of last-minute details.
Sure.
And we're driving along Highway 99, which is one of the two main, highways in California.
Mm-hmm.
And we're about halfway there, and all of a sudden I smell this overwhelming smell of flowers in the car. And I just kind of glanced at my mother, who was driving, and she glanced at me, and I said, "Flowers?"
Yeah.
And she said, "Yeah." So she smelled them too.
Right.
And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Highway 99, but there's in the center divide, there's oleander bushes for quite a long ways. We're about an hour and a half south of Sacramento. And our first thought was that it was the oleander bushes that, for some reason, we were able to smell them, though we'd never been able to smell them before. So we rolled down the windows thinking that, such an overpowering smell of flowers in the car, it would have to be amazing outside. So we rolled down the windows, and there was no smell coming from outside.
What do you imagine you smelled?
It was flowers.
But why? From where?
We talked about it and immediately thought of my grandmother, who had died a week previously.
Why? Why would you identify flowers with your grandmother?
Well, I didn't know this until later. I'm not real familiar with the scent of flowers, but my mother told me later, and I don't know if this was, she's pretty familiar. She's a nature girl. But she said it was the smell of carnations, which was my grandmother's favorite flower.
Very easily identified. We sell miniature carnations, and they have a very distinctive, very pleasant smell. You can't
I've smelled them since, and can recognize them now. But at the time, I was 20 years old. It wasn't, too known in the ways of the world. But
sure,
we're in a van. My mom had an old Volkswagen van, but there was nothing in the car that could have caused that smell of flowers.
Interesting. You're not the first one to indicate a presence by odor.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Many times, spirits are apparently identified by odor. I don't know why that would be, but I imagine it could be certainly true because it is one of our senses. And
right.
So there you are. All right. Well, thank you.
Right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. It's one of our senses and one of the ways that a presence could make itself known. No question about it. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Okay.
I have a story about 15 years ago. By the way, my name is Lauren. I'm from Nevada, California.
Yes.
About 15 years ago, a boyfriend of mine was killed very violently, and it was a horrible loss to me. He used to wear, the clips that you wear on your belt buckle that have the key for your key ring.
Sure.
After he passed away, I would hear between the bucket seat of my car and the passenger door where he used to ride, I would hear a bell. And after the first time I heard it, I hit the brakes and almost had somebody rear end me. It scared me so bad. I continued to hear it. I told a friend of mine about it, and she didn't think I was nuts, and eventually she heard it.
Oh.
Now, I have to tell you, I cleaned my car out from stem to stern. There was nothing in my car.
That would be my reaction, too. That's what I would do.
Uh-huh. Eventually, she had told me a story after I told her mine, you know, what I was hearing, that she had seen her father after he passed away when she was a young girl. So I'm assuming that my boyfriend felt comfortable enough to let her hear him as well. And she convinced me to go to a psychic because this had to be him and to find out what was going on.
And so you did.
And I did. And this man described him to a T and said that there was unfinished business between us, which there was, that I needed to sit down in the quiet by myself and talk to him. Well, I felt stupid doing that. I wasn't going to do that. There was an occasion not too long after this began that I was in the shower in the bathroom that had no ceiling fan, no window, and the door was shut and locked.
Right.
I was facing the shower head with the wall on my right, and if you were to take a straw and blow on something,
yes,
it didn't hit around my ear. It blew into my ear. And I turned around knowing there's a full well that there's a wall there.
Yes.
And it scared me so bad. And I know it was him because that was the kind of game player he would be.
Well, my question is the following. How could you possibly have another relationship with your old boyfriend still there?
Well, this is interesting that you say that because my friend that heard this as well, there had been another guy that had asked me out several times, and I politely said no.
Yes.
Thank you anyway. And he had asked, could I give him a ride home one night?
Right.
And my girlfriend said, I'm going with you. And she's the one that had heard it. And this guy asked me, I had to get out of my car, my side of the car, to let him out of the back seat.
Sure.
And he asked me to walk him to the door. And he was a friend, you know, I had known him, and I said sure. And I was gone maybe 2 minutes. And I came back to the car, and she was waving at me, get in the car, get in the car. And I got in, I said, what is the matter? And she said, he is really mad, meaning my boyfriend that had passed away. And I said, what do you mean?
Yep.
And she said, as soon as you closed that door, that bell started going and going and going and didn't stop until I was almost back to the car.
Well, wouldn't such a thing utterly interrupt and disrupt your love life for a long period of time?
Well, his death affected me in such a way that I wasn't interested, you know, for quite a while in a relationship anyway. I contacted his sister and asked, you know, there was a book that her mother had received as a gift, and I wanted to know the name of this book, On Death and Dying.
Yes.
And she just immediately, why do you want to know?
All right, we've got to cut it there because we're at the top of the hour. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You take care. We'll be back.
Don't miss Ed Nowicki on American Crime Line.
This is Ed Nowicki, host of American Crime Line, the nation's most listened to law enforcement show. I'd like you to join me each week as we talk about the hottest crime topics with the movers and shakers in the fascinating world of cops and crime. You can listen to my show and join in on the conversation by calling our toll-free number right here
on Talk Radio Network. Here's Hall of Fame quarterback Fran Tarkenton for ADT.
You know, good defense and good scouting win a lot of football games. So when I set out to find the best line of defense to protect my home and family, I wanted to go with the best, ADT. ADT is the nation's oldest and largest electronic security company. And right now, you can enjoy the peace of mind that comes with ADT at the guaranteed lowest price, with ADT's best price guarantee. Now, don't sit on the sideline too long because this is a limited time offer. So you'd best call ADT right now because when it comes to protecting your family, there is no second best.
Call 1-800-927-9020. That's 1-800-927-9020 to take advantage of ADT's best price guarantee. This is a limited time offer, so call right now. 1-800-927-9020.
Blind Blinded Veterans Helping Blinded Veterans. That's more than just a saying at the Blinded Veterans Association. It's a way of life. For more than 50 years now, BVA has had a tremendous impact on the lives of America's blinded veterans. If you're a blinded veteran or know someone who is, call BVA today at 800-669-7079. Help us help our blinded veterans. That number again is 800-669-7079 for the Blinded Veterans Association.
USA Radio Network News, I'm Jason Walker. It is a verdict that's enraged all of Britain, and a lot of Americans aren't too thrilled either. A Massachusetts jury has convicted 19-year-old Louise Woodward of second-degree murder in the death of a baby earlier this year. The British nanny was accused of shaking the child violently. Prosecutor Thomas Riley.
This was the correct verdict. Medical evidence is very strong and was very strong in this case, but there is no verdict. Whatever the verdict was tonight, this can bring Matthew Ethan back to his parents and to his brother Brendan.
But defense attorney Barry Scheck says this verdict is all wrong.
Because we feel that when one looks at this objectively and scientifically, that the verdict is really just against the weight of the evidence. And so we have some concerns also that there was some jury confusion in this case.
A New York City man is the latest person to die with the assistance of Dr. Jack Kevorkian. Body was discovered Thursday in Michigan. Well, in France, the investigation now intensifying in the crash that killed Princess Diana and two others a couple of months ago. Authorities in Paris say they're now launching a much wider search for a suspected second car in that crash. This is USA Radio News.
Individual weight loss will vary. If you think low-fat, high-carbohydrate diets are impossible to follow, I've got some very good news. Hi, this is Dr. Michael Eads, creator of the Protein Power Plan. In my 30s, I started to get fat, and I struggled, as you might be now, on a low-fat diet. And even as a doctor, I found it difficult and very restrictive. And that's when I developed my Protein Power system, and it's cured my weight problem for over 10 years. And since then, I've shared this easy system with thousands of my patients, and I've seen remarkable results. On the Protein Power Plan, you can expect to lose between 2 to 5 pounds in the first week alone. But what's really exciting is this. You can eat the same meals the rest of your family eats, and I promise you'll see a dramatic change in your body size in 30 days or less on the Protein Power Plan.
To order the Protein Power Plan, call 1-800-208-4023. Again, that's 1-800-208-4023.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are not pleased with the deal that President Clinton has made with Chinese President Jiang Zemin. The United States will send nuclear technology to Beijing. In exchange, the Chinese have promised not to give nuclear aid to Iran. Arizona Republican Congressman J.D. Hayworth.
We're not talking neckties or nectarines or notebooks. We're not talking conventional trade here. We're talking nuclear technology. And we are going to give that to communist China? Monty Hall wouldn't even make a deal like that on his old game show.
In the first congressional challenge to the line-item veto, the Senate voting to override President Clinton's veto of 34 military construction projects by a veto-proof margin of 69 to 30. Lawmakers voted to reinstate $265 million in funding for the projects in 20 states. This is USA Radio News.
Does your home need a new roof this season? If your roof needs replacing fast, then call Sears Roofing now. A Sears authorized expert will examine your roof and give you a free estimate. Call toll-free 1-888-670-4950. Sold, furnished, and installed by Diamond Exteriors, a Sears authorized contractor. So you'll get expert installation guaranteed. Not available in all areas. Sears Roofing is ready to help you. So call now 1-888-670-4950. That's 1-888-670-4950.
A U.S. Marine has been sentenced to 2 years in prison by a Jamaican judge over the death of a farmhand. Major in a fight. Could there be another Bush in the White House 3 years from now? That story from USA's Gentry Little.
Texas Governor George W. Bush said Thursday he has not decided whether he will run for the presidential nomination in the year 2000. Bush said any decision on whether to run would be put off until the 1998 election, in which he will seek a second term as the governor of the state of Texas. Bush, the 51-year-old son of former President George Bush, is considered one of the leading candidates for the Republican Party presidential nomination in the year 2000. Gentry Little, USA, Radio News.
On Wall Street Thursday, Dow Industrials lost 125 points, closing at 73.81. Very heavy trading. Meanwhile, the Nasdaq down 32 points at 15.17. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Art Bell is taking your calls on the wild card line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I bid you welcome to Coast to Coast AM. If you're just joining us at this hour, this is that day of the year, now in this time zone officially All Hallows Eve, when we tell ghost stories. We don't have a guest. We turn it over to you, the audience, and we let you tell the stories, real ghost stories. You think they exist? I know they do. I don't know what they are, but I know they're real. There's something real occurring. There's no question about it. And so this is the night we tell those stories, and we've been doing so for the last 2 hours, and we'll probably do so to some degree tomorrow night as well. We do this every year. You're invited to participate if you have the intestinal fortitude. You're invited to listen if you have the intestinal fortitude. We're looking for real ghost stories, really scary and true ghost stories. If you want to participate, well, we're as close as your telephone. We'll get back to it all in a moment. Oh, one other thing. It's not a ghost, but it damn sure almost looks like one. I spoke earlier in the day with Renee from Strange Universe, and they have received more video of a purported alien. It's going to be shown on Strange Universe tomorrow night. So Renee sent me a still grab photograph of this. You know, she says alien, but in the still photograph, I think it's something closer to a monster. I hesitate to say Chupacabra. It doesn't exactly look like that, but it sure is nothing you'd want to meet up with. You go take a look and let me know. It's on my website right now. You'll get kind of a sneak preview of what you're going to see on Strange Universe tomorrow night. It's ugly. There is no question about that. It's on my website as of about an hour and a half ago at www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. Go take a look. Let me know what you think. Anyway, we'll get back to ghost stories in a moment. Are you overweight? If you are, we can help you out. 8 to 10 pounds shaved off in the next month, guaranteed. How does that sound? Chitosan fiber, natural, comes from shellfish, can guarantee it. It is in a product called ChitoSlim, and Chitosan, the fiber, absorbs fat at 10 times the rate of any other fiber, hence an incredible guarantee. And that is, eat as you normally do, take ChitoSlim. As a matter of fact, when you order a 90-day supply of ChitoSlim, you get an antioxidant moisturizing cream free of charge, comes along with, go ahead and use it. Don't be afraid to use it, because if you don't lose that weight, 8 to 10 pounds, in the next month, you get every single penny of your money back, plus you get to keep the cream. That's quite a guarantee. They're sure of what they're saying. The number to call is 1-800-557-4627. It's a no-lose pop. 1-800-557-4627. Well, unless you count the weight you're going to lose. In today's world of shaky currencies, massive borrowing, and higher interest rates, it might be time to get a little old-fashioned with your money. Time to buy gold. Most investors know that gold is a good investment during times of inflation. Actually, gold is a hedge against all forms of economic uncertainty. Gold's value went up 800% during the inflationary 70s, 15% during the market crash of 87, and 70% during the Great Depression. The Swiss refer to gold as the ultimate currency since it retains its purchasing power when all else fails. Eventually, all paper currencies inflate and fail. Even the celebrated Swiss franc has lost over 50% of its buying power since 1945. No paper currency is immune. Gold, on the other hand, will buy everything today that it bought 20, 50, even 100 years ago. So, if you're uncomfortable about the ever-growing government debt, perpetual deficits, rising taxes, and their effect on your personal net worth, it's time to face facts. Call North American Trading at 1-800-359-4255 and ask for their free information on buying gold safely and privately. Remember, 1-800-359-4255, North American Trading, America's trusted name in private hard assets. You don't have to be rich to own gold, just smart. All right, the following short story, facts, comes from a fellow ham, John, and it reads as follows. Art, years ago, I lived in eastern Oklahoma, operated a recording studio for a well-known rock star at his remote lakeside facility. Famous musicians would come to visit, stay at the house, which was built to accommodate them. The recording studio was built high on a hill with a view of the lake, cove, and surrounding hills. I had been in charge of building the studio and had spent a lot of time in solitude there. One night, while I was drifting off to sleep, a very dark cloud formed in the upper corner of my room. Its presence was so malevolent and frightening that I literally thought I was going to die. It felt as if it was going to suck the very soul out of my body. I stayed up all night long, praying, crying, trying to dodge this damn thing. As it approached me time and time again, its presence was palpable in the room. It was freezing cold in there. Whenever this thing was, whether on the ceiling or drifting along the wall, solid matter seemed to disappear. It was as if this thing was coming from an entirely different dimension and somehow was coming through or out of my ceiling and wall. By morning, it had gone. Months went by, and the studio was finished and ready for its guests. The first guests arrived and went into their rooms for the night in preparation for the next day's recording sessions. My room was located several hundred feet away. In the middle of the night, I heard screams and shouting and went to see what was the matter. The guests were running out of their rooms, yelling about something unseen, terrorizing them. When I went into the house to investigate, I heard chains rattling. It was ice cold. Cupboard doors were banging uncontrollably. It was a scene out of a B-horror picture. The guests got in their cars and left right at that moment, never to return again. In the following months, others did come to stay. Few were bothered, but if the, in quotes, spirit that lived at this facility took a disliking to anyone there, it made their lives a living hell until they left. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martha.
Hi, Martha. Where are you?
In Oak Cliff, and I listen to you on KLIF 570.
In Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good.
I live in the section of Dallas County where KLIF started out.
All right.
The radio station. But my incident occurred in 1964 when they had that terrible earthquake in Alaska.
Oh, yes.
And my 6-year-old boy, I was living in a 3-room duplex at the time trying to save up money to buy my first house. My 6-year-old boy slept in the living room, or the front room, where we had our 19-inch portable black and white TV.
Sure.
And we came in late that night, it's Sunday night, you know, and I told him, I said, now don't you watch TV, you go on bed because we got to get up.
Standard instructions, yes.
And I mean, old mothers, because we had to get up so early, you know, because I had to be at work at 7 o'clock and I had to take them to daycare before I got there. But anyway, getting back to my ghost story, like I said, it scared the pants off of me, and I still have never been able to help anybody to explain to me what happened. But the television came on, and I thought he was disobeying. You know, I could see the flash of the TV, you know, the brightness on the wall. And I went in there and I told him, I said, you turn that TV off. I told you not to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Mother, I didn't touch it. And I went over, turned the TV off. I go back to bed, and a few minutes, the light blinks again on the wall. So the TV's back on. And I was fixing to give him a spanking. And I went in there, and the TV was back on.
No.
I unplugged that booger from the wall, and it was still playing.
Say what? You unplugged it from the wall?
I unplugged it from the wall, and the darn TV was still playing. Well, it scared me so cotton-picking bad that I give the TV away, and I guarantee you I found me another place to live the next week, and I moved. And I've yet to find anybody that can explain to me how that TV could be a playing and it unplugged from the wall.
That can't be.
It sure did.
It can't be, and I would have done exactly as you had done. Was the TV controlled by a remote control?
No, this was in 1964, just plain old off and on knob.
Sure, I remember those old 19-inch black and white.
And whenever I unplugged it from the wall, that one thing was still playing, and it scared me so bad, I just bundled up my kids and went to my mother's house in the middle of the night.
Good for you. That is one of the most rational decisions I've heard this night yet.
But someone told me that morning in Alaska that had that severe earthquake.
That is correct.
And they told me that it's possible that something other about the electrons or something other. I don't understand electricity or radios or TVs. I just know they work. But that scared me so bad. I got the heck out of that apartment, and I gave that TV away.
Well, I would be disinclined to think it had anything to do with the earthquake, and I would be very much inclined to think you did the right thing.
Could it be a ghost or a booger? How in the world could a TV still play and it unplugged from the wall?
It cannot, dear. It cannot, period. I appreciate your call, and you did the right thing. I am absolutely astounded at how many people will have something like that happen to them, or something even more severe, as we've heard already this morning. And they don't do what I do, and I tell you, I would turn tail, and I'd run. I'd be out of there so fast, and there was a rational lady. Oh, yeah, I bet, sure. If I had a TV and it would continually come on, I would imagine first an electronic glitch, and then I would do as that lady did, and I'd unplug it from the wall, and if it still came on, I'd be out of there. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I called you last week when you had Patsy on.
Oh, yes.
And I asked her to help me make a deal with the devil. You remember me?
I remember you, yes. I remember thinking at the time, this guy has lost his mind. Why would you want to make a deal anyway?
I don't know, desperate times call for desperate measures, maybe. Anyway, 2 days later, I was indeed visited by a presence.
By a presence. You're talking about after you called the program when Patsy was on.
Right.
Harlan. By the way, we're going to repeat that program Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Well, that's why I don't exactly tell who I am, because I don't want anybody to know who I am.
Oh, that's one of the strangest, scariest programs we ever had on the air, period. But you're telling me, following that program, you had what?
I was in my room that Saturday night after your show.
Yes.
Your repeat show.
Yes.
And I was laying there in the dark, and I had turned off the radio, and I was getting ready to go to sleep. And as I was laying there, I began to feel cold, very cold.
Yes.
And then I heard a voice, and it asked me if I was sincere about what I had asked for.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, I for some reason, not, asking for something like that, you should be prepared for just about anything. But I wasn't. And it scared me. I mean, it really freaked me out.
Well, and so what did you say?
I said no. I was so scared. I said no.
Congratulations. Good decision on your part.
So I turned the lights on and sat up all night long.
Uh-huh. Good decision on your part, sir. Congratulations. And have a nice life. That man, you may or may not have heard it. We did a show with a self-described witch. I would think closer to a devil worshiper would be appropriate. In the case of Harlot or Patsy, as you will. And this man called during the show and said something that I would never say, and most people would never say. He wanted her to help him make a deal with Satan. He wants, I don't know, better job, more money, success, romance, whatever. And he was in a situation in his life where he was willing to make a deal and requested it. So I'm not surprised that he had a visitation. I do congratulate him on his decision, an important moment. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine. Where are you?
I am in Sedona, Arizona. My name is Jeff.
Mysterious Sedona.
Before I tell you my story, do you mind if I make a comment on the last caller?
No, go right ahead.
Oh, I'd have to say I listened to that show, and that was the most disturbing part of the show for me was when he called. And now I have an overwhelming sense of relief for him. That's wonderful.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think it was to me, the most disturbing part of the show, you may or may not have heard at the very end.
With the child?
The 5-year-old?
Mm-hmm. That was rather disturbing.
I'm not going to get over that for a while. At any rate, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, my ghost story, there was one night when I was laying in bed and it was dark, and I looked up and opened my eyes, and I saw this sort of green blob, like it looked like sort of a gaseous cloud, that it had sort of the feel of as a presence.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked as though it was observing me, even though it didn't have any eyes or anything. It just sort of had the feel of it was observing me. And probably one of the weirdest parts about it was it looked as though it was floating about 30 feet high, even though my ceiling was probably only about 12 feet high.
Not good.
Well, the interesting thing was that, you know, thinking about it, it sounds like a scary thing, but I had a very strong feeling of calm with it around.
Okay.
It wasn't until after it left that I got scared. It sort of, I told you it looked like it was about 30 feet high. It sort of, you know, the ceiling sort of came back and then it was gone.
Any sense at all of whether it wanted something of you or anything at all other than it came and it went?
Well, it felt like, well, there's no real words to describe it, but the feeling was that it was observing me, and that was...
You sure you weren't dreaming, drunk, on drugs, otherwise?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm very sure. I stay away from all that. So, yeah, it was very real.
You couldn't have been asleep.
I couldn't have been asleep. And actually, the floor above was where my parents slept at the time.
Yes.
And they said they had felt something.
Oh.
And they thought, they didn't see anything, they just sort of felt something. And they said it was rather strange.
As you think back on it, what do you think it was?
I just think, you know, I know as human beings, we like to observe small creatures and bugs and, you know, people who are scientists or whatever like to study other life. I think that's what it was. It was something else studying me.
That's a good answer. I appreciate your call and your story. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it not reasonable to assume that if there are others, and I had occasion to watch the movie Contact. Once again, what a pleasure. I love that movie. I don't care what some people have said about Contact. I thought Contact was a brilliantly done, brilliantly executed, brilliantly acted, brilliantly conceived movie. And one has to recall that line, which you should always remember after seeing that movie. With regard to the universe, the greater cosmos out there, are there others? The eternal question, well, if there are not, what a waste of space. So is it not reasonable to assume that there are others, that through special relativity or through something we don't begin to understand right now, those others can and do visit us and observe us, and their form may be nothing at all like anything we would recognize. That makes sense to me. Well, all right. For Ramona, my dear wife, who thinks this song describes her to a T, here it is. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
I hate the world today. You're so good to me, I know, but I can't change. Tried to tell you, but you look at me like maybe I'm an angel underneath, innocent and sweet. Yesterday I cried, must have been relieved to see the softer side. I can understand how you'd be so confused. I don't envy you, I'm a little bit of everything. I'll roll into one. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your help, I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. You know you wouldn't want it any other way. You take me as I am. This may mean you'll have to be a stronger man. Rest assured that when I start to make you nervous and I'm going to extremes, how I will change. And today won't mean a thing. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child.
It's me, Art Bell, and you can hear my show Coast to Coast. Join me as we explore the world and the universe around us, from the terrestrial to the extraterrestrial. Coast to Coast is the only show you don't want to miss. Delve into some intriguing subjects with me, Art Bell. I'm Art Bell. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I dropped by to extend a special invitation for you to join me Sunday for Dreamland. It should be a great show. My guest will be Dr. Eldon Taylor. The topic, subliminal perception. Don't miss it. Sunday, Dreamland, right here on everybody's favorite radio station.
Well, Roger Fettenberg here, and somebody asked me the other day why my show is so different from all the others. Well, I could probably cite several reasons, but I think the main reason is that I broadcast from high atop the old Liberty Building, where the air is a little thinner. You know, lack of oxygen can have strange effects. Tune in and hear the difference.
President Clinton is poised to endorse a broad range of patient protections in the next step to alter the nation's health care system. What are your rights as a patient? What do you think they should be? Hi, I'm Deborah Ray, inviting you to join me for Here's to Your Health. It's your opportunity to express your opinion about health care issues. Here's to Your Health, good health. It's as close as your radio. More than 500,000 Americans suffer a stroke each year. Dr. Klaus Lindpaintner of the Harvard School of Medicine says the kind of treatment prescribed for patients depends on the type of stroke suffered.
The more common form is the one that goes along with blood clots in the brain, and the conventional therapy is blood thinners to help open up that clotted off blood vessel and at least salvage some of the nerve cells that may not have died yet but are just sort of in a state of suspension.
Dr. Lindpaintner says when the stroke causes bleeding into the brain, there is little that can be done for stroke survivors. Motor abilities are likely to be diminished, and retraining of muscle groups is a necessary part of the rehabilitation process.
You cannot move a limb or you cannot move a whole side of your body. And with very patient and persistent physical exercise, a lot of the lost function can oftentimes be regained. People can come back from major stroke surprisingly well, but it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of effort.
For the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, I'm Doris McMillan.
I was diagnosed with breast-to-bone cancer, but I chose to fight and not give up. I saw a commercial for Cancer Treatment Centers of America, and it was a beacon that led me to a hospital with a completely different approach. They believe in treating the mind, body, and soul, and what a difference. They use all of the standard medical procedures, but they add to that nutrition, spiritual, and psychological counseling. Now that I'm well, I feel a responsibility to help other cancer patients find the care that they too deserve. Cancer Treatment Centers of America take away that helpless feeling by making you an active part in your recovery. When you don't feel helpless, you don't feel hopeless.
Find out how we can help. Call us at 1-800-227-3312. That's 1-800-227-3312.
The first call that any patient should make should be to Cancer Treatment Centers of America.
Ed Nowicki talks about the effects of music on crime in America.
You're talking about the black rappers and Ice-T and everything. I know they don't have the right to push that down our throats. But at the same time, it goes the same way to the white folks. And you were talking about the, Ice-T. I was thinking maybe you were just talking about the black rappers.
No, I tell you what, I am truly an equal opportunity not liker. I don't like any group that advocates killing and murder and violence. I don't care if they're white, yellow, red. I think they're capitalizing, they're exploiting human misery and suffering.
It's not the music, it's the child that has to make the choice. Every time I turn on that kind of music, I have to make a choice. Am I going to go out and blow a building up? Am I going to go out and shoot a bunch of people? Don't blow up people.
I agree with you, but there are a lot of these kids that look at these rap makers as idols, and I think they glorify the violence being perpetrated by criminals.
American Crime Line with Ed Nowicki, Saturday on this TRN station.
your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. And you, tonight, and for a bit of tomorrow night as well. Or, who knows, maybe the whole night. Ghost stories, not from guests. I can get those. Many, many, many clamor to be on here on Halloween, but we hold it open for you. Real ghost stories. If you have the intestinal fortitude, go turn your lights out, turn your radio up, and buckle in. Well, today, our stock market took a 125-point downward gyration, and it may well be up later today. It's hard to tell. Predicting the future economy in the market is nearly impossible. Now, setting yourself up to be independently comfortable, if not wealthy, is certainly possible. Trading in commodities. A lot of people think that's like gambling, and if you don't know what you're doing, that's exactly what it's like. Coffee, beans, cattle, commodities. There's a multi-millionaire named Ken Roberts, who made his millions trading in commodities. He does not advise people what to trade in, ever. He teaches you how to do what he has done. In this world of commodities trading, there are consistently more people than not that lose money, lose it. And then there's another group of people, smaller, who generally almost always make money. Ken Roberts can teach you to be one of that select group. I've had so many faxes and email from people who have taken the Ken Roberts course and made a lot of money. Very few, actually 2 complaints in all the, actually years now. 2 complaints, everybody else calling to thank me. Well, so I know you doubt. Ken Roberts will send you, without charge, without obligation, even the call is free, information about what he does, how he does it, all of that. An audio tape, a 44-page report. Sit there, listen, read, decide for yourself. It could mean independence and freedom for you. The number is 1-800-GOLD-KRC. Actually, that's 1-800-465-3572. Let me give that to you again. You should call it. 1-800-465-3572. The information and call are free. A human body is a machine with a complicated electrical system, so it's easy to see how magnets can have a profound effect on that system. Today, more than 50 million people worldwide are using magnets to relieve pain and enhance treatment of serious illness. Magnetic therapy dates back to the ancient Egyptians and Chinese. It's proven highly effective for hundreds of painful conditions, including carpal tunnel syndrome, headaches, circulation problems, and a host of chronic pains. Research proves that properly designed therapeutic magnets fight infection and enhance the body's own healing capabilities. They also increase blood flow, resulting in a better supply of oxygen and nutrients. Labs Professional Pharmacy, a leader in healthcare products for 100 years, offers everything from magnetic mattress pads to small therapeutic magnets for attaching to painful areas. Call the 24-hour hotline for a free information audio cassette and catalog. It's toll-free, 1-888-554-9144. That's 1-888-554-9144. 100% money-back guarantees. Oh, you've got nothing to lose but your pain. Beware of cheap imitations. Call 1-888-554-9144 and ask to speak to one of our consultants about your special needs. One other quick item, and that's absolutely fresh flowers. You remember the lady who called a little while ago about carnations, miniature carnations? They have a very, very distinct, pleasant aroma. Actually, miniature carnations beat roses into the ground. Roses kind of dry up and go away quickly. Miniature carnations last and last and last. My sponsor, Absolutely Fresh Flowers, grows only miniature carnations, and oh, what a job they do. They ship them to you in a large triangular box with a card from you inside with your message of love and caring and name, all handwritten, very personal, very emotional, and effective every single time, very effective. The size of the shipment is it's astronomical, and it's because you're getting them straight from the flower farm. Just wait until you see or she sees, more likely. Try it. Then you'll be a believer, too. The number is 1-800-562-6438. 1-800-562-6438. Hey, Art, one night I heard my wife, while she was in the bathroom, talking to Bart, our white cat. Only problem was that Bart was sitting at the foot of our bed looking at me rather quizzically. The next moment I heard my wife screaming frantically. I rushed into the bathroom to find her white as a sheet and nearly hysterical. You see, when I finally calmed her enough to get her to describe what had occurred, she told me that a white cat, whom she thought was Bart, had followed her into the bathroom. And so she talked to him for a few moments and reached down to pet him and realized as her hand passed through him that his eyes were blue and not gold, as are Bart's. By the way, we didn't have any other white cats at the time. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
This is Tony in Las Vegas.
Yes, Tony.
This story encompasses a week and 2-day period.
Well, we'll have to boil it down to a shorter period.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
But I'm just saying how long it took to the whole story. One day it started with nobody home, and I had an eerie feeling that day. I've had them before, but I've been saturated by poltergeist-style hauntings before in my early life, and this is just one story. Nobody was home that night. I just got done with a filling supper, and I went upstairs to relax and one of the lounge chairs and watch a little TV in the upstairs sunroom. And there was no storm or anything outside, and all of a sudden, bam! A huge lightning bolt hits right outside the window. I was actually facing it at the time, and it was so big it just encompassed the whole outdoor area. That's how big the lightning bolt was. And off that bolt of lightning came a very small, like about 2 centimeters thick streak right off of it that was blue in color, and it came right through the crack of the closed windows. I got down on the floor because it wasn't immediate. It was really slow, its approach. It entered in. It came in and hit the top lamp of the lamp inside that room and hit it. As it did, I crawled out on all fours, scared the living daylights out of me, as fast as I could.
Sure.
The next day, of course, it blew out the light bulbs. The next day, I went up there to change the light bulb and went in the room. It was all dark. There was a little light creeping in from the other room.
Mm-hmm.
I went to put the light bulb in. As I started screwing it in, it slipped from my hand and fell down to the ground. Just enough light to see it bounce like a foot, and that was about all the kinetic energy it had to roll, about a foot,
Sure.
And so I went and got a flashlight. Well, actually, at first I looked with my hands on the shag carpet and couldn't feel it.
Right.
Then I went and got a flashlight because I was frustrated. I couldn't find it. Nobody was home that day again. The flashlight unveiled no light bulb. The room was literally basically furnishless because we were remodeling the house at the time. So I was like, oh, my God, where'd this light bulb go? The room was only about 15 feet by 10 feet.
Right.
And so the only other place it could be is like in one of the floor cabinets. I looked in there, and it wasn't there. And then finally, about 2 hours later, I was in tears because I couldn't find this light bulb. I decided, well, why not look under the radiator? Look under the radiator. Well, I looked under the radiator. If a light bulb was to go under there, it wouldn't have fit anyway. these are these East Coast radiators. You're familiar with them?
Oh, of course. Yes, of course.
A light bulb simply hardly barely fits under them. And then finally I found the light bulb, and believe me, it put chills up my spine. It was crammed behind the radiator, literally up in the middle section where the cover goes, the cover that fits over the radiator.
Impossible.
Yeah, impossible. And I checked it for dust to see if it had been sitting there for months, and it wasn't. I got over that situation. That's just one poltergeist incident that was connected to another. Then about about a day later, we went out to Rockwoods and Babbler State Park just out of St. Louis with some friends of mine, and we were going to go around night hiking. What you do is you just go out there with no flashlights and start running down pathways. It's kind of eerie. And we went out there, and we got out of the car after we got done parking it. We went out and started doing some night hiking. After we got a little weary, we sat down. We just wanted to relax, catch our breath. All of a sudden, we heard all these dogs and stuff barking. We were out in the middle of a state park. There's virtually hardly anything around. If you do hear dogs barking, they're barking real loud, and they're in the distance. They were barking everywhere. And we got kind of eerie feeling, and we were just sitting there. And all of a sudden, over the top of one of the hills, we thought maybe there was an escaped convict or something out there. You know how we get, how kids get. You kind of think anything. And this light pops over the top of the hill about 200 feet away. The light was about the size of a basketball from our vantage point, and it was completely white. When it came over the hill, we had figured it was a park ranger. He was going to kick us out of the park. So we, stood still, and we're hoping he didn't point it right at us.
And
the light apparently started moving down towards us at a kind of diagonal angle. We didn't hear any leaves crunching or anything. This was in fall. Kind of odd,
Okay, got to hurry here, Tony.
Okay. And so we were getting paranoid. There was no reflective surface from the light beam itself, and it was completely round, which was actually like it was pointing at us. When the light got to the bottom of the hill, and meanwhile these dogs are still barking like with their heads, like they just got hit on the back or something. And we, we're getting a little paranoid. When we got to the bottom of the hill, the light turned off, and then it turned back on. We got up, and we thought, what's this guy doing, And then the light started going back up the hill. We noticed this light kind of floated. It didn't look like a normal flashlight, somebody holding a flashlight. So we were getting ready to get up and take off running. When the light got back up to the top of the hill, it didn't stop there. There was just enough moonlight. You could see the black tree lining and then the starlit sky above. This light rose above the tree line and stopped about 20 feet above the tree line and stopped. As soon as it did that, of course, we all got up. And we're getting ready to run, but we were still frozen, with just shock.
30 seconds, Tony.
Yeah, and we took off, sprinting down this pathway in pitch blackness towards our car. This thing started moving, took a right hand, started panning us as we were running, and we were hoping it wasn't going to meet us at the parking lot below. But I just thought I'd call and share that story. We didn't see the light when we got to the parking lot. We left the park safely, and everything turned out okay. But I'll tell you something, Art, that was a very scary experience.
All right, well, I appreciate it. 2 stories of light. I like the light bulb story better. Now, that's impossible. That really is impossible. If you're familiar with the kind of heater he's talking about, the East Coast type older heaters, the radiator type heaters, they literally went right down to the ground. There wouldn't be enough room. You would just have to jam something physically up in there, and there's no way you could drop a light bulb and that it could suddenly lodge itself up in there. That's totally impossible. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there. I'm Terry in San Antonio.
Yes. Oh, San Antonio. Oh,
yeah.
There's a wonderful ghost story from San Antonio. But go right ahead, sir.
This occurred in 1973. I was 13 years old. Summer of 73. A year before that, my father had passed away. And in January of 73, my brother had committed suicide. My other 2 brothers who were still at home were out for the night. It was just my mother and myself at home. I was in my bed near midnight and looking out the window up at the stars. At the foot of my bed was a chair that my mother had placed some freshly laundered pants in, folded and laundered. And about midnight, I felt like someone had walked into my room and was watching me.
Sure, I know the feeling.
And just the idea that it stayed there. And I was not brave enough to turn around and look by any means. If it was my mother, I didn't want to scare her by moving suddenly. And if it was anything else, I didn't want to get scared by moving
right.
suddenly. And after about 2 hours, because I could hear the clock in the front part of the house chiming of the different hours, after about 2 hours of that and the tension, I went on to sleep.
God, you laid there for 2 hours in that state?
I wasn't about to turn around. This was an old house that was built from an older house.
Okay.
The lumber was older than the house itself.
Understood.
Got up the next morning and on the way to do whatever I would do in the summertime. Looked down and the pants had been creased like someone had been sitting in the chair. And that's one thing. Another thing was about 7 years later, I was getting ready to go to work, and the bathroom was near the front of the house where we could see the driveway. We had a circular driveway, and it was gravel. And my mother was in the back of the house where the TV was. She heard the same sound I did. It was the sound of a horse clip-clopping into the driveway, like someone was riding into our driveway. Well, a horse is not unusual out in the country where we lived.
Right.
But at 10 o'clock at night, it is quite unusual. Looked out the window immediately. We had a outdoor light out there. Saw nothing. Went out on the front porch after I got dressed and saw even nothing out there at all. But my mother even heard the sound with the TV going in the very back part of the house.
Well, I appreciate the story, sir. And I don't know that I could have done that. I don't know that if I felt a definite presence that I could sit there frozen for 2 hours doing nothing about it. I don't think that I could do that. I think that I would be so filled with terror and that it would build as time went on that I would be forced to turn around or flee, one of the two. When I was 13 years old, my dad was listening to a ball game and eating popcorn. And I remember very distinctly the way a shadow looked on the wall, a man eating popcorn and smoking a cigar. Instead of looking at my dad directly, I was watching his shadow. He said out of the blue that I would make it to America and that he would join me there on his 66th birthday. Well, he died when he was 46. When I met a young stockbroker from America, married her, and moved to America 10 years ago. Some friends of mine had a Ouija board at a party, and when I put my hand on it, they spelled out the word Dad, D-A-D, 13 years later, in the year which would have been my dad's 66th birthday. I woke up at 13:01 hour on my dad's birthday and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. I had a heart attack when I turned around and saw the shadow of my dad eating popcorn and smoking a stogie. My wife was out of town, and when she got to the hospital where I was in intensive care, she demanded, "That's what you get for eating popcorn and smoking cigars in the house while I'm away. We never have popcorn, and by the way, I don't smoke." She smelled popcorn and cigar smoke when she got home 3 days later. I never told her what I had seen that had prompted my heart attack. In fact, I've never told anyone until now. That's from Jim in Kentucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Nice finally getting in touch with you.
Glad to hear from you. Where are you?
I'm in Boise, Idaho. This
All
is
right.
Don.
Yes, Don.
I just had an experience back in '89. I was living in Dallas, Texas, and I had a phone friend that, we'd talk for hours on end. And one night she called me up, and she was just real nervous as, anything. And I asked her what was wrong, and she said that a couple days before, a friend of hers had passed away, And her dad, on that same day that the person passed away, gave her a CD player. Well, 2 days later, he gave her a CD with the song Think of Me and I'll Be There on it.
Yes.
And this night she called me. She was crying because that song had been playing over and over and over for hours. And, you know, there were other songs on the CD, but for some reason it would just skip back to that song. And her dad, and I got verification from him, her and him pulled the plug on the CD player, and that song kept on playing.
Even with the plug out of the wall.
Even with it out of the wall.
Sounds like the TV.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what reminded me about that. And, you know, they tried prying open the CD player to get the CD out and everything, and they couldn't even get it open to do that. And so it was a real strange experience, and her and I talked for all 4 or 5 hours that night, and during the whole time you could hear that song over and over and over again.
These things just are not possible in the real world. I mean, there is one area that I know about. It's electronics. TVs with plugs pulled from the wall and CD players without power don't play.
Well, common sense would tell you that. I mean, but I don't know how to explain it. All I do know is that, you know...
Well, I know, but if you listen to that lady, I mean, people are inclined to attach whatever explanation, you know, their mind is willing to accept. For example, the lady said, well, there was an earthquake in Alaska. Well, earthquakes don't cause TVs to go on with the plug out of the wall.
Right. I just couldn't explain it, and it seems kind of strange that would, hearing that other lady talking about that, you know, with her TV, it just reminded me of that, what happened down there. And, you know, I'm still to this day trying to explain how or what would cause that, you know.
Did you two have a big emotional attachment to each other?
Well, we were real close, but to be quite honest with you, I had never met her in person. We just knew each other from a chat line.
Oh, I understand. But you can form emotional attachments in all sorts of ways.
Well, it got to the point she could finish my conversations and I could finish hers, too.
Well, there you are.
And, you know, just to, you know, hearing the lady on the TV deal, it just brought back memories of that other incident.
I understand. All right, my friend, thank you. Yes. Human emotions. People attached at the hip and the brain, you know, that kind of thing, brings on all kinds of strange things. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Hi, this is Jack Ingram with today's Eco Quiz. Recycling is one of the most important things you can do for the environment. Let's say you recycle steel cans. They could end up as part of a new car, saving energy and raw materials. 15 years down the road, that car could be recycled, saving even more energy and raw materials. Do you know the percentage of cars recycled last year? Here's the answer to today's Eco Quiz. In 1995, almost 95% of all cars were recycled. That represents a huge savings of energy and raw materials. In fact, enough steel was recycled from old cars in 1995 to produce almost 13 million new cars. The life cycle of steel is endless, so the steel cans you recycle today could end up in new cars, appliances, and other cans tomorrow. And that same steel can be used over and over and over again. So get involved, get the facts, and recycle. This is Jack Ingram on Eco Quiz.
Eco Quiz is a public service of the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute. It was a very, very neat experience because it coupled history of the area with the active outdoor experience that we were doing at that time.
Lance Panolsky is not only an avid hunter and fisherman, he's also an expert on historical artifacts.
I can remember one occasion digging in the bottom of what used to be an outhouse. Now, before you... Keep in mind that the old Sears catalog pages that we found, this was pre-toilet paper era, of course. In fact, that's what it was. The dates on those pages that we found in the bottom of the former outhouse were from the late 1800s. And so let your imagination take you back to that time, and you can see old Seth sitting there and reading the Sears catalog, and when he'd finished his business, tear out the few pages that he'd already read and take the last swig out of his whiskey bottle and toss them all down there.
America Outdoors with Bigger Lamps, Sunday on Talk Radio Network.
The prospecting for a different kind of gold, I suppose.
USA Radio Network News, I'm Jason Walker. One of the more emotional trials in recent American history. 19-year-old Louise Woodward has been found guilty of second-degree murder in the death of 9-month-old Matthew Eapen near Boston last February. The British nanny now faces life in prison. She will be sentenced later Friday morning. Defense attorney Barry Scheck.
It was a great disappointment to us, frankly, that the way the system in Massachusetts works is that you get 16 jurors to start off, and you get 4 alternates that are chosen at the end of the case. And we tried as hard as we could during jury selection to find the best educated jury pool that we possibly could.
After 5 weeks, a jury has finally been selected in the Oklahoma City bombing trial of Terry Nichols in Denver. Defense attorney Michael Tiger.
Mr. Nichols feels very good about this process, and we're all working together to open to this jury on Monday morning. So that's when you'll hear about the case.
It's the first congressional challenge to President Clinton's line-item veto. The Senate has voted to override the president's veto of 34 military construction projects. 6 people have been killed in the crash of a small aircraft in Illinois. The dead include the pilot and 5 workers from a St. Louis construction firm. This is USA Radio News.
Individual weight loss will vary. If you think low-fat, high-carbohydrate diets are impossible to follow, I've got some very good news. Hi, this is Dr. Michael Eads, creator of the Protein Power Plan. In my 30s, I started to get fat, and I struggled, as you might be now, on a low-fat diet. And even as a doctor, I found it difficult and very restrictive. And that's when I developed my Protein Power system, and it's cured my weight problem for over 10 years. And since then, I've shared this easy system with thousands of my patients, and I've seen remarkable results. On the Protein Power Plan, you can expect to lose between 2 to 5 pounds in the first week alone. But what's really exciting is this. You can eat the same meals the rest of your family eats, and I promise you'll see a dramatic change in your body size in 30 days or less on the Protein Power Plan.
To order the Protein Power Plan, call 1-800-208-4023. Again, that's 1-800-208-4023.
The White House reportedly kept documents away from Congress that said President Clinton wanted a computer database built with federal money to include his contributors and to be integrated within the Democratic Party. USA's John Decker explains.
The withheld documents also included typed notes from a high-level White House meeting suggesting some aides did not think putting donor information in a government database was appropriate. White House officials say those notes were written by one of the aides who helped build the database, and they say that even though donor names were put in the database, built with at least $600 of federal money, it was never misused. But the chairman of the House subcommittee that has investigated the issue angrily accused the White House of obstructing justice. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
Well, former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos has been released from a Manila hospital. She was admitted 24 hours earlier suffering from high blood pressure. Her doctors now say she's doing just fine. This is USA Radio News.
Are you paying too much for life insurance? Currently, there's a tremendous price war between the major term life insurance companies, and you could save big. For example, a male age 45, non-tobacco user in excellent health can get $1 million worth of coverage for only $110 a month. Your rate is guaranteed for 10 years. Rates and availability may vary by state. Even if you have health considerations, Jim O'Connor has the experience and know-how to get you the absolute best rates. Call for a free quote. 1-800-679-2777. Call 1-800-679-2777 now.
A Consumer Product Safety Commission has filed a complaint against Black & Decker because of the Spacemaker Optima toaster.
When the glass door on the front of the toaster opens automatically and the rack containing the food extends out. If food items ignite, The toaster releases the flames when the glass door opens, and the rack containing burning food automatically extends.
CPSC Director Alan Shomey. Just when you thought you'd heard of everything, now comes this. A company in Marina del Rey, California is introducing a tablet for dogs and cats that it says will help the pets lose about 3% of their body fat in just 2 weeks. And the company insists that it's really no joke at all. The veterinarian says obesity is a leading health risk for pets. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CBC Radio Network.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. International callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax Art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Coast to Coast AM underway, and that's true. It'd be fun to get some international ghost stories, because these things, these strange things, are not limited to our country by long means, by long shot. So, no matter where you are in the world, get hold of the AT&T operator. Give it a try. It will not cost you a penny. It is free from anywhere in the world outside the USA. Get hold of the AT&T operator and have her call for you in the U.S. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Wherever you are around the world, be fun to hear some stories from elsewhere. Right now, I will tell you one amazing story. It's a discovery. It's found gold. A Wells Fargo bank here in Nevada found this incredible cache of U.S. $20 gold pieces. Really incredible. When they sorted them, they found they were still covered with a fine coating of gold dust, which is rather typical of coins fresh from the mint. Very unusual for coins which are 90 years old. So these have been particularly preserved. If you'd like to see some photographs of these coins and learn more about them and their history, my sponsor, David Hall's North American Trading, would be more than happy to send them to you at no cost. It's the Wells Fargo Nevada Gold Coin Discovery. And if you want to know more, the number is 1-800-359-4255. That's 1-800-359-4255. When you think about the future, do you see our economy getting better or worse? With a small investment of your time, you can create security for yourself by learning to trade in commodities. Some financial pundits have made commodities a dirty word, but if you learn the ins and outs of how to do it, how to approach it with the right attitude, commodities can pay off big time. Coffee, cattle, beans, that kind of thing. Here's the guy who can teach you. A multimillionaire, that's how he made it, Ken Roberts. He'll teach you in a step-by-step process. You learn how to invest on paper. No risk. You'll know when you're ready, and when you are, you begin using real money. Call now 1-800-GOLD-KRC to receive absolutely free, with no obligation, a complete report and audio tape that explains everything. No more guesswork, no more confusion. Just straightforward information. Call 1-800-GOLD-KRC. That's 1-800-GOLD-KRC. Are you having arthritis pain? Would you like to stop that pain in your joints now? Glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate can help. With the Arthritis Assist formula, you can get them at a fraction of what you pay in stores. Plus, the Arthritis Assist formula contains another revolutionary nutrient that's helped many people in Europe, gelatin. Gelatin's full of the same kind of protein found in cartilage, the stuff that cushions your joints so they don't hurt. As we age, most of us get arthritis and our cartilage begins getting brittle. Studies show that gelatin nutritionally supports cartilage regeneration. Gelatin, along with glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate, are found in the Arthritis Assist formula. Stop those aches and pains without drugs by using all natural Arthritis Assist. Here's the offer. Order a 90-day supply of Arthritis Assist, and you'll get a pain relief cream that provides immediate relief to your joints absolutely free. Call 1-800-232-5665. It's guaranteed to work or your money back, and you can't get it in stores. Call now. 1-800-232-5665. You've got nothing to lose but the pain. Well, all right, to the international line, and where are you, please?
Hello, Art. How are you tonight? My name's Sean. I'm calling you from Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Excellent. Welcome to the program. Do you have a story for us?
Oh, yeah, I have a story, but it's not what I'd call a scary story at all. 3 years ago, I bought a house in Kirkland Lake, Ontario, Canada. And my daughter, who at the time was 8 months old, she was diagnosed when she was about 4 with asthma. And one night, I'm a truck driver, and I got home from California. I just finished doing a California run, and my wife, she had gone to work. And I put my daughter to bed, and I went to sleep myself. And I was sound asleep, and all of a sudden, it was almost as if somebody came up and gave me a good hard shake. And I awoke, and there was almost a smell as if somebody had been baking in the kitchen. And I listened, and I heard my daughter there. She was having trouble breathing in the next room. So I went in, and I tended to her, and later on, I guess it'd be a week or so after that, we bought this house. It was an estate sale when we bought the house there. We bought it... I guess an old woman had lived there and passed away, and so we got furniture and that with the house, like a sideboard full of dishes and that. And my wife had arranged the dishes in the sideboard according to the way she wanted them. But we came home one day and went into the sideboard to get some dishes out for dinner, and we found that the dishes had been rearranged in the way that I suppose that the old woman who lived in the house before us liked to have them arranged or something like that. But she was a sweet old lady. Just weird things happen in the house all the time.
And you think it was that old lady, her presence remaining?
Well, yeah. I know it was the old lady because my daughter, when she was 2, she was in her room and she was talking to someone. And I entered the room and I asked her who she was talking to, and there's the smell again of as if somebody was baking, and she said, Oma.
Oma.
And I said, Oma? She said, yeah, Oma. And I got to know the neighbors in the neighborhood there, and I was talking just small talk with my next door neighbor there.
Let me guess. The lady's name who had lived there was Oma.
No. Well, it turned out that she was a sweet old lady, always baking for the children in the neighborhood, and all the children in the neighborhood referred to her as Oma. I guess she was a Dutch old lady, and in Dutch, grandma is Oma.
I understand. I understand. Thank you very, very much for the call. And let me say this. Not only is it my belief that cats see things that we don't see, but I believe that children do as well. And do you know why I believe that? Because they have not yet been conditioned not to see these things. And I think the reason a lot of adults don't see them is because they have been well conditioned not to see anything that their brain is not going to accept. Does that make sense to you? It certainly does to me. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in Honolulu.
Oh, Hawaii. All right.
Yeah. KHVH.
Yes, of course.
I have a real short story and then a better one. The short one is kind of funny. When I was a teenager, my girlfriend and I were staying at my grandma's house, and in the bedroom there was a beautiful picture of Jesus on the mount in this gold gilded frame, beautiful old frame, and it hung above the bed. And the bed was one of these brass, it had a brass headboard and footboard. And my girlfriend and I were laying on the bed, and we were teenagers, and we were joking and laughing and calling each other names, and we were trying to think of names to call each other. And we were just firing names back and forth, and pretty soon swear words started coming out, more and more frequent swear words. And, we were really using filthy words because we were running out of things to call each other.
Yes.
And we were laughing hysterically like teenage girls do. And all of a sudden, this picture of Jesus jumped off the wall and hit her in the head.
Well, there's a lot of stories about teenage girls. Teenage girls have a certain energy and power that seems to make things happen around them. Okay.
Yeah, and we looked at the picture, and the wire that hung it was intact, and the nail was at an angle, so it would have had to jump up, to get off that nail. So.
Well, I don't see how you could get a more clear message.
we stopped laughing immediately.
I understand.
And then the next thing, this happened to me just maybe 2 months ago. I'm a light sleeper, and I was asleep one night, and you know how you toss and turn sometimes and, rearrange your pillow, and I had just done that, and I wasn't quite asleep, and I felt like somebody was watching me, and I turned around to look, and there was nobody there, and I always have this small fluorescent light on in my apartment, and so I could see, and there was nobody there, but I couldn't get over this feeling of a presence, and it was a real evil feeling.
Yes.
And so I turned my back to it, and I covered myself up, and I said a prayer, and it wouldn't go away. And I said a prayer, and I just turned it over to God, and I said, whatever this is, I'm sure it's my imagination. And I thought I went to sleep, and I started to dream. And as soon as the dream started, it was like a window screen, those roll screens being pulled down.
Sure.
It was like a screen was being pulled down over my field of vision, and on the screen was a geometric pattern. And I thought about this last night when I heard Brad Steiger talking to you about, the geometric patterns.
Many have talked about that.
Right. Only this one was, it was mainly black with real dark colors in it, and then it had these bright sparks of gold flashing off of it.
Yes.
And it's real hard to describe, but, it's hard to put it into words. But when I looked at it, and I couldn't stop looking at it because it was, like I said, it was like a screen being pulled down over my vision, I got these horrible feelings of dread and just impending doom and horror and terror and ugliness. And I thought to myself, oh, my God, this is what ugliness really looks like. This is ugliness. And then I realized I couldn't make the vision go away. And I realized this isn't a dream. And so I started to say the Lord's Prayer. Well, every time I would stutter a little bit on the Lord's Prayer, the screen would start being, it would start going up. But then when I would stutter and get scared and forget what I was saying, the screen would start coming back down over my eyes. And I realized that something was trying to take over my brain. That's the way I felt. I thought, no, this is a dream. So I sat up and I stood up and I walked around in my room, and the feelings of dread were still there. And, you know, I was terrified. And so I walked around my room and I was saying the Lord's Prayer out loud. And the more I said it, the more scared I got. And even though I was walking around, I could still feel the screen, see the screen being pulled down in front of my eyes. And finally I thought, you know, I'm going to be possessed. And I was terrified. And so
Something was trying to take you.
Right. And so finally I just said, I can't fight this. What am I going to do? And I realized that it was probably feeding off my fear, and the only thing I could do was to let it go. And I've never been very good at that. You know, I've always been a worrier, and a fearful person, and I've really never been good at letting things go. But I just told God, I said, you know, send my angel down here right now, because I can't fight this thing, and if you don't stop it, it's going to take over my mind.
And at that moment?
And, well, the feeling of fear was still there, but I laid down, and I said the prayer 2 or 3 times. I said, you know, please let my angel be here. And I fell asleep. And as soon as as I repeated the prayer, the fear started to go away, and as the fear went away, the visions stopped. But you know, when I woke up the next morning, I was fearful. I thought, is this going to happen the next time I go to sleep, you know?
Sure.
And so I went out and I got some sage to cleanse the air in my room, and, you know, I got some sea salt and put it by my bedside and did some of those protective things. But as time went on, you know, as I talked to people about this, and I heard some other people say that things like this had happened to them during the night.
Yes.
I realized that, well, to me, I take it as it was like a test of my faith, and it's only made my faith stronger. And, you know, I'm not afraid anymore.
All right, well, I've got something that will go right with that. Dear Art, back in the early 80s, I was living in the fast lane in Miami, the fast lane. At that time, I knew my lifestyle was morally unacceptable. Nevertheless, I was young and foolish and thought that I had the tiger by the tail, of course. Don't all 21-year-olds think that way? Anyway, as I was drifting off to sleep one night, I saw something which will remain with me for the rest of my life. I awoke to the vision of a face in my darkened bedroom. The face was coming toward me, mouth wide open with teeth showing. The eeriest part of this whole experience was that I could hear kind of an electrical discharge coming from the face. Well, I'm not a particularly religious person, but I did the first thing that came to my mind at the time, began to recite Psalm 23, you know, the one that goes, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall fear no evil. The face disappeared. The sound of an electric discharge echoed in my mind. I jumped up, turned on every single light in the house, didn't go to sleep again until it was daylight. I did not sleep at night for several weeks. Within about a month or two, I had left Florida and began a new life, one that has never caused the face to return, if you follow me. And I thought that sounded similar. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Colin from Wichita.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got a couple weird stories. I don't know.
Well, give me just one. Your best one.
All right. Well, I guess when I was my parents, for some odd reason, when I was a child, every house that we lived in for some odd reason had a ghost, or somebody had been killed in it, or, you know, something was weird about the house. And this one house that we lived in, me and my sister, our rooms were about 10 feet away from the steps down to the basement. And our parents' room was at the other end of the house. And, you know, every night we could hear, you know, footsteps coming up, you know.
From the basement?
From the basement.
Not good.
And, you know, that was kind of weird, and that scared my sister a lot. Well, and for some odd reason, the ghosts, they loved me for some weird reason. But I remember one night I don't know, it was really late. But my sister started screaming and yelling, and so my dad comes running out, and she was saying something about something's at the bottom of the steps. Well, my dad, you know, he didn't care. You know, he went and turned on the light, and he looked down at the bottom of the steps, and his shotgun was laying at the bottom of the steps with shells laying all around it.
Yes.
Which, you know, he kept it, you know, way away from where anybody could ever get to it.
Sure.
And, you know, locked up and, you know, all that. And it was just laying right there at the bottom of the steps like something was coming after us. And, you know, and this all happened more or less when our parents would fight when we were kids.
Yes.
And so, you know, weeks went on, this and that, and then next thing that happened was when our parents were out to dinner one night, and me and my sister were watching TV in the room, and we heard something in the kitchen. And, you know, we didn't really, you know, think anything of it. We thought our cat knocked something over. Or,
sure.
You know, just a normal thing.
The obvious, yeah.
Well, we went in, and the knife drawer had been pulled out, and there were knives scattered all over the kitchen floor. I mean,
not good.
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
And you know, my parents, they never thought anything about it in any of the houses we ever lived in with anything ever happening. They just blew it off, figuring that it was our imagination, or you know, that we were just getting into something and just messing with them. But every time that house was really the worst about it. But after that, man, my sister ended up moving to the other end of the house, and my parents moved right by the steps because she couldn't handle it.
Okay, well, what I would tell you is this. Frequently, hauntings, you may have been somewhat mistaken, and it may not have been that you continually moved into haunted houses, but rather that hauntings followed you or your family. I would consider that far more likely than the very unlikely possibility that you continually moved into haunted houses. Indeed, the haunting probably followed you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you?
I am in Elyria, Ohio.
Good.
My name is Larry.
Okay, Larry, welcome. Do you have a good story?
Yeah, it's regarding my father. He passed away about 10 years, in 1988. Of course, it was the 1st of January. After the day we buried him, the sun was out, but it was still kind of cold, and he always loved, snow. No matter what kind of time or night, he always went to the window and watched the snow fall.
Right.
Well, when we buried him, when we got to the grave site, the sun was shining and it was snowing. So I thought that was kind of nice.
The sun was shining and it was snowing.
And it was snowing.
Okay.
When we buried him, this was more, and then me and my mom both had a funny feeling. You know, we had a feeling of presence, but we didn't know who it was in the house. So one day I got up early and I went downstairs, and there's my dad sitting on the couch.
Not good.
I kind of stopped. I wasn't afraid. I stopped and I looked at him. I said, "Hi, Dad." He answered me. And I says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "I just come back to make sure to tell you to take care of your mother." And after he said that, he got up and he walked into the dining room and he disappeared.
Incredible. All right. Well, thank you very much. Story after story after story after story. Can you really ignore them collectively? I don't think so. Is there life after death? Well, keep listening. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
When you want straight talk in the evening, Roger Fredenberg is talking.
I listened to your story about the woman who defended her son wearing a skirt, and you ripped into her her for that.
She should be locked up.
Yeah, I applaud her for that.
People, both kind of thinking patterns should be sterilized before they're old enough to have children.
What's wrong with the child wearing a skirt like that? I don't see. If he's fully self-expressed by doing that, then he should be able to do it.
Jerry, boys don't wear skirts. I don't even like boys with earrings.
Let me tell you something that happened with me in my childhood. I wanted to dye my hair blue, and my dad, did he support me on that? No.
Well, your dad was right, Jerry.
It's like you take his side on everything.
Well, of course I do, Jerry. Your father obviously was a bright, intelligent man.
Roger Fredenberg's short haircut, no earring, and definitely no nose ring. Available 7 nights a week from Talk Radio Network.
Men are from Mars.
Women are from Venus.
So you read the book?
Not yet. Sounds good.
Oh, it is good.
You've read it?
Heard it. I got it from my audiobook club.
Wait, it's an audio book, too?
Oh, yeah, lots of bestsellers are now. John Grisham, The Partner, Oprah Winfrey's Make the Connection, Scott Adams, The Dilbert Principle.
But who has time for all those?
I do, and you do, too, if they're audiobooks. I listen to mine while I commute.
I could do that.
If you'd like to listen to the books you haven't got time to read, welcome to the club, the Columbia House Audiobook Club. Join now and take any 4 of today's best audiobooks for 99 cents. Call now for our book list. Take any 4 you want for 99 cents. And remember, there's always time for a good book, if it's an audiobook. Does not include shipping and handling. Members must purchase 4 titles over the next 2 years at regular club prices. Call 1-800-651-6900 for details. 1-800-651-6900.
Hi, this is David Kirsch with today's Eco Quiz. Last year, more than 37 billion steel cans were used in the U.S., and about half of those cans were recycled. We should be able to recycle a lot more than that. Do you know the difference between a tin can and a steel can? Here's the answer to today's Eco Quiz. There is no difference between a tin can and a steel can. What some people call tin cans are really steel cans with a thin tin coating, and the average American uses 144 of those cans each year. Are you recycling the steel cans you use? It'll really help. For every ton of steel recycled, we save 2,500 pounds of ore, 1,400 pounds of coal, and 120 pounds of limestone. Recycling also cuts down on solid waste and saves landfill space. Get involved, get the facts, and recycle. This is David Kirsch on Eco Quiz.
Eco Quiz is a public service of the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute for a more environmentally conscious America.
The money they helped me make is turning my dream house into a reality.
Now, I'm well on the way to paying the college tuition for my 5 daughters.
What you do with your money is your business. How you can make more of it is ours. Individual Investor Magazine is focused on one thing: results. Each month, Individual Investor seeks out undiscovered companies on the way up and distills that valuable information into simple, detailed profiles that you can act on.
They helped me earn the money to start my own company.
Individual Investor highlights growth stocks on the verge of exploding and the hottest mutual funds.
I went with one of their picks, and it doubled in 1 year.
For the 4th year in a row, Individual Investor's Magic 25 stock picks beat the experts and the indexes. And so did our readers. For $22.95, get 1 year of Individual Investor Magazine, the Magic 25 issue, and monthly updates.
To get Individual Investor, call 1-800-917-8400.
What do I do with the money I make reading Individual Investor? Invest it. Make more.
And now it's time for the weather. Andy?
It's going to be a beautiful day, Chet. Perfect for getting skin cancer.
Just because skin cancer isn't in the news doesn't mean it's not dangerous.
Our extended forecast calls for someone to die of melanoma every hour.
Check yourself regularly for new or unusually shaped moles, freckles, or blemishes.
Thanks, Andy. Sounds like good news for boaters.
Or anybody who wants a malignant melanoma.
A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
Here's to Your Health with Deborah Ray.
On Here's to Your Health, we schedule interviews with experts in the various fields of alternative medicine. Hello, I'm Deborah Ray, host of the program. I'm often joined by Talk Radio's medical maverick, Dr. Donald Carell. And there's always an opportunity for your questions and comments.
Right here on Talk Radio Network.
I was a highwayman
Along the post roads I did ride, sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The master hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive. I was a sailor, I was born upon the tide. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico. I went aloft to furl the mainsail in a glow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed, but I'm living still. I was a dam building across the river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide. A place called Boulder on the wild Colorado. I slipped and fell into the wet concrete below. They buried me in that great tomb that knows no sound, but I'm still around. I'll always be around.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
I am here. This is a special night, as tomorrow night will be Ghost to Ghost AM. And how can you listen to story after story after story without beginning to wonder, even the most skeptical out there? This is from a ham, a fellow ham. As you know, I'm a ham operator. W6ODB is my call. And I really think this is the best way to do this ad for the Beijing radio. It simply says, hello, Art. As you know of the weather that has occurred from Colorado to western Iowa, I want to relay to you the massive power outages in Lincoln and Omaha, Nebraska. In fact, here, over 100,000 homes without power, and to date, at least 10,000 homes still don't have power. I'm writing this to you to let you know that I was prepared with one very powerful thing that no one should do without: the Beijing Free Play Radio. The shelves in all the stores in Omaha were completely exhausted of batteries within hours. But I had the security of knowing that I don't need batteries. Was the purchase of such a radio worth it? Yes, with about 10 exclamation points following it. The only question I have to ask anyone out there in the world is, why would you not own one of these radios? End message. It always says at the bottom, you have my permission to use this in any commercial for the Beijing Free Play Radio. No compensation expected. That's from Dan. Thank you, Dan. The Beijing Free Play Radio doesn't need power. And Dan is exactly right. Why would anybody not own one of these? It has a crank on the side. It's a full-size portable AM/FM shortwave. You turn the crank for 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and the radio plays for 30 minutes. 30 full minutes. Now, obviously that makes it the quintessential emergency radio. When the power goes out, This radio continues to work and the batteries don't die because it doesn't have batteries. It'll play that 30 minutes at full room volume, made in South Africa, and it's made like a tank. I just, for the life of me, I'm kind of like Dan. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't have one. They're selling out like hotcakes. The price, $119.95, delivered to your home. Before it's too late, call Bob Crane in the morning and get one on the way. Have it on the shelf, have it by the bed, whatever you want, but have it. The number is 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. Ask for the Beijing Free Play Radio. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose an average 8 to 10 pounds in the next month? We know that fiber helps sweep fat out of the digestive tract like a broom, reducing the amount of fat your body stores as excess weight. Well, let me tell you about a revolutionary fiber, chitosan. It's a natural fiber that comes from shellfish. It not only sweeps fat, but also absorbs up to 10 times more fat than other fibers. You can get this fiber in a formula called Chito Slim. Chito Slim is effective because you can lose weight without changing your eating habits. And there are no stimulants. It's a gentle, effective way to lose excess weight. Here's the special offer. When you order a 90-day supply of Chito Slim, you'll get an antioxidant moisturizing cream absolutely free. Call 1-800-557-4627. It's guaranteed to work or your money back, and it's not available in stores. So call 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. You've got nothing to lose but the fat. The following from Marcia in Gig Harbor, Washington, says she's too shy to call. Art, one night I woke up with a start, wide awake. I sat up in bed and looked out into the hallway. I could see the door to my kids' room, and I thought my oldest daughter, then about 10 years old, I saw her wearing a long white nightgown, sleepwalking. Looking back now, she seemed to glide rather than walk. She came toward our room and then turned into the kitchen. I got up to get her and put her back into bed. Went out into the kitchen, into the living room. No one there. Went into the kids' bedroom, and there she was, sound asleep, wearing dark-colored pajamas. Baffled, mystified, I went back to bed and began to forget about it. Didn't say anything to anyone, thinking they would think I was crazy or seeing things, not sure, myself, if I had just perhaps dreamed it. Well, several days later, at about 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I told my youngest daughter, then only 2 years old, go get into bed and get your pajamas on. She ran happily off, only to return a few minutes later, white as a sheet. I sternly said, I thought I told you to get your pajamas on. She looked at me with big eyes and quietly said, I can't. The lady in the white dress won't let me. Well, my heart stopped. I took her by the hand and casually walked back to the bedroom. To show her there was no one there. When we walked into the room, sure enough, there was no one there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Montreal, Canada.
Montreal. All right, welcome.
I listen to you every night as I'm driving around.
Excellent.
Tonight I got home a little early, and I thought I'd call. It's not a spooky story per se, but it shows me that there is life on the other side.
Okay.
I was at a Native American church ceremony, which is a grandfather ceremony. It starts at dusk and goes until dawn the following morning.
Right.
And when I come out there the morning after it was over, I walked down by the lake and just wanted to go down and meditate. And as I was down by the lake, it was like a whirlwind came. Not strong or whatever, just like came around me. And as I looked, I seen this young girl coming out of the mist. And as I got closer, I recognized her as my sister. But as she got closer and closer, she started growing up and becoming a beautiful young lady.
Wow.
And then as she came towards me, she just kept on going and smiled. But as she got on the other side of the lake, she turned around and said, "Thank you, I love you, and I'll see you soon." So I got scared out of my wits with that. I ran back to the teepee and I told the elder, I said, "Listen, I don't want to die. And he said, what do you mean? So I relayed the story to him, and he said, no, you're not going to die. She has come back to thank you for letting her go to continue her journey on the other side. And for her to say that she will see you soon, to her there's no time. All she is saying, she'll be there to meet you when you come over onto that side.
Oh, that's quite a story.
And, you know, and this happened. My sister died in 1961, and this happened 2 years ago, so it took me 34 years to let her go because we went through the residential school. And in our culture, the oldest one is to take care of the youngest one.
Yes.
But as kids, we don't understand that too well, and I took that too, that I let my sister down because when we were in the residential school, we made a break for her to escape, and I stole the truck, and as we went down the road, maybe a quarter of a mile, we had a head-on collision, and she died in that accident.
Oh, my.
And I carried that guilt and shame and whatever for the next 34 years. And he said, and the way the elder explained it to me is that I didn't let her go until that ceremony. And when I did let her go, she finally started to grow up and continue on her journey the way she was supposed to go.
Boy, do I appreciate that story. Thank you.
You're welcome, Art.
You take care. From Montreal, Canada. Do you believe? Do you believe him? Do you believe the others you're hearing? Can you really doubt there's something after all of this? Wouldn't it be kind of a cruel joke if there were not? Do we know the nature of it? No. Does it seem sure? Yes. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Scotty from Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska?
Oh, yeah.
Is it getting cold up there yet?
Right now it's anywhere between 5 and 10 below.
It's getting cold.
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome to the program.
Oh, yeah, a story I've got, one that my father told me that happened to him when he was about 4 years old. He's 72 now, so this happened like 60-some years ago.
Sure.
When he was living in Canada growing up. Him and his couple of his sisters, they were in bed, asleep, 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, and all of a sudden his one sister took an elbow to his room and, hey, look at this, look at the foot of the bed. And he looked up and there's this figure standing at the foot of the bed, looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
No noise, just quiet as a church mouse. Well, he just, person looked at him, and the door in the bedroom is to their left, and the wall to their right, which would be, second story, dropped to the ground. And this figure just looked at him quietly and turned towards the wall and walked straight through it. And that was the last I ever saw him.
Wow.
And to this day, he can't figure it out, who or what.
Well, one thing's for sure. Physical adults in this world don't walk through walls, at least not ones that I know of. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. I lived in California. Well, I live in California now. My name is George. And when I first moved into this apartment, it was a duplex. I had a young couple move in next door to me. At that time, I was 21. And I was kind of scared because the place, I didn't know the area or anything like that. And I went next door to meet some new neighbors, and while I was sitting on a couch, I heard things falling at my house, and I couldn't understand what was going on.
You were sure it was back at your house?
Yeah, because the duplex, our kitchens were on the wall.
I understand, yes.
And so I got up and went back to my house to see what was going on, and things were just coming out of the kitchen cupboard.
Coming out of the cupboard?
Yes, it was literally coming out of the cupboard.
You could physically see them coming out of the cupboard?
Yes. And she came over to see what was going on. And it stopped at my place. It literally stopped. And when I stood there and started picking things up and putting them back on the shelves, she came over and was helping me. And it started at her house.
Wow.
And it was getting to us. So for quite a while, we spent our days during the daytime together because it had really gotten scary. And one night when I was sleeping, I got shook wide awake and was told, get up now and come over here. And I couldn't understand what was going on. I knew I was the only one in the house. And I thought, this is crazy. And I turned the light on, and I looked at the wall, and there was a man standing there. And I thought, who are you? And he said, come here. And I walked over to him, and all of a sudden he just disappeared. Well, it was kind of weird for me because I felt literally scared to death.
Yes.
And yet I knew he wanted me to do something. And it sounds strange, but it's actually documented in the newspaper. I kept seeing myself in the mirror, and then all of a sudden I could see his face. And I thought, this is not right. And I pounded on my neighbor's wall. She came over, and her husband came over, and I moved the mirror. I literally moved the mirror, and there was a room behind the wall.
Oh, my.
And there was all these guns and knives, bow and arrows, Confederate money.
Really?
Flags hanging all over the walls. And it was I was just kind of freaking out at that point. I'm going, what is this? This is not right. And there was gun cleaning kits. I just could not believe all the stuff.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I called the police. Of all the odd things to do, I called the police. And the police come to the house. And they said to me, do you know who lived here? And I said, no. They said, the old chief of police died here. I said, you got to be kidding me. They said, no. All this stuff belonged to him. And I told them what he looked like. And they said, you don't happen to, are you joking with us? And I said, no. This is what I saw. And after that happened, after they took the guns and knives out of the house, everything stopped. It completely stopped. The stuff stopped coming out of the cupboards. But I moved. I couldn't handle that no more. I had to get out of there.
That'd be me, too. Goodbye. That's it. I'm surprised you hung in as long as you did. But at least you, in a way, got an answer to what it was.
Oh, yes.
I really appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, here's one for you. Dear Art, my uncle is a cardiologist, and we were discussing near-death experiences, and I asked him if he ever had clinical experience with any of his patients. I wished for some time I would never have asked that question. He gave an account of a 23-year-old male patient was waiting a pacemaker implant operation. My uncle asked, he was experiencing repeated fainting when heart block, conduction failure for beating, suddenly recurred. The periods of unconsciousness were becoming more frequent, suggesting a poor outcome. The patient did experience an NDE, and my uncle documented the patient's account. Art, this is my uncle's exact notes. The patient recounted, quote, you were watching the television monitor to guide the pacemaker wire inside my heart. That's when it stopped. I was blanking out, and then you hit me on the chest saying, excuse me. Then your fist came down like a hammer. I saw that scared look in your eyes. Someone was yelling. Something crashed over to my left, and everybody went crazy. You started shoving on me with both hands, and then I was out of it. I was floating, pitch black, moving fast, moving through a vacuum, as if life never ended, so black you could almost touch it, black, frightening, and desolate. I was all alone, somewhere in outer space. I was in front of some type of conveyor belt, which carried huge pieces of puzzle in weird colors that had to be fitted together rapidly under severe penalty from an unseen force. It was horrible, impossible. I was shrieking and crying. I was deathly afraid of this force. Then I saw a being of light. The wind whistled by, and I rushed toward this beautiful blazing light. As I moved past, the walls of the tunnel nearest the light caught fire. Beyond the blazing tunnel, a huge black lake, but it felt like fire, something like a burning oil spill. A hill on the far side was covered with slabs of rock. Elongated shadows showed that people were moving aimlessly about like animals in a zoo enclosure. An old stone building was on the right, mostly rubble, with different levels, an opening crammed with people trying to move about. Down the hill, I saw an old friend who had died. The last I recall, they were dragging the river for him. See, he had been involved with gambling. I yelled to him, "Hi, Jim." He just looked at me, didn't even smile. They were taking him around the corner when he started screaming. I ran, but there was no way out. I kept saying, "Jesus is God." Some way, somehow, I got back as you were putting in the stitches. Obviously, we just heard an experience, an NDE, of somebody who did not go to heaven, but went to hell. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Gosh, no, I don't. This isn't a scary story, and it has to do with, but it fits. It actually has to do with you in a way too. My father died about almost 2 decades ago, and I've always felt real close to him. Over the last few years, I've felt particularly close to him because I came real close to death myself, and I had, some neurological surgery, and I've felt real close. I felt real, sensed him really close and stuff recently, and sort of like I talk to him and stuff like that now and then. And anyway, it was the night that you had James von Fromm.
James von Prague, yes.
Yeah, it was that night. And I think that was right after the transmitter thing went out.
That's right. Yes, oh yes, the famous, infamous Area 51 call.
Exactly. Well, that's when it was. As I say, I sense my dad and I talk to him all the time. Well, everything that James said that night was stuff like I was just captivated by him. It was all stuff like, how when you know something but you don't know why you know it.
Oh, yes.
Well, it was the whole thing. Everything he said was like that, and I thought, I know that. And it was just, and so I wasn't prepared when you opened the lines for the callers. I just wasn't prepared, and I suddenly got all flustered because it's like I just knew. I just felt my dad was with me. I really felt it was strong, and so I said, it's like I was racing, looking for the phone. I couldn't find the phone. I couldn't find the phone numbers. I couldn't find anything, and it's like, the more panicky I got, the worse I got. And then finally, when I did find everything, I started to dial, and the first time I just dialed the 800 number for West of the Rockies, and it was busy as usual, and I tried that a few times. And then suddenly, it's like I turned back on the radio because I wanted to hear what was going on the radio.
Okay, we've only got a moment.
Oh, really? Can I hold on?
And what happened?
Oh, well, there's a lot more. I have to, can I hold on over the break? It really is nice. It's a really nice story.
All right, well, it's got to unwind pretty quickly, though. I'll hold you over through the news, and we'll finish up the story on the other side, all right?
Oh, I appreciate it, Phil. Thanks.
All right, hold on. Stay right where you are. We're right in the middle of a 2-day fest called Ghost to Ghost AM. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell.
America Outdoors features the flawless delivery of host Lance Podolsky.
Excuse me, got something, excuse me, down the wrong tube there. And I'll be back with you in a second here. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a short break here.
Lance Podolsky offers 3 important pieces of advice. Always keep your ammunition dry, always carry an extra pair of socks, and never eat peanuts on the air. America Outdoors, Sunday on Talk Radio Network.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Would you spend $5 to feel better than you have in years? Then try MDR Fitness Tabs, developed by medical doctors with all the vitamins you need to feel like a million. Ask famous football coach Mike Ditka.
I know I definitely feel better. I have more energy, more stamina.
Call now to try MDR for just $5 and get an AM/FM sports radio free. MDR is not available in stores. It's shipped fresh direct to you. So credit card customers call 1-800-313-1600. I've got only 60 seconds to tell you about an amazing product called the Ultra Team, an incredible ignition upgrade designed to dramatically and immediately improve the performance of your vehicle. Ultra Team is actually 3 very high-tech products. Energy Pack, the brain of the system that optimizes each spark on a cylinder-by-cylinder basis. a high-output coil, and a set of pure silicone spark plug wires. With Ultra Team, regardless of temperature, your car will start immediately. Then adjust the spark as you drive to use only the gas you need. Ultra Team delivers unbelievable gains in power and mileage, and a 37% increase in engine life. No more misfires, surging, pause, or erratic idle. Most systems are direct plug-in. All this with a full 30-day money-back guarantee, less a small 10% restock fee. For exact Ultra Team improvement quotes for your vehicle, call Jacobs Electronics at 1-800-627-8800. Their technicians are available right now, so call 1-800-627-8800 for Jacobs Electronics.
USA Radio Network News, I'm Jason Walker. A verdict last night on the murder trial of British nanny Louise Woodward in suburban Boston.
Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty of what?
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
Members of the jury, how could do a verdict as recorded by the court? The jurors on their vote, who say the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. So say unanimous foreperson?
Yes.
Woodward was convicted in the death of a baby. She could get life in prison. A jury has been seated in the Oklahoma City bombing trial of Terry Nichols. Marcia Kite lost a daughter in that bombing.
I don't see any problems that I am aware of. I know the defense was really smiling over there at the table. I don't know what that was all about. And I really saw them move around a lot of numbers and confer back and forth. It almost seemed to me like a high-stakes chess game.
The Pentagon says military action against Iraq remains a definite possibility because Baghdad says it will no longer allow Americans to serve on the UN weapons inspection teams. Among those who quickly support the U.S., the British.
I'm not ruling out any options at this stage, and the message to Iraq, and in particular to Saddam Hussein, who takes these decisions, is that the rest of the world cannot sit by idly while Iraq develops its weapons of mass destruction.
British Foreign Office Minister Derek Fatchett. This is USA Radio News.
The holidays will soon be here, and that means great times and great food, but also extra pounds you don't want. Take the worry of weight gain out of this holiday season with Fat Absorb. Fat Absorb contains chitin, an all-natural fiber that absorbs pure fat when taken before meals. It makes the fat you eat indigestible, and you then burn stored fat to lose the weight you need to lose. In fact, Fat Absorb is backed by a powerful 90-day money-back guarantee. If you don't love the results Fat Absorb gives you, you get your money back, no questions asked. Although results may vary, when you take Fat Absorb, you have no choice but to lose weight. Enjoy the holidays. Lose the weight you want and look the way you want with Fat Absorb. Fat Absorb is not available in stores, but you get discounted prices by calling them direct at this toll-free number, 1-800-252-9732. Fat Absorb is all natural and completely safe. Call now, 1-800-252-9732. Try Fat Absorb risk-free. Call 1-800-252-9732.
The Senate yesterday voted to overturn President Clinton's use of the line-item veto on 34 military construction projects. That story from USA's John Decker.
The vote was 69-30, and it's more than the two-thirds that would be needed to reinstate the projects. But the matter now goes to the House, where overturning the president's action is less certain. House Republicans don't want to be seen as opposing the power they just granted the president. The president's vetoes affect facilities in 24 states and would save $287 million. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
The Centers for Disease Control says nearly 800,000 new cases of diabetes are diagnosed each year in America. Officials say 15.7 million people now have that disease. A consumer group says customers in California being overcharged in stores because of mistakes by those checkout scanners. The ripoff in California alone could amount to $250 million each year. This is USA Radio News.
Your success in achieving your financial goals depends on how well you manage your money. The Wall Street Journal's Guide to Personal Finance and companion software give you the information you need to help plan for your future. This package retails for $18.95, but it's free with your paid subscription to the Journal. Get 10 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and the free guide with this for just $3.90 a week for new subscribers in the continental U.S. only.
Call 800-228-8300. That's 800-228-8300.
In Britain, an elderly man being tried for crimes allegedly committed during the Second World War. The story from USA's Dominic Weghorn.
Is accused of murdering 5 Jewish civilians in Nazi-controlled Belarus during 1941. Savoniuk is alleged to have been a member of a paramilitary police squad at the time. If the trial goes ahead, witnesses are expected to be flown in from around the globe to testify. What would have been the first ever war crimes trial in Britain last year was called off when the defendant in that case was judged unfit to plead. Dominic Waghorn, USA Radio News, London.
At least 30 people have been killed in the capsizing of a boat in southern China. There were 11 survivors. In Santa Ana, California, opening arguments have begun in the so-called good twin, evil twin trial. One woman accused of plotting to kill her identical twin sister. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Taking your calls on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM tonight, and then at least a portion of tomorrow night as well, so don't despair if you've not been able to get in. Lines are going nuts. We're taking ghost stories. The scarier, the better, but only those that are true. There's a reason for all this, because if you listen to the program collectively, it begins to get to the point where you cannot ignore the obvious, and that is that we are more than our physical presence in this short cosmic blink of a mortal life. Anyway, we'll get back to it in a moment. First, there was the telephone. You had to be tied to it. Then there was the portable telephone. And, oh, they were terrible. They hummed, clicked, disconnected, offended. They were terrible. But they did free you from a line. And then finally, I don't know, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, there was the digital telephone. It provided clear, concise audio and quite a bit more distance than the traditional telephone, but it cost more. Now, the next step. There is the Sanyo 917 digital spread spectrum cordless phone. Now, why is this better? Let me count the ways. One, the audio is absolutely flawless, and I mean flawless. If the older digital phones had an occasional blip or digital artifact, the spread spectrum never does. Now, distance. Let me tell you about spread spectrum and distance. This phone, the new Sanyo, has a special feature, and the farther away you get from the base, it begins increasing power, both at the base and the remote handheld. And if you live in the country, if you live in an area where it's relatively flat, you can expect up to 2 miles distance from your base. In testing thus far, the Sea Crane Company has managed to get out about 5.8 miles. Can you imagine that? Now, I'm not saying you'll get that much, but they have. And it's just absolutely astounding. Now, it's not cheap, and most good things, as you know, are not. Christmas is coming, and it's very, very doubtful we'll have enough supplies to take us through Christmas. So I suggest you get on the stick or on the phone, such as you have right now, and get one of these on the way, the Sanyo 917 Spread Spectrum Digital. And oh yes, privacy. Nobody will ever hear a word you say except the person you're talking to. So, call Bob Crane in the morning. It's $179.95 delivered to your door. That's a lot of money for a phone, but it's worth every single cent. The number is 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. We are electrical beings. Our human body is a machine with a very complicated electrical system. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that I'm certain we do not die. We remain as some form of energy. But back to my commercial. Magnets can have a profound effect on an electrical system like us. Today, more than 50 million people worldwide are using these magnets to relieve pain. Everything from carpal tunnel syndrome to headaches, circulation problems, you name it. All this dates back to the Egyptians and the Chinese. A lot more years than we've been a nation. Research proves that properly designed therapeutic magnets fight infection, enhance the body's own healing capabilities. Labs, professional pharmacy. A leader in healthcare products for 100 years. It's a long time. Offers everything from magnetic mattress pads to small therapeutic magnets for attaching to painful areas. Look, what they'll do right now without cost is send you, they've got a 24-hour hotline, so you can call right now. They'll send you a free information kit, an audio cassette, and a catalog. You can't beat that. So if you want to know more about what seems so natural, call them right now. 1-888-554-9144. You don't believe in this kind of thing? I suggest you get the free information. I really do. The number is 1-888-554-9144. Hard water. It's a very big problem all across the country. If you have it, you're paying extra just to heat your water. You have decreased water pressure, poor sudsing, and of course you have that ugly white stuff on faucets, shower heads, glasses, cars, everywhere. Well, you can solve the problem very simply. Just do what we did at our house. Get the GMX magnetic water conditioning system. There's no salt, no electricity, no maintenance, and no wasted water. You'll get great sudsing. Your water heater will run more efficiently, and your water will actually feel smoother. The average home can be set up with a full treatment system for just $660. In most cases, the GMX system pays for itself in 2 years or less. And there's even a 90-day money-back guarantee and a lifetime warranty, so why wait? Give Ruthie and Larry Brown a call at 1-800-406-0469. You've got nothing to lose but that ugly white gunk. Call 1-800-406-0469 and tell them Art Bell told you to call. All right, back now to our caller who's going to finish a story for us. Go ahead.
Okay. Where was I now? Can you help me out with this?
Where were you?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself.
Well, you were trying to call me. You were trying to dial me, you said.
Okay, yeah, no, that's right. I was trying to get through to you, and so I tried the 800 number and just got the usual busy. And then I tried that several times, and it stopped. I stopped getting anything. I stopped getting a ring. I stopped getting a bit. There was nothing. It would just go dead.
Right.
And so I just kept trying that and kept trying that, and the same thing. It never would ring, never would do anything. And then finally, I just had a sense that I said, "Dad, you there, Dad?" And suddenly I heard these bells ringing in the phone. I mean, this is really true. I heard these bells, and I thought, oh, this is really kind of strange. And so I thought for sure, right about that time I turned back the radio on to see what was going on the radio.
Yes.
So at that point, he was saying how spirits can contact through, they can use electrical phones and electrical sources and stuff.
Yes.
And so when I tried again, I flipped back the radio, and the radio was flipping. Your recording of Call the Wild Card line was on there, but it didn't seem to fit in with what was being said. So I just thought maybe that's a signal. So I tried the wild card line, and I called. And during this whole period of time, I was getting very, very strange things on the other end of the phone. In other words, it rang, it wouldn't ring, but not the usual kinds of ringing and not ringing. It was very, very strange. And
okay, we've got to get to it here.
Okay, finally, by the very end when he was off the air.
He is me.
No, when James was off the air.
Oh, James on Prague, yeah.
That's right. When James got off the air, then I started to dial these same numbers over and over again, and they were all perfectly normal. They responded to the busy signal was there. and then suddenly it was like, while after the whole thing was over with and I settled down, you can tell I get excitable. When I settled down, there was this thing that I remembered. The very first lady who called in to talk to James, when they were talking about her person that she wanted to contact, there was this point where James said maybe it's just because it's over the phone or something, but he was having difficulty. He kept hearing this. He said, I kept getting Joe, Joseph, Joey, something like that, and something. He said, when you were little, did you...
Okay, listen, you're not coming to a point here. What is the point of this?
The point is, the things that he said were about me, that didn't fit the lady, were exactly about me and my past and my dad. And at the very same time that I was thinking all these things, that's what he was saying. And then after I got off the phone, the point is that there was an old picture that I have of my dad that was always in the drawer, never was anyplace else but the drawer. And as I was walking away after the program was over, I found this right in the middle of the hallway. Picture of my dad.
I see. All right. Well, thank you very much. I don't know how something like that, a physical manifestation of that sort, would occur. Art, about 12 years ago, my mother discovered my 11-year-old sister's stuffed animal, an Ewok. Remember those from Star Wars? Return of the Jedi? In the outside trash can. She thought this to be very odd, for it was in mint condition, not to mention very cute. So, Mom brought it back into the house and put the stuffed animal in her bedroom closet. If my sister didn't want it, she figured she'd hang on to it for a while or give it away to someone else. Well, later that night, after my mom had gone to bed, she woke to hear a rustling, scratching sound coming from her closet. This obviously frightened my mother, for it was coming from the exact spot where the stuffed animal was, needless to say. The next morning, it went back into the trash can. Well, this is why I keep my closet doors closed. This is why I don't keep things of this sort in my closet, because everybody knows things like that hang out and do things in closets. On my international line, you're on the air. Hello.
And good evening, Bell. It's Ross from the Australian UFO hotline. I have two matters for you tonight. The second matter is relating to a strange event that happened a number of years ago with emergency services personnel going out to a place in Clayton, Victoria. some strange events there. But first of all...
Okay, before you get started, where are you in Australia? What part?
We're in southern Victoria.
Victoria, all right.
Yes. It's south of New South Wales and north of Tasmania.
Okay.
Now, you asked me last time we spoke to report back to you on this an amazing fireball event that happened earlier this month.
Yes.
Do you want me to cover that tonight? Or
No, actually not tonight, because tonight we're doing, as you can hear, ghost stories. So.
Right. Well, we had reports sometime 10 years ago where a distraught family rang emergency services, and the police went out to a place in Clayton, and the family was distraught about this revolving sound that was going around the perimeter of a wooden home, a fairly large one at that, and the police, when they turned up, thought everyone was a bit crazy. They said, look, come in and have a cup of tea and I'll start in 15 minutes' time.
Mm-hmm.
And this sound started, and the walls started shaking and bending as the sound was revolving around each of the perimeter walls. And he called other police in and ended up having a whole stack of police there trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. And to this day, no one knows how this sound was produced. It wasn't coming from the outside of the wall. It wasn't coming from the inside of the wall. And it was just one of these strange events.
And the walls were actually buckling?
The walls were buckling, and there appeared to be moisture oozing out of the walls as well.
Oh, I'd be out of there real quick.
Yeah, that place hasn't been occupied since.
And I can understand that.
I'm ringing on the emergency incoming line, and I should go. I'm sorry to cut you short.
That's quite all right. Thank you very much for the call, all the way from Australia, not far from Tasmania. Yes, indeed. If you're outside the country, someplace or another, Australia or Europe, wherever, South America, North, I suppose all the way to the pole, you can reach us internationally toll-free by getting hold of the AT&T operator, the friendly AT&T operator. I don't know how you do that in your country. Wherever you are, ask for AT&T operator. You'll get it. And then ask her to call 800-893-0903. And the call will be free. You will not be charged at all. Totally free from any country in the world. That number again, 800-893-0903. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling you from Schaghticoke, New York, which is, believe it or not, the burial ground of the Iroquois Indian. I'm 1 mile away from their burial ground.
Okay.
That is not my story. I was in the funeral business for 7 years, and nothing ever happened. Then I divorced my husband and lived alone in this...
I take it you were in the funeral business.
Funeral business. They came and went. Huh?
I understand. With your ex-husband?
Uh-huh.
Yes, okay.
So everybody always thought, oh, you have ghost stories from there. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, the story began with the two people that were next door to my parents. When I was a little girl, I used to go over there and bother them. And the old lady used to talk to her son. He was dead, and she would never accept it, and the husband was ready to put her away, you know. And then when I had moved back by that house 2 doors away, she died the year I moved there. And she left me his little chair. So I had the chair in the corner in the parlor. And this one night, it was August 2nd at 10 after 11. This is Eastern time. I was watching the news. And it smelled like mold. Okay?
Like mold.
Mold. And this little gray thing about, I'd say 4'2", come running through limping. Honestly, I never believed in ghosts. And I had a Great Dane, and he started growling, and he ran up the stairs. And I'm thinking, my eyes are playing tricks on me, I'm tired. And that was that. The next night, my clock at 10 after 11 chimed 13 times. If you go by Army time, it would be 1 o'clock.
Right.
Which would be 1 a.m.
Right, 13,
right.
no. 13 times would be 1300.
Right, 1,300 hours.
Okay, that'd be 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay. So what happened was this little thing happened again, same time. Same smell. Everything was almost the same. So at this time, I'm like, this is not, you know, a dream. So I told my mother, and they thought I was nuts. So my sister comes over that night with her boyfriend, who's a policeman, and they sat there, and all of a sudden, 10 after 11, it came through again. Only the light bulb. Now, you had people call about light bulbs.
Yes.
What happened was it flashed, but the bulb did not break. Just the filament split in half. They ran out. I stayed. I want to get to the bottom of it.
Sure.
Replaced the light bulb. Next night, same light bulb. And when I went into the kitchen, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm ready to move. There's this little book on my counter. It's called The Mechanics of Chocolate Shop. I'm thumbing through it. It's from 1932. Never saw it. Swear to God.
Yes.
It ends on August 26th. It's a little kid's diary of Little League, mostly, and birthdays. So there's a name in there, Roy DeLuca. I write it down. And from the funeral business, I had a lot of ties with the churches. And I went to see a minister first. And he says, it sounds kind of odd, you know, he wouldn't help me. I went to see a Catholic priest who said, he says, we don't like to really talk about it. He says, but it is possible. It's a soul that does not rest.
Yes.
He says, let me come over the following night, which he did. It came through. He says, you have a young child here. And I get emotional. Anyway, he says, you have a young child here who's not resting, and there's got to be a reason why. We didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thumbing through this book again, and don't I find Roy DeLuca. Okay, he lived in the neighboring town of Mechanicsville.
Oh.
I bring the book. This man, you got to see his face. He said, where did you get the book? And I told him. And he's looking through it. He says, this book belongs to Bobby Jones. He said he drowned. God, we were kids. And I said, Jones. I said, my next door neighbor was Sadie Jones, and she died this year. So I go to my mother's next day, and I said, how did he die? She said, I don't know. So I don't know what to do. So I go to bed that night after all this happens again. And I had a dream of a bicycle with a bent wheel, a little old-fashioned bike. So next morning, I'm down at City Hall looking through the records. I signed his death certificate. He was an adopted child out of Saratoga. He arrived by newspaper. You could buy a kid through the newspaper back then.
Okay, we've got to hurry here.
Yes, I'm trying. So what happened was the father bought him a bike. He rode it down to the river, got caught in a railroad track, slipped in at 6 p.m. They raked the river, and they recovered the body at 1 in the afternoon the following afternoon.
Huh.
So the priest told me, when he comes back, show him his death certificate. I had a copy. He says, tell him he has to go on. His mother is dead. I did this. He never came back.
Well, that sounds exactly right. Thank you very much for the call. The Catholic Church does not like to admit that these things occur, but any of you who have ever heard Father Malachi Martin, who freely talks of these things, he is an exorcist and has been for a long time, many years. Father Martin will tell you without equivocation that they absolutely do occur. Now, I think that priests who are not used to dealing with these sorts of things are perhaps frightened of them, and perhaps with good cause. But soon you will hear Father Martin on the program again. He is presently writing 3 books simultaneously, so he's pretty busy. But you will hear Father Martin again, and when you hear him, there will be no doubt in your mind, none whatsoever, that evil exists and inhabits the bodies of those who live on this earth, until somebody like Father Martin comes along.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind, but he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. And he came across this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot. And the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you play a pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul, because I think I'm better than you. The boy said, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin. You're going gonna regret, because I'm the best there's ever been. Got your own self, you're a fool, and play it to the heart.
Dave Dawson, right here on this Talk Radio Network station. Some people think I'm the wise old man of talk radio. Others think I'm not all that bright, maybe even a bit naive. One thing's for sure, I'm Dave Dawson. Beyond that, you'll have to make up your own mind. Try the Dave Dawson Show. It's habit forming.
When I opened the door, my sister gasped. "Susan," she said, "you look like you haven't slept in years." She didn't know how right she was. It was my husband, Jack. He snored like a freight train all night long. But it wasn't the noise that kept me up. It was the long silences in between when Jack would stop breathing. I'd lie awake worrying. Then finally he'd gasp for air and start snoring again. This went on all night long. In the morning, we both felt like we hadn't slept at all. I fell asleep at work once, Jack behind the wheel. This had to stop. So with my sister's encouragement, I got Jack to a doctor. Turns out, Jack has sleep apnea, which can be life-threatening. But with treatment, we've got it under control. Better still, we've got our lives back.
Sleep apnea. It's no way to sleep. It's no way to live. A public service message from the National Center on Sleep Disorders Research of the National Institutes of Health.
Hi, this is Red Akins with today's Eco Quiz. There's an environmentally friendly building material that contains at least 28% recycled content and is completely recyclable itself. You'll find it in your kitchen, you'll find it in your garage, and now the material is being used in the construction of new homes. Do you know what it is? Here's the answer to today's Eco Quiz. The environmentally friendly, completely recyclable building material is steel. And more builders across the country are starting to use it to frame houses. If enough of them do, it will help take the pressure off harvesting our forests. Other benefits? Steel framing components are made from recycled material and can be recycled over and over again, so they never have to take up valuable landfill space. Get the facts, explore the alternatives, and buy recycled. This is Red Akins on Eco Quiz.
Eco Quiz is a public service of the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute.
Stress. It often causes severe reactions in the mind and body that set us up for long-term problems. As we continue to respond improperly to everyday pressures in a negative way, we are setting ourselves up to experience specific symptoms.
Oh, come on, I know it.
Once you become upset, you usually do one of several things. Reach for a cigarette or alcohol, or become a drug abuser. Others suppress their anger and end up with some form of health breakdown. The answer is simple. Learn to be objective.
A special observation exercise is changing the way physicians and psychologists treat the effects of stress by using the calming power of the mind.
For more information, call our stress hotline and ask for a free brochure entitled What You Should Know About Being Upset.
Call 1-800-877-3227.
That's 1-800-877-3227.
Buy low, sell high, and diversify. Simply put, these are the three most important rules to successful investing. With the stock market ballooning to the most overvalued prices in history, and the gold market at the best value in 12 years, now is the time to apply these three rules of success. So call the Gold Investment Group at 1-800-721-3247 for your free gold investment kit. Call now, 1-800-721-3247. 1-800-721-3247.
This is healthy. Few people know the signs of an impending stroke, and the person having the stroke is often least aware of the signs. Dr. Michael Walker of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke.
First of all, it involves the master computer when it attacks the brain, and therefore the patient may not be aware because of malfunction of his brain. But more likely, it's a failure to recognize these important symptoms and to recognize that something has to be done immediately.
The symptoms of an impending stroke include sudden weakness or numbness of the arm or leg, sudden dimness or loss of vision, especially in one eye, sudden difficulty speaking or understanding others, sudden and severe headache with no known cause, and sudden dizziness or falls, especially in the presence of some of the other signs.
The response should would be to get the patient to medical help as rapidly as possible.
Dr. Walker says the most effective medical help currently available should be administered within a brief time frame following a stroke. For the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, I'm Doris McMillan.
Art Bell is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Here again is Art. Absolutely Fresh Flowers is a flower farm in Southern California that grows only miniature carnations, which have been a subject this morning. They're a very unusual flower. They're kind of like a rose, but about half the size, more delicate. They smell a whole bunch better. They smell great, in fact, and they last and last and last and last and last. They are a remarkable flower. And because you're ordering directly from a flower farm, no middle guys, no storefront, no florist, none of that, they just go out and cut your order when you call. And they pack it in this gigantic triangular box that is then delivered by FedEx next day. So if you have, forgotten something until the last minute, no problem. They'll take care of you. You call today, they deliver tomorrow just like that. Also, inside that box full of all these flowers, there's a card from you with your message of love and caring in your name, all handwritten. So it's very personal, very emotional, and extremely effective. Any sort of special day or occasion at all. Once you use them, you'll use them again and again and again. They are the best deal on flowers in the world. And the number to call is 1-800-562-6438. That's 1-800-562-6438. The Flower Farm, absolutely fresh flowers. You've probably missed out on some great investment opportunities. We all have, but here's one you definitely won't want to miss. The prepaid cellular phone industry. Back in the 80s, fortunes were made in cellular technology. If you missed that one, prepaid cellular is your second chance. 42 million subscribers spent more than $20 billion annually, and the industry is still growing. This investment involves some pre-qualifying and a minimum participation of $8,400. Evaluate the risk and the potential rewards of this explosive opportunity by ordering our free investment kit and video. Learn how your $8,400 participation could be worth $40,000, $50,000, even $60,000 or more, plus an income for the rest of your life. Get your free investment kit by calling Wireless Communications at 1-800-444-1050 and find out how this prepaid cellular investment can become part of your IRA. Call 1-800-444-1050. That's 1-800-444-1050. Don't let another great opportunity slip away. Okay, this is from Pam in Anchorage, Alaska. Art, this is my story. It's a true one. I was a young 24-year-old stationed at Whitman Air Force Base in Knob Noster, Missouri. I hope I got that right. I was living in an old house that had been remodeled. The house about 150 years old. Now, I'd been living there for about 3 months when one night I woke up because of a terrible stench. It permeated the entire house. The smell, a combination of dirt, rot, and alcohol. It was so bad that it woke me up out of a deep sleep. I got up, went throughout the house to try to find the source, couldn't find a thing. Next night, again awakened, the same smell. This time, I went across the hall to my roommate's bedroom and woke her up. She woke up asking what the awful smell was. So it confirmed in my mind I wasn't dreaming. The third night, again, awakened by the smell, but this time an old man was sitting at the foot of my bed. He had distinct features, but he was transparent. He smelled of rot, dirt, and alcohol. He just sat there. I was so startled, I sat up in bed afraid to move for hours until daylight. I went to work the next day, exhausted because of the lack of sleep. I worked with a woman whose father owned the house that I lived in. And so I described the old man to her that I'd seen at the foot of my bed. I told her about the awful smell of dirt and alcohol. She had a strange look on her face as I described it all. She began to tell me about the couple who'd owned the house before her father. They were an elderly couple, married for 50 years. The woman got sick, and he took care of her until she died in the house that I am now living in. The old man became so lonely and distraught that he began to drink, never leaving the house. They found the old man dead. He died in what was my bedroom. This, of course, disturbed me. I had to do something about it because I was not getting any sleep. That night, I resolved to take care of the problem. Again, I was awakened by the smell. There he was at the foot of my bed again. So I looked at him. I told him I wasn't afraid of him. I told him he was dead, and this was not his home anymore. It's mine. I told him I was taking very good care of his old house, and that he needed to leave me alone and go away. He just looked sad, stared at me for a moment or so, and disappeared before my eyes. He never came back again, and neither did the smell. Art, it really happened. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tish up in Stanaway, Washington.
Hi, Tish.
And I got a story for you.
All right.
Had a 97-year-old aunt 2 years ago died. And the funny thing was, is before she died, we were called up to the hospital that morning. They said, oh, she wasn't going to live. So we all went up there. And
sure.
We all sat around, and, of course, she didn't pass on. She kept saying, this is Saturday night. You don't die till Sunday. So we're all sitting there all real nervous, and everybody says, well, you, your brother, and your husband all stay behind, and when she gets ready for that point in time, you come get us.
Mm-hmm.
Before going out the door, they had taken her wedding ring off, which her husband had made just out of a tube piping. And they'd been married a great many years, you know, Christian people.
Sure.
So they left, and pretty soon the nurse came in, and I usually went over during the day and did my aunt's hair. And this night I laid next to the bed. My brother was reading a passage as I lay beside still waters. And I looked down at her, and I said, you know, this is a hell of a way not to get your hair combed. And she looked over at me, and she drew in this breath. And you have a vein, a jugular vein that goes up and down during your breathing process.
Sure.
It had stopped. And I looked at her, and I said, I can't believe this. You just died on me. So I looked over at my husband. I was really upset. My family came in. And I was distraught over the fact that they had taken her jewelry off of her before she had died, especially the ring. It didn't mean anything. Went downstairs with my husband, cried hysterically, went back upstairs. I wear gold rings on my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I looked down, and the ring that they had taken off her finger was off my finger. It was gone. My ring had disappeared, and I'm checking all over the place. I couldn't find it. So that night we went home, and we had located it. That night we went home, went to bed. Next day got up, was gone. Had a dream that my family was trying to take my jewelry. So, of course, I had swallowed the ring. So obviously I'm never going to get this ring back. Next day, they're setting up for the funeral, and they said, well, we're going to bury her. And I felt very bad that they had taken the ring in the first place.
Yes, of course.
So I had taken another ring from out of my jewelry box, and I placed it into her pocket, which when we got ready to bury her, ended up in her hands. Nobody knew how it got there. And once their hands are together, they're stiffened. I can't explain it, but they're very hard. You cannot pull them apart.
Right.
The ring was in between her finger.
Oh, my.
How would you like to wake up to something like that?
No, thank you, but I appreciate the story.
You're welcome. One thing before I go.
Yes.
My husband says, you know that guy that was on the, about the submarine?
Oh, yes.
He said, have you ever seen Crimson and Tide?
Oh, yes, of course.
The two stories match very closely.
Well, similar but different.
Yeah, my husband he's too chicken to call you. we love you to death, and we take you all over the world. Have a good night.
Thank you. Take care. That was quite a story. Obviously, that woman had to have that ring. Understandable. I wonder why. After death, we seem to complete things that are uncompleted in life. Last acts. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, hi there. This is Janice, and I'm from Oroville, California.
Hi, Janice.
And this story happened quite a few years ago when my family was living in Miami. One day, my mother, I have to back up to say that she was quite the psychic. And one day, my brother was preparing to go frogging in the Everglades during that night.
Mm-hmm.
And she begged him not to go. She said, please don't go. Please don't go. You can't go. And he said, what's the matter, Mom? And she says, there's going to be a plane crash.
Oh, my.
And he was not as much of a believer in my mother's powers as I was, of course. And when his friend came to pick him up to go frogging, she also begged him, please don't go out. There's going to be a terrible plane crash. And sure enough, there was. This was the very famous flight. I believe it was Flight 410 that crashed in the Everglades many years ago.
Oh, my. Yes, I recall that.
And as you will recall then, if you're familiar with that one,
I am.
It is a haunted airliner.
Actually, airliners of the same airline are haunted by
that crew.
That crew, that's exactly right.
Exactly. Well, this even goes on that it became a book, and then it later on, my father was hospitalized, and he had a very nice crew taking care of him there in the hospital in Miami. And my mother had mentioned to the one nurse, and says, are you going to be on tomorrow as well? And she says, oh, no, tomorrow's a big day. She says, we have all the family coming over. We've rented a large TV. They're premiering the movie of the Ghost of Flight. I believe it was 410. And
it was either 410 or 401. I can't
401. I think you're right. I think it was 401.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, it was my dad was on that crew. And
well, look, I can add to this. I can tell you, I have friends in the airline industry, and they will not talk because, it's a good way to end a career.
Oh, yeah.
But they tell me there's no question about it. Stews and crews, pilots, co-pilots, have reported seeing crew members from that flight on flights, and this has been going on, not told generally outside the airlines now for years. Eventually, when some of these people retire, we'll get the stories. I know some of them, but I promised, it is definitely going on.
What I have heard about that when they recovered certain parts and put them into other airlines to recycle different parts that were salvageable.
Yes.
That any plane that received parts from that flight ended up with crew members of the downed plane on it.
Well, I don't have any comment on that, but I thank you for the story, and I can verify without giving details that crew members of that flight have indeed been showing up on current flights. The following comes from somebody who calls himself Bum in Sitka, Alaska. Dear Art, I thought I'd fax you an experience my family had when my father passed away in 1992. The Alaska Native way is to have a 40-day party for the deceased. You prepare their favorite food, drinks, and so forth. My family was cooking turkey and seafood. Approximately, there were, about 15 people present. When the root beer came down the stairs, leading into the kitchen, looked as if someone was carrying a single six-pack. Just as suddenly as it occurred, it stopped on the bottom of the stairs. This, folks, is the root beer coming down by itself. We still have things occurring, like kitchen cabinet doors opening, as if someone is getting a cup down, doors opening, closing, footsteps, just the feeling of being close to someone. We're not scared by it, but we believe and understand my dad is still taking care of us. Enjoy listening to you. A true story. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Yes.
You're talking to me now. I've been listening to you talk to the other people.
That's true.
That's very interesting.
Where are you?
Lynchburg, Virginia.
Lynchburg, Virginia. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, the story I've got me to thinking all these years about the energies involved in life and death processes because I saw a newly formed ghost. And I had a partner with me that saw it also. I was a respiratory therapist working in big city hospitals in Houston, Texas at the time.
Yes.
And we were on the Code Blue team. You know, we saw a lot of death, I'm afraid.
Sure.
Sorry to say. And this one night, this gentleman came in. He was in his late 60s, early 70s. He was very tall, very, distinct-looking fellow wearing blue jeans and a black and red plaid shirt. So, I mean, he was going to stand out in the crowd.
Sure.
And he had a heart attack. And we were in the doing CPR on him. After about 45 minutes, the physicians in charge called it. And my partner and I were cleaning the tubing and all the paraphernalia we used to resuscitate someone off. And we were going out into the hallway of the emergency room, and we looked down into the lobby where about 20 to 30 members of his family had come, and the doctors were explaining why he had died. And when we looked down there, I guess the lighting was just right or something, we could see this guy who just died standing there, waving his hands in front of the faces of all his family members, going from one to the other trying to get them to see him.
Oh, my.
And you could see him mouthing the words. If you could read lips a little bit, you could see him mouthing the words like, what's the matter with you all? Why are you all crying? It's like he didn't know he was dead, and you could clearly see he was still in that ghostly see-through kind of image. He was still wearing the clothes that he was still laying in there dead in. So that makes you start thinking about ghost clothing.
How could you handle that?
Well, I just puzzled over it. My little lab partner was a smoker, and she freaked out and lit a cigarette, and she still so freaked out she lit a second cigarette, not realizing she still had the first one lit. And, And
I can relate to that.
You need to quit smoking.
I know.
It's bad for you.
I know. All right.
Me, I know.
I know. I'll be waving at my relatives. I'll be with a cigarette in my hand. I'm here. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. That bothers me. That, I've heard so many stories like that. People who don't seem to understand that they've died. It doesn't seem to have registered on them that they've died. Consider how frantic you would be. You're dead, but you don't know it. You're translucent and cannot be seen except perhaps by a few. Emergency medical workers, doctors, nurses. And I wonder if you finally get to disappear when you realize you're dead. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hi.
Yes, hi. This is Helen from Chicago.
Hi, Helen.
Yeah. Well, my husband died quite a few years ago, and then about 2 years after he was gone, I was watching TV one night, and I was laying on the couch in my front room, and my dog was by my feet, and he seemed to be asleep. And my husband knew this dog when he was living. And suddenly my dog sat up. He slowly got off the couch, and he sat down in front of this chair next to the couch where my husband always sat.
Mm-hmm.
And he started to wag his tail. And then he stood up, and he put his paws on the chair, and his tail was still wagging, and his head went down a little bit, and his ears went back, and he looked like he was being petted.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And I slowly sat up. This went on for, I'm watching my dog for about 5 minutes. Then I slowly sat up, and I softly said to my husband, I assumed it was him, I said, Johnny, if that's you, I'm very happy that you're here, and I love you. Then after another minute, then my dog got off from the chair, and he lay down by the chair, and he was looking in the kitchen with his ears perked up, and his head was going from side to side, like my husband was in the kitchen, and he's watching him walk around. And I was really happy. That's kind of spooky, but I wasn't afraid. I was happy. I was sure that was my husband was here.
Well, he probably was.
Yes.
I believe these things occur.
Yes.
I really appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. There you go. I believe that, and I, of course, mentioned cats earlier, but I believe that our animals see things we don't. I rather suspect we see things they don't. But I think they have a unique ability to sense or feel or see. I'm not sure which, because I don't really know. But they feel things and know things and perhaps see things that we don't and can't. And so that lady's story makes a whole lot of sense to me. All right. I think we're going to end it here for tonight with regard to Ghost AM, and we are going to continue tomorrow evening. The lines continue to ring relentlessly off the hook, so I know there are many, many more of you with similar stories. And this year, because of the fact that Halloween is actually on Friday, All Hallows Day today, it will continue to be All Hallows Day as I come on the air in some time zones for Friday night, Saturday morning. So if you didn't get in, don't despair. We are going to continue this to some degree tomorrow night. And again, I say to you what I said earlier. As you listen through the evening, some stories better than others, but the majority certainly convincing. Collectively, I find it nearly impossible to ignore the evidence that there is something certainly very significant that lies beyond this very simple and short, cosmically very short existence, mortal existence we have on Earth. And it is programs like this, if you listen carefully to them, that will convince you. At any rate, it has, as always, been interesting, and I invite you back tomorrow night for more, if you have the intestinal fortitude for it. So that's it for tonight. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Wherever you are, from the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you once again good evening, or good morning as the case may be. In my time zone, Halloween continues, and so, of course, Ghost to Ghost continues as well. Our annual trek through the weird, the bizarre, the strange, and the true. Those stories. That's what we tell. It is completely caller-driven. We don't have guests. You are the ones who get to tell the stories. And it generally is all the scarier because of that. Last night was certainly no exception, and I suspect tonight will be a continuation of that very fine tradition done over many, many years on this program now. And so we'll get to all that. A couple of announcements up front. This was kind of cool. Just got it. Dear Art, just thought you'd like to know, tonight, Halloween night, Art Bell's stock on the Rogue Market reached $35,000 per share. In fact, it closed at $35,000. That's midnight Eastern time. This, Art, is a solid position for a terrific climb tomorrow. Just last Monday, which was Black Monday for Wall Street, you announced your stock had, on the same day, passed the $30,000 mark, and I predicted this week it would go to $35,000. And as of this moment, or the closing of the Rogue Market, it has done exactly that. So you watch now. Over the weekend into next week, she's headed toward $40,000. You get a chance to go to the Rogue Market, jump on over and make a mint in Rogue dollars. How do you find the Rogue Market? You go to my website at www.artbell.com, and you will see it on the left-hand side, the link to the Rogue Market. Just feel free to jump on over. In addition, last night I put up a really strange picture from Strange Universe. In fact, as a matter of fact, I said it was going to be tonight. The program covering the alien body that I've got on the website, the photo of the alien body, is going to be on Strange Universe Monday night. So I missed it by a day, or they moved it by a day, I think. And it, you know, in a lot of ways, that photograph more befits Halloween than it does an alien, I think. You look at that photograph, and there is something more horribly creature-like about it. Something out of a bad dream here on Earth than you would find elsewhere. But it is represented to be the body of an alien, and the story will unfold Monday on Strange Universe. And also, this note up front, hi Art, here is a report of a significant Halloween sighting from Reno, Nevada. My name is Jeremy, gives his whole name. I'll give it, Jeremy Dunn. I'm the board op here at KOH until midnight Friday nights. He says, I had a couple of listeners call to report a red light moving very slowly south of town. They tracked it for several minutes. I went outside, and I saw it myself. Now, this is my board op. I called the Reno Tahoe Airport, and guess what? They were getting calls on it. The tower saw it, and, as a matter of fact, had it on radar, but did not know what it was. A departing flight reported the object to be at about 9,000 feet altitude. Thought you'd like to know, Jeremy, 73 is Jeremy, oh, he's a ham. Jeremy is also a ham. So there you go, a Halloween sighting of all things of a red light, noted even by radar up there, as things continue to flash across our skies. Another very good Phoenix picture coming shortly. As a matter of fact, not of the original March 13th Phoenix lights, but of a recent UFO right over the city of Phoenix. What is it about Phoenix that's attracting UFOs? Linda will have a specific report on this one coming up this Sunday. At any rate, we launch into the world of the unseen shortly. And it's interesting, I was doing an interview, or did a sort of an off-the-cuff interview on KST in Sacramento earlier in the day. And since it is Halloween, they decided to call me and do a brief interview on Halloween. And I told the talk show host there, go ahead, give it a shot. Try it after the interview. I said it on the air, open your lines, and don't laugh at people, don't scoff at them, and just watch what happens. And then I later got a fax and said, boy, were you right. Lines lit up and stayed lit up. Thanks. Now, why would ghost stories be important to hear beyond the obvious fun, the vicarious fun, I might add, of hearing somebody else scared out of their wits? Now, I say vicarious because that's really what it is, when it, at least for me, when it comes down to something really happening to you, as in me, then the vicarious part of it dies a little bit. And I found out the other night, scared the hell out of me during the Brad Steiger interview. I know that a lot of you heard it, but right in the middle of that interview, just as I finished a break, and the music was fading, and I took my headphones off to head off into the other room, something went on my door. And I mean, just like that. I don't even know that my mic was able to adequately reproduce the pounding sound that occurred on my door. Really, really loud. Not an outside door, no outside rattle, no rock, none of that baloney. This was something that pounded on my door to the degree that I'm sure had I been all the way turned around and seen it, the door would have rattled inward, visibly. And so since I was already on the way up, I went right over and opened the door that quick. And there was nothing there. Now there are 4 possibilities in my home for such a sound. 3 of them are kitty cats who were sound asleep on my bed. The 4th is my wife, who also, until I interrupted her, was sound asleep on our bed. So in other words, none of the 4 suspects had made the sound. So what pounded on my door at a decibel level that would cause Alfred Hitchcock, were he around, to raise his eyes in surprise? I have no idea. But I do know this, the vicarious part of it stopped like that, and the actual scary part of it began for me. It really was scary. And so anyway, I will attempt to vicariously enjoy the ghost stories of all of you out there. Bell told you to call. Well, all right. We're about ready to get underway, though I do have a current situation here I suppose I should address. I just got this from John in Santa Barbara. Hi, Art, I know you're not on the air right now. It's 15 minutes before the show. I am in Santa Barbara. I live alone and just went into my bathroom to find the bottom of my shower, my tub, shower in the tub, red with what looks like blood. There is also a red stain of a hand print on the wall in the shower. Oh, I've been here about a year now, and I've never had anything or seen anything like this before. I don't really know what to do. I'm shaking now. I'm not sure I'm going to stay in this place tonight. I was wondering if, when you get on the air, you might be able to ask your listeners for advice. I've tried to call my landlady, but there is no answer at her place, of course. Right now I'm thinking of heading to a motel. What would you do? I wish you a good and safe Halloween. I'm sure not going to forget this for a long time. Hope the motel has a radio so I can hear your show. Well, listen, my friend, if your shower is covered with blood, and if there really is a bloody hand stain on the shower wall, my most sincere advice to you would be to call 911. Before concluding that you are merely having a Halloween prank, I think that I would get hold of the police, and they will quickly enough tell you if you have blood on your wall, if you have blood in your shower. And if you do, it is better that you would call 911 than your landlady or somebody else. Believe me. All right, now to the phones and the unexpected. Whatever it is going to be tonight, here it comes. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good evening.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in Cape Junction, Oregon.
Cape Junction, Oregon, all right?
Yeah, my mother was a faith healer, and I've seen a lot of things over the years. I'm 46 years old. They don't scare me anymore, but I've had several of them happen. One of them that really sticks out in my mind, several years ago when my would-be wife and I were together, we were at my mother's house sleeping on the floor, and I woke up about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I seen this mist at the end of the bed, and it was a gray mist. And so I lit up a cigarette, and I'm watching it, and it's moving back and forth, and it looked like the Grim Reaper is what it looked like. And my wife woke up, seen it, hollered, and it went away. A week later, she become very ill, and we took her to the doctor. They said it was an inflamed ovary. I took her home. We took her back again in another week, and they said it was stomach flu. And finally, something just told me to take her to another doctor, and her appendix had been broke for 2 weeks, and she almost died.
Oh, that's much too long. 2 weeks is much too long.
Yeah, well, the doctors told her it was an inflamed ovary or stomach flu, but I got worried. She was looking really bad.
Well, she was lucky to be alive at all.
Well, yeah, some kind of antibiotics in her system formed a bag around it, and that's the only thing that saved her. But there's been several incidents. I've made several predictions. 9 of them come true, the ones that I made, and it's scary sometimes.
All right, my friend, thank you very much for the call. The human body is an amazing thing, far more amazing than the scientists are able to yet discern. In some cases, the human body is capable of protecting against what otherwise would be a fatal disease, and there are no exceptions. Sometimes things just cure themselves. Cancer, AIDS, to the point that AIDS can no longer, the HIV virus can no longer be detected. People have cured themselves literally from the deathbed. Daniel Brinkley is capable of healing himself. He's proven that to me and to a lot of other people as well. It can be done. A miracle? I don't know. What do you think? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good evening.
Good evening.
Where, pray tell, are you, sir?
I'm Samuel, and I'm on the island of Kauai.
The island of Kauai, the beautiful island of Kauai. Yes, sir.
It is. Okay, I got one that should freak you out. I was about 6 years old, and laying in bed, and we had clock radio, and I know it was like about 4:07, maybe 4:08 in the morning, and I just woke up for some reason. I have no idea why, and I had this really kind of creepy feeling, and I looked up, and there was, it certainly looked like the Grim Reaper. It was a black hood, couldn't see the face, and I just freaked.
That might have been the devil.
The devil?
The devil.
Well, why do you say that?
Oh, well, it just might have been. I mean, generally, when people talk about visitations by guides or angels that are going to take them, from this life into the next, they are light creatures, or they're wearing white clothing. Now, if your guy had on black clothing, kind of a MIB from below,
Yeah.
That I'm not, now look, I'm not trying to worry you. I'm just saying that you might want to review the way you're living your life.
Well, no. Let me finish the story first off.
All right.
Okay, so I kind of freaked, didn't quite like the character that I saw in front of me, so I closed my eyes, kind of pulled the covers up over me, and I had the tingly kind of sparkly sensation of I don't know what you would call it, energy or something or other, and I closed my eyes, and a couple seconds, or I don't know how long it was, a minute, I opened my eyes again, and I knew I was awake, and I looked up, and I could see our hallway ceiling passing in front of me, up above me, and I went, what the heck is going on here? And I was freaking floating, man, down to, I wasn't walking because I was on my back, and I'm cruising down our hallway, and so I certainly closed my eyes again because I did not like what I was experiencing.
Would have been a good opportunity to change some light bulbs if you.
So I closed my eyes again, and we had another clock radio in the digital, you know what I mean, in the living room.
Yes.
And I opened my eyes again, and I'm laying on the floor in my living room underneath our coffee table with, I could see the clock radio, the digital lit up, and like 1 minute had passed from when I could see the clock when I was in the bedroom and I first experienced this. And so I was completely wide awake, and needless to say, I didn't move. I slept underneath our coffee table until the sun come up. But, yeah.
Well, so then you don't really know, do you, what occurred? You don't really know?
Well, of course, I'm 6 years old. How would I know I still don't know to this day what the heck happened.
Mm-hmm.
But,
you must have been a bad 6-year-old.
A bad...
You must have really done something terrible.
No, I was a bad 20-year-old. I was a good 6-year-old.
All right. Thank you very much for the call.
You're welcome.
A bad 20-year-old. Yeah, we were all bad 20-year-olds, weren't we? There's some way, somehow, that I suppose I have to hope that God judges people at a latter age, and that may be one of the bad things about dying at 20. I mean, think back to you in your own life. If you'd have died at 20 and gone through a full life review, short as it would have been at the age of 20, you would look a whole lot different than you would at 40, 50, 60, 70 years old. Think about it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing all right. Where are you?
It's in New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes, sir.
We're getting better, too.
I know New Orleans really is a place where this kind of stuff flourishes.
Yeah, and the one I'm going to tell you, it has something to do with Marie Laveau.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's a real spooky story, but it actually happened. I kid you not. And this is what happened. I had some friends that were in a play at UNO. It was like a color play film, and one of the pictures I had was the girl who played Marie Laveau. And I had dug them up a couple of months ago.
Dug them up. All right. On that note, we're going to have to pause.
Okay.
Because we're at break point here now. Do you want to hold on, and we'll let you unwind your story? And it's.
Oh, I got so many stories from being down here, but this one.
This is the one we. Right. That's what we want. The very best story you've got, and it sounds like that's what's just ahead. As we do every year, this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. International callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax Art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Good morning, everybody. Ghost Stories again tonight. Ghost to Ghost AM in overtime. We'll get back to it in a moment. We've got something new for you this morning from the Sea Crane Company. It's very small, but, you know, a lot of times good things come in very small packages. How many of you remember the first little transistor radios way back in the 60s? Remember those? I had one, of course, immediately. This is perhaps in the tradition size-wise, but it's brand new. It's from, of course, Sanjin. It is the DT-110 digital AM/FM stereo radio. To begin with, this very finely crafted radio is a whole lot smaller, I say, than my traditional comparison, a pack of cigarettes. Fits very easily in a shirt pocket, for example. A purse, briefcase, whatever. Comes in a soft case with a belt loop. Now, keep in mind these features, because I'm not going to tell you the price to the end. It comes with a set of Sanjin's high-fidelity earbuds. The clean sound, the bass response is perfect. Digital tuning, 15 FM and 6 AM preset memories. Priority station recall, auto scan, and oh yes, one more thing, runs on 2 AAA batteries. And better yet, if you forget to turn the radio off, it turns itself off for you. Pretty smart. And now, the price on the brand new item. What would you guess? $150? $99? How about $49.95? The brand new Sanjin, little bitty but very powerful DT-110, $49.95. Here you go, folks. Have fun. Bob Crane opens the doors at 9 o'clock, actually, on Saturday mornings. 9 o'clock, on 9 to 1. He's open 9 to 1 Pacific on Saturdays. And then it's also, of course, on Monday morning at 7:30 a.m. The number is, for those of you who love to get stuff first, the DT-110 by Sanjin, the number is 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863, the Sea Crane Company. And I'm telling you right now, you will not be disappointed in this radio. I love, love, love getting firsts on. We've got sort of a variety of new products that are going to be coming up over the next several weeks, and you are going to absolutely love some of them. I'm afraid I'm a tech toy nut, and I'll give you kind of a little hint of one of the things that's coming up. We're going to be getting into night vision, and I know quite a bit about night vision. I've been doing a lot of playing with night vision lately. I'll sort of tell you that story as the evening moves on. It's remarkable, and we are in the midst of testing the best night vision stuff. So coming shortly to the Sea Crane Company, something that you are going to love, night vision. Now, one more little item, not so little, considering this is the 31st. So, you know what? You've got tonight only. That's it, tonight only, to get this deal, and then it expires. You're hearing a Puramac 3, Nature, Spirit, and Pride, and Ghost Dance. The entire CD is just like this, dedicated to the Native American, and it is just wonderful, soul-grabbing music by Michael Holm. And by the way, if you're the first to order a CD at $15.98, or a cassette at $9.98, one of the first 25 tonight, this last night for the deal, you get an autographed copy by Cusco's own Michael Holm. You can also order, tonight only, a special limited edition 3-CD box set which contains all of Apurimac, number 1, number 2, number 3, for an incredible $39.95. And with it, gets a beautiful, and it is, Buffalo Spirit Warrior featured on the cover of Apurimac 3, an autographed poster, actually. So there it is, the last night, folks. Last chance. Once again, Cusco's new Apurimac 3, $15.98 for a CD, 6, make that $9.98 for a cassette, or the limited edition 3-CD Apurimac series for $39.95. Call 1-800-562-8283. That's 1-800-562-8283. It's a shame that it has to end, but there's an end to everything, including us. Now, back to our wild card line. You're back on the air again.
How you doing, Art?
All right.
I was just recapping for a little bit. Actually, I was looking for some important papers, you know, and I was scrummaging around boxes and stuff. And I was digging in this one box, and I came across a picture of this girl who acted in a movie about Marie Laveau. And, you know, you're an aficionado for exotic girls and stuff.
Oh, yes.
You know, and this picture was beautiful, you know. I said, I had to have it, you know. I just asked her if I could have it, and she said, yeah. She was surprised that somebody wanted a picture of her. So anyway, I said, I'm going to put this on my wall. And so I took it, and I put it on the wall next to a poster. Okay, and it was, you know, right behind a lamp, but you could see it when you walked in the room. And, so, you know, that night I went to bed, woke up the next morning.
Oh, darn, I was going to guess she came to you in the night.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish.
All right.
It totally blew me away. I was getting up out of bed, and the lamp was still on, right? And there was a reflection on the dark TV screen, and the reflection was about 6 inches by 6 inches. And it was some mad character, a devious-looking smile. It wasn't me. It was coming from the wall where I placed this picture of the girl that played Marie Laveau. And by just putting the picture in a certain way with the poster behind it and whatnot,
yes,
this mad image came out on the screen of the TV. It was just a reflection. And I said, my God, what is that, you know? And I got up and it disappeared, you know? And I said, man, this is strange. And I turned the lamp off and there was no reflection there, you know? And so that night, the same thing, you know, I got the lamp on, I turn off the TV, and the reflection comes back of this mad-looking person, devious-looking face.
Yes.
I'm going, man, this is crazy, you know? And what I did was, eventually, I just moved the picture to another spot, and the thing went away.
Well, I guess one could conclude that you were getting just sort of a distorted reflection of her in the television. Or it may be the reflection of her in any other object would be a creature that you would not want to meet in the middle of the night. I really thought your story was going somewhere else. I thought perhaps in the morning you would have awakened with the need for a cigarette, though you don't even smoke or something like that. In other words, she came to you in the midst of the night. But no. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Just fine.
I'm from Gulfport, Florida.
Gulfport, Florida. Okay.
Yeah. All the way across the continent from you.
Yes. It's a little continent, though, now.
Well, that's true, especially nowadays.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you about something that happened in about 1977, 1978.
First person to you?
To me.
Okay.
At the time, I was working at O'Hare Airport. I was working security there. It was my first job. And I was living in Chicago with 4 other roommates.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all guys. That way we didn't have to worry about, you know, doing laundry and stuff. You know, everybody's stuff was all over the place and we didn't give a care. So, you know, I worked late late nights.
Communal trash.
Yeah, basically.
I think I've got the picture.
Typical bachelor pad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I worked late nights predominantly, but one night, it was Halloween night in, like I said, 77 or 78. I worked in the evening from 4 to 12. And when I got home, now these guys, you know, the other three guys had been sort of dabbling in the occult. They'd gotten a bunch of books on demonology and stuff.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Your roommates were doing this, huh?
Yeah, they were doing that.
Now, that's a red flag right away. Didn't that worry you a little bit?
Not really, because, well, I have my own beliefs, and I'm not really that...
I mean, you weren't worried about ending up on a sacrifice altar some night with the three of them staring at you?
No, not really.
All right.
These guys were a little bit nuts, but they weren't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would like to think that I would have...
What is your first name?
Eric.
I mean, Eric, they would be looking down at you saying, Eric, we gave you every opportunity to join us. we really wish you had. But now we need you for a higher purpose. And then there would be this long, jagged, twisted knife. You know how that goes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And at any rate...
Ritual sacrifice.
That's right. So none of that was true.
No, none of that. But I came home, and I found that they'd gone into the basement. Now, this was a big, long apartment building, 2 blocks long. It was a zigzag architecture, sort of like an L-shaped pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And in our section of the building, we had exclusive use of the basement. And I came home, and I looked around, and I didn't see him anywhere, and I happened to notice that one of their books was out on the table. So I went down looking for him in the basement. And they'd gone ahead and made the protective circle of sanctified sand, and
yes,
they had the pentacle on the floor, on the inside of the circle of sand.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the guys was doing some sort of a summoning, attempting to summon a demon.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm not exactly the most believing individual in the world. I've got my own religious beliefs, but the demonology and that, I sort of...
That's okay. Here they were trying to summon up something with big teeth,
and right in the middle of it, I made the comment, if there is a devil, give us a sign.
Wait a minute. That makes you part of it,
Well, yeah, I guess so, but at the same time, I was being a sarcastic little schnuck.
Peer pressure, I guess.
Well, no, I was being sarcastic.
So you said, fine, if there's a devil, let's have a sign, and what happened?
Well, inside the basement, far corner, was a foot locker. Okay, old World War I wooden foot locker.
Right.
And inside that foot locker was a radio. It's funny, you'd mentioned the transistor radio earlier.
Right.
This was a transistor radio. It had been in a fire. It was one of the other guys. It had been his brother's, and he had stuck it inside the foot locker after it had burned. Why, I don't know, but he did. And it was one of those things where the foot locker itself was damaged. Nobody could get into it without destroying it because his younger brother had gone ahead and pulled a practical joke on him and stuck some super glue in there.
Yep, that'll do it. All right, so we've got to get to the punchline here.
The key had broken off. Nobody could get in.
Right.
That radio had not worked in I don't know how long. And immediately after I said, give us a sign,
yes,
that radio started playing. She is a devil woman with evil on her mind.
It started playing that.
That's correct.
Do you understand the implications of that for your soul?
Yeah.
That's a very nice laugh you have, but I'm being very serious. Do you?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Are you ready for the ride?
There won't be. There won't be.
Uh-huh.
I know where I'm going.
Do you? Have you ever been in an elevator in like a 50 or 60 a story building and, you press the down thing and it's like you lose some of your weight and you can feel yourself lightening up as it goes down?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, that's nothing compared to the ride you're going to take.
Well, maybe.
Just having fun with you. But that is not good. You do not, particularly in a situation of a circle of safety, protection, a pentagram, 3 other guys, ask for a sign from the devil, and then obviously get one and not be somewhat concerned about your ultimate destination, and it won't be on a L1011. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, hello, Art. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm really glad you took this call. I want to tell you something that happened to me about 23 years ago.
Where are you now?
Okay, this is Lady of Kinnick. I'm in Kinnick, Alaska.
Oh, no kidding. Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful. Okay.
And this happened back when I wasn't living right. And
You mean you were
I was not living right.
living a little on the wild side, fast lane, that kind of thing?
Yeah, it was
okay.
it was worse than that.
Worse
anyway,
than that? Okay.
it was down in Fort Lauderdale, and down from the Broward General Hospital. There was this house, and they went and they turned it into a haunted house, and it had like all these exhibits and booths and everything.
You mean
in
like
it.
a commercial haunted house?
Yeah, it was a commercial one.
Right.
Well, what had happened is my father was killed on Thanksgiving Day before I was born. And I wasn't born until 3 days after Christmas, so I never...
Killed as in murdered, you mean?
No, he went in an airplane crash.
Okay.
And they didn't find his body till I was like 6 months old.
Right.
And my auntie, who was very psychic, it's on my mother's side of the bloodline, that's their problem. And there was this pair of wooden shoes that he had brought back from when he was in the military, and he gave them to my auntie, and she had them in this like a china closet where my uncle had gone all over the world and collected all these things, and I always wanted them wooden shoes. And she passed over, and the shoes came to me, and I had them. I was living in this apartment, and there was a television set that had not worked in years. And I went and had a bedspread put over it, and I had this big mirror to where you kind of see yourself laying on the bed. Like I said, I wasn't living right back in them days.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I know.
Anyway,
So,
yes.
Anyway, what had happened is I went to this haunted house exhibit, and the very last exhibit, before you go out the door, there was this plaster of Paris skull, and it looked really, really real. And I reached over and I grabbed it, and I put it in this big handbag I had, and I booked out with it, and I had had this thing for a couple of months. I moved to this apartment. I took the skull, and I had it on top of this old TV, which had not been used in years. There was no plugs on the wall. I just had it like a table. I guess you could call it an altar.
My mama told me to be careful about chicks who carry skulls.
Oh, man, it gets worse.
Okay.
And I had this skull sitting on top of this TV, and I had a wooden shoe on each side of it, and the mirror was behind it, and I had this crocheted green thing like hanging up wispy over the mirror. And I went to sleep, and at this time my son was just a little itty-bitty, just a couple of months old. And I went into the sleep, and I kept hearing this voice, and it told me to wake up. And it's like I had a really hard time waking up. And when I woke up, this is gospel. Just like on them biker shirts where you see the skull with the flames shooting out of the side. There was no ashtrays. There was no cigarettes.
Yes.
From the side of this skull, there was these flames that were just absolutely shooting out like there was a blowtorch turned on.
Really?
And the inside of the shoes, like where it would go in the inside of your feet, was just absolutely charred. So I got up. I took my son. I set him outside the apartment on the grass. I went into the bathroom because all I had was a shower, and I dumped the diaper bucket. And I got a bucket of water, and I went ahead and poured it over this skull and everything. And what I saw...
You had to put the skull out?
You betcha. Let me tell you something. This is going to blow your mind.
Okay.
When I walked outside and let the smoke come out of the apartment,
yes,
these 2 little girls that I knew that were teenagers, they worked at Burger King off the Sunrise Boulevard. This was like 23 years ago. They came back to visit me. And they asked me, like, wow, what's going on? I said, walk inside the apartment and tell me if you see anything. And they walked in, and they came out, and they were as white as sheets. I said, what did you see? Art, there in the mirror was the most perfect picture of me asleep on the bed, done in smoke. And I want you to know, you talk about getting up and moving out that day, I was history.
Is that when you changed your life?
No, I didn't get baptized till 1988.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted to talk to Harlot the other night.
We're going to replay the show with Harlot tomorrow night, serving fair notice to my affiliates. That was one freaky show.
Do you think she's listening right now, or do you think she's busy?
If I had to guess, I'd say yes.
May I say one thing to her?
You may.
Harlot, if you're listening, I want you to know that when you went and summoned Lucifer, who's actually in the lower heavens right now, to talk to God about having your son to be in the satanic religion.
She didn't talk to God about having her son.
She talked to Satan.
She talked to Satan and delivered her son
to deliver her son to where he would be into the craft, to be a priest for Satan.
Yes.
Well, that baby's home safe with Jesus.
Well,
So I guess the Lord is a merciful God to spare that child that kind of life.
But how do you know that?
Because it's a little itty-teeny little baby, and she talked to Satan about having him to become in the faith and to be dedicated to Satan, to grow up to be a priest.
Mm-hmm.
And the baby ain't here.
All right, I thank you for the call. I'm not as sure of that. I have no way of being as sure. By the way, my all-time favorite person in scary movies, beyond any shadow of any doubt, is now Christopher Walken. I saw Prophecy, and I just had the opportunity to see Prophecy 2, and I'm telling you right now, there is no more natural, evil, scary, perfect person for the part of an archangel gone bad than Christopher Walken. The guy is positively eerie. He's absolutely incredible. Okay, we're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. Tonight we shall devote to, well, what we're doing, ghost stories. We do that this year, kind of Ghost to Ghost Plus. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. To wing his way to Great Britain. And one of the things he's going to be doing there is consummating the deal with a talk radio network in Britain to carry the program. So we are going to spread our wings a little bit, and we are, for at least a period of the evening, going to be live throughout the British Isles, Scotland, and who knows where else we're heard in Europe. But we're going to get on a radio network there. It's going to be a lot of fun, particularly with the toll-free line. So once again, if you're outside the country, scare up an AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903 from any place in the world, and we will whisk you in toll-free. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. My name's Sherry, and I'm from Kansas City.
Hi, Sherry.
Okay, this happened back in 1980. I was dating this really neat city councilman, and he had bought an older home, beautiful old home, and he converted this big attic into a beautiful big bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And it must have been, I don't know, 30 feet long on this one side, and that whole side was nothing but a big closet, huge long closet. You know how you are about closets?
Oh, yes.
All night. Now, up until then, I never believed in this stuff. So he was asleep one night, and I hadn't been, but I fell asleep, and a knocking woke me up. Didn't stir him at all. So I kind of opened my eyes, was looking, you know, and I looked over at the closet, and out popped this head.
A head?
Down to the shoulders.
Oh, Lord. A head out of the closet to the shoulders?
Down to her shoulders. She popped her head out, and she had short brown, kind of wavy hair and a flowery dress on.
Yeah?
And I stared, and I kind of froze, and I just stared and looked, and then she turned her head and looked at me, and we kind of eye to eye, and she went back in the closet. And I just, I woke him up. I said, Ed, wake up, wake up. I just saw the most strange thing. I know I saw it. And he said, what was it? What'd she look like? I told him, he said, oh, don't worry about her. He said, she's real nice. He said, when I built this room, I saw her, when I finished the closet, he said, she walked in there. But what we figured out, what he said why she was there, was this house was built by her father when she got married, and the man left her, and she committed suicide in the attic.
Great. And so she was in your closet.
Yes, and she lived in the closet, and she liked him because he said, don't worry about her, she's really nice.
Uh-huh.
Well, I told she can have him. You know?
So that was the end of that, huh?
No, I got out of that deal.
I don't blame you at all. Thank you very much for the call. I don't like open closets at night. Now, I've never had anything peek out of my closet, and if I did, my intense dislike of open closets at night would quickly convert to, I'm leaving this closet for somebody else. I'd be out of here. There's no way on God's green earth that I would go to sleep with a closet open or closed from which somebody had peeked their head and shoulders out. No way. No way. On my international line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi there. Where are you?
In Vancouver, Canada.
All right, Vancouver. Welcome to the program. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Yes, I do.
All right. Turn your radio off. That's it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Got to do that. Up in Vancouver.
Okay. When I was young, my father bought a house, and it was built in the 1920s. And this guy gave it to him for a really good price, and so he bought it. And 2 weeks later, the guy came back and begged him to have the house back. And so he should have explained to him more about what happened in the house before he had sold it to him. So anyway, my father said, no, this is our first house, we're going to keep it. And apparently what this guy told my father, and he never said anything to the family for years till later, was that there were 3 generations living in the house. They were from the West Indies, and they were practicing voodoo. And basically, he said he wanted to buy the house back from him, and that he shouldn't have let a young family buy the house in the first place, knowing the history. So anyway, my father thought, well, we're just going to live with it, and went on with that. And
he accepted it. I would have, you know what I would have assumed? I would have assumed that the guy somehow had seller's remorse, or somehow, wanted the house back. And a good story of a haunting in the house is a great way to scare somebody to sell it back to you.
Maybe that's what my dad thought.
Yeah.
Because he was a pretty skeptical person when it came to this kind of thing.
Sure.
But then a lot of things happened all through the years when we had lived in the house. A lot of weird things happened, and in fact, it got so bad that we'd had 3 or 4 priests come to the house and bless the house. And there was one time when it was so bad, one priest was summoned to come to the house. And
well, what could have happened in that house to be so bad that you would summon it?
Just a lot of different things. We had a lot of religious paraphernalia on the walls, like crosses and pictures of Jesus and things like that.
Yes.
And we had this one cross that kept dropping to the floor. And there was no way that that could happen because of the way it was hung on the wall. It was right above the basement door. Mm-hmm. And that kept falling. And my dad thought, geez, why does this thing keep coming off the wall? That happened, and my mom had a lot of weird things happen where she'd be sleeping and she'd feel a tremendous weight on top of her.
Oh, yes.
She couldn't move.
Oh, yes.
And it became so commonplace, I didn't think anything of it when she would call out in the middle of the night and say, pass me my rosary or pass me the Bible, which she'd keep on her nightstand, but she was paralyzed. She couldn't move. So I'd come and give this to her, and whatever it was left.
Uh-huh.
And it was always targeting her, and I thought, well, maybe it's targeting her because she's, she's always sick. So maybe she's weak in some way. And
Sure, I think they go, they go after the weak.
Yeah, so things like that used to go on, and my dad said certain parts of the house are really cold, and we noticed it too. Things like that. And there were just a lot of things like this going on all the time, weird things. We'd hear footsteps on the basement steps, and there was a man who, before we moved in, hung himself in the bedroom downstairs.
Oh, this house just has a great All right, so anyway, what happened?
But anyway, when the third or fourth time we'd called a priest over the years, one time when these things were occurring more often, he came, and it was a different priest this time. And he got out of his car, and my dad came and opened the front door and saw him arrive, and he was going to greet him. And he wouldn't come over to the house. He wouldn't even step across the street onto the pavement that was out front of our house. He said he felt something that was so bad to the house, he didn't even want to enter or come onto our lawn.
Right.
And my dad came down the stairs, and I was standing in the doorway watching. The priest was apologizing, saying, sorry, I'm going to have to send somebody else because whatever is there, I can feel it. It's quite bad, and it's, he goes, I can't handle this. And he left. He was scared. He didn't want to come in.
Now that's really bad. I mean,
Yeah.
a priest arrives to do something for the house, and it's so bad that he leaves? Oh.
He left. So we had this other guy. He sent him out, and he felt very bad. He was apologizing a lot, and he even phoned back a few times to apologize. He felt really bad about leaving us there.
I understand. It's kind of like a doctor getting up and walking away from some guy who's bleeding on the street,
Yeah. So we had things like that going on all the time, and I don't know. It just seemed to continue, and then one day, when everyone was older, when the children weren't children anymore, it seemed to have just went away. So.
Well, it may, thank you very much, it may have been the children that brought it in the first place. Particularly teenage girls, I don't know why, but particularly teenage girls have a propensity for attracting these things, or creating them, or summoning them, or being the source of them. We don't exactly know which is true, but we just know the phenomena tends to occur frequently around teenage girls. Now, why do you suppose that might be? Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Okay, where are you?
I am in Waterloo, Illinois.
Waterloo, Illinois. Haha, I just played Waterloo.
Well, my buddy called last year, okay, for your ghost stories.
Yes.
And his parents had bought a sports complex, okay? And when we were remodeling this place, we would feel very cold spots in this place, So over the course of the year, the place came up and running, and late at night when we would all show up there and skate around. It's a roller hockey rink.
Mm-hmm.
And we started hearing strange stuff, but one night we had come out of the locker room and went upstairs, and my friend Randy was downstairs in the locker room yet, and he come out, and first of all, he came up the steps, and he was white as a ghost. I was like, what's wrong with you? And he's telling me that he's seen this black mass that looked like a man that was 7 feet tall, and it's not, you couldn't see through it, but it was just a black mass.
Very bad.
Walked towards an exit, or it went towards an exit away from him and went out the door. Okay, 3 weeks later, my friend Aaron is, this is his parents' place. He was, locking up, and we weren't there, but he was going to the office door, and he seen something out of the back of his, corner of his eye, and he turned around, and this thing was reaching for him. As soon as he turned around, it disappeared. I mean, he jumped and blinked, and it disappeared. But since then, there's only one person that, besides them two, that have seen it, and he's like I know it's true because he just plays there, and he don't know us or nothing. He came up and he goes, I seen something really weird in the locker room downstairs. And he told us what it was. He explained it to us to a T.
Well, there you are. Yet another story of an entity. Now, as I told somebody earlier today, you can take any one of these stories, and I think you can rather easily dismiss them one way or another. As you think them through, you can dismiss them. But collectively, you cannot take all the stories you're hearing, and the lines are, as always, just absolutely loaded. And it could go on and on and on and on and on and on. And when you don't chuckle at people when they tell you a story, then people are unafraid to come forward as they hear others and tell their stories. So collectively, how can you possibly deny that these things must be true, that there must be something to it? Singly, perhaps. Collectively, not a chance. Not if you're an objective person and you listen carefully. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Fred from McKeesport, Pennsylvania.
Hi,
and welcome back from vacation.
Thank you.
I got a ghost story for you that's confirmed by 3 different people. And first of all, I'd like to ask you a question. Did you get my letter about the MUFON report that I sent to you with the triangle and the line on my thumb?
Yes, I did.
You did?
I did, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, here's my ghost story. Bought this house back in 1972. My mother did.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my family's religious practices is once they move into a new house, they call in the priest and have him bless the house and the whole ball of wax.
I have never done that.
Well, she did that. I've never, I don't subscribe to that anymore myself. But she got remarried after my dad had died. He'd been dead about a year, and she remarried this bozo, and subsequently got divorced. But when she got remarried, she moved out. So I decided, hey, I've got this whole house to myself. I'm moving into the master bedroom instead of my tiny little bedroom that I had in the back part of the house.
How old were you?
I'd been back from Vietnam. I was 22.
So it's like party time. You've got your own place.
Oh, you know it.
All right.
So I'm listening to late night talk radio. Unfortunately, this is back in 1972. I don't think I was listening to you at that time. But I was listening to the radio. And I turned it off, and I was getting ready to go to bed. All of a sudden, we have a lot of... At that time, we had a lot of factories going on around here. I mean, steel mills were all still going on, great guns.
Sure.
But now they're all dead. But the thing of it is, I'm laying in bed, and I start hearing what sounded like breathing. Labored breathing.
Of course, labored.
And it sounded like it was, somebody that sounded like had pneumonia or emphysema or something like that.
Yes.
And I thought, well, okay, it's one of the factories, and I'm just laying there, and all of a sudden, it starts getting louder and louder. Yeah, right. And I'll tell you what, the adrenaline started pumping.
Of course it did.
And, me being just back from Vietnam, I grabbed my .45 from underneath my pillow. I had a cocked and lock sitting on my chest, and I said, anybody that comes through this damn door is dead. And believe it or not, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you're lying in bed. I've got a street light outside my window in the master bedroom.
We must hurry now. We're coming up.
Okay. Yeah, the whole room got really, really dark. The whole room got really, really dark, and all of a sudden I started pressure, pushing on my body.
Right.
I mean, pushing me into the mattress like it was almost like I could not breathe.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, I got the hell out of that room. I have never been back in that room. I will not sleep in that room. Her son-in-law and wife come over and stayed at our house because they were living in the other house. And he confirmed something in the house. And this guy was a CIA analyst. I mean, we're talking, black suit guy. And after my mother, her sister died.
About 10 seconds.
Okay, she took care of her sister, her niece, and come over, and her niece only spent one night in the house and then boogied. She would not spend another night in this house.
Yet another haunted house. I guess the party was canceled. Oh, boy. Ghost stories from the high desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. Back to the phones we go, and the ghost stories continue. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Cindy calling from Salt Lake.
It's interesting, Cindy. Apparently, you just had a snowstorm in Salt Lake. Is that correct?
We had one last Friday.
All right. Well, I've got an article from the Salt Lake Tribune that says the storm started with a bang, a clap of thunder that started and scared people all across Salt Lake City in the valley.
Yes.
And then a snowstorm.
Yep. I have never heard such thunder in my life. We thought it was an earthquake.
Yeah, I've got the article here, and so it's strange you should call. And the picture. I'm going to hold it up on my my studio cam and let everybody see it. I've got the newspaper picture, and it shows this witch with a broom about halfway up a pole. With all the snow below, trying to get away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It's
anyway.
a little strange around here.
Uh-huh.
Well, this little story happened in 1981. 4 of my friends and I were coming home from California from a graduation trip, a high school graduation trip, coming home to Salt Lake. We were leaving Palm Springs in the night because it was so hot. It's about 120 during the day, so we decided to travel at night. We were on the road outside of Palm Springs. I can't remember exactly where we were going. It was just a two-way road, and there was a sign that said no services for a certain amount of miles. So we knew we were going into quite a desolate part of the desert. And here we were, 5 young girls, never really experienced anything like we were going to experience, and never have. But about an hour into the desert. We were getting tired. A few of us were asleep. The driver, my friend that was driving, said, "What is that up ahead?" There's someone off to the side of the road. And we one at a time woke up. And the minute we started looking at it, we all got the most horrible feeling. It was just an awful feeling. And we couldn't figure out what was going on. As we got closer, she slowed down. And we noticed there was a woman off about maybe 10 feet off of the road. She had white hair, long white hair, white skin, this long flowing white robe, a dress, holding a white dog on a chain. In the middle of nowhere, Art, we had not even seen any cars for a long, long time. There were no, homes, or we had not gone through any towns. And as we got closer, we realized what it was. And the wind hadn't even been blowing that night, but her dress was blowing, her hair was blowing, and she looked at us with the most evil eyes I have never seen. She didn't look human. Her skin was so pale and white. And she looked at us to the left, and as we went by her slowly, her head turned so far. There's no way any human head could turn that far to follow us. And it was freaky. The most freaky thing I've ever seen.
Yep, shades of The Exorcist.
Oh, it was just unreal. We were so upset for a long time after that. And every time we get together now, after all these years, we always talk about that white lady in a white dress with her dog in the middle of nowhere.
There you are.
There you are.
There you are. Thank you very much for the call and the story. And what I said, and she just confirmed, is true. Horrendous claps of thunder above Salt Lake, followed by a snowstorm. And if you will go to my website right now and take a quick look at the live studio cam, which normally shows a live shot of me sitting here doing the show, catching me in heaven knows what sort of poses. I've held up the picture from the Salt Lake Tribune showing a witch with a broom partway up a phone pole. And, of course, you'll recall Patsy Harlot, if you will, who was from Salt Lake City and will be repeated tomorrow night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. You're not going to want to miss that if you didn't catch it the first time. That's really scary. The person included a little caption here of their own that says, "Hey, Art, look at what happened to Patsy the Witch the other night." You'll see that photograph up there. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you. Where are you?
I'm in Reno.
Reno, okay.
My story is, it actually comes out of the 70s from Bremerton, Washington.
All right, you're going to have to get into that phone and yell at us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I tended bar off and on for the American Legion in Bremerton, Washington back in the 70s.
Right.
And the building that the American Legion is in was originally across the street inside the shipyard. It was a servicemen's club. And back in the 40s, they moved the building from the shipyard across the street to where it is now.
Right.
During the move, there was a man who was crushed under the building. For several years while I was tending bar, anybody that was in there heard noises. We had secured locked doors. Every once in a while a door would open. The alarms would go off. We all got very used to it and decided this was the man who had been crushed, and we nicknamed him George because we didn't know, what his name was. And he was kind of mischievous, but he never really did anything bad. But upstairs in this building is a huge hall where they hold bingo and convention dinners. On a Thursday night, I was tending bar, and the post commander and vice commander were upstairs setting up the hall for a convention dinner for the next night. And they had all the chairs and tables nicely arranged, everything done. And about 11 p.m., they came downstairs to the bar, and I was closing things down. They sat down to have a beer, and we heard a lot of scraping noises upstairs. So they went back upstairs, and a few of the chairs had been moved. And they thought someone was in the building. They looked all around, couldn't find anybody. Came back downstairs. I was almost finished closing out, and it was like thunder and scraping, and it was just horrendous noise upstairs. This time, the post commander went up the stairs from inside the building. The vice commander went outside the building up the fire escape, just in case there was somebody there trying to get out. When they got up there, all of the tables had been moved, all of the chairs. The wheelchairs that had been in a storage room, which also was locked, were in the middle of the room. They came back downstairs, just white as ghosts.
Sure.
And I didn't even finish putting my money away. We left. Locked the building, left.
Wise move.
Yes, I think so. In the morning, they came back to rearrange everything. It was all fixed.
It was all rearranged. Tell me something. This is just sort of a what if. But if you died and you found yourself trapped here on Earth as a spirit, in other words, you could move about and do what you wanted to do, but nobody would see you, nor sense you, nor feel you, nor have any chance of knowing that you're even there, save an occasional rattle or something. In other words, you could be a ghost, or you could be a spirit, or you could... What would you do?
Oh, boy.
You're on Earth, you're a spirit, you're among the living, but you're not. What would you do?
That's really hard. First of all, I don't think I'd want to be there.
Oh, no, I didn't ask you. Yeah, but I didn't ask you where you wanted to be. I said if that was the case.
I think I would like to be the fly on the wall in the White House.
Good for you. All right for you. That's a good one. Any of the rest of you who would like to consider that might do so. If you in effect woke up dead and found yourself surrounded by the living, but utterly invisible to them, unable to affect their actions, what would you do? Her answer was a pretty good one. Be the fly on the wall at the White House. But even that, I suppose, would be boring after a while. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning. Where are you?
Well, Elvis says hi.
Elvis says hi. Memphis, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right.
By the way, my wife is very jealous. She says that you spend more nights with me than she does, which I'm a truck driver, and I listen to you all the time. But getting down to brass tacks, it seems as though I've been a magnet all my life for, I don't know, supernatural experiences or whatever.
We'll be all right. Just keep your hand off my knee.
I won't touch it, I promise. I keep both hands on the wheel, I try to most of the time anyway. Except those occasional times that I doze off. But
it's funny you should mention that, because that does happen to a lot of truck drivers, doesn't it? And they, even when they don't crash, they fall asleep and they wake up, and there they are, still going down the road.
Well, you have mind lapses, which is, it's like, I don't know if you really go to sleep, but
you're sort of hypnotized.
You lose whole towns, like states, towns, pieces of highway.
I drive a little Geo Metro, and it's just us Metro people really like hearing that about the giant 18-wheelers. Anyway, go ahead with your story.
Okay, when I was 12 years old, my father died, and I was born and raised in a very rural area, and we were very, very poor. And I had wondered, after my father died, how we were going to do things. He was 67 years old when I was born, so they can give you some idea of his age.
Mm-hmm.
And Dad always wore overalls and the old A-type undershirts.
Oh, yes.
And he always wore a felt hat and smoked Prince Albert cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up one night, which, a lot of people say that it was, due to the fact that my father had passed away and all this, and I was wide awake. And my father was standing at the foot of the bed, and he always called me Bubba. And he said, Bubba, he said, don't worry about it. He said, everything will be all right. And ever since that time, I've never felt really scared of being around certain things. But I had rented a house in the northeastern part of Memphis. Oh, this has been about 4 or 5 years ago. And I had a... And I would be gone for anywhere from a week to 2 weeks, and I'd come back home, and he'd tell me about these strange things that happened in the house while I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I came home one time, and he was gone.
He was gone?
He was gone. He decided to leave. So I was at the house for, I reckon a month or two by myself. And I was dating a woman that had a key to the house.
Uh-huh.
All right, I was in the shower one night taking a shower. The door's locked. There's burglar bars on the windows. There's burglar bars on the doors.
Right.
All the doors were locked. I'm in the shower, taking a shower, and the light switch goes on and off. And I figured, okay,
she's in the apartment messing around.
Right. She's going to come over, and try to scare me because, I'd heard certain things and felt certain things in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I got out of the shower and dried off, and, just kind of casually walked through the living room and looked around, and there wasn't anybody there. And there was a time when, in the springtime, I had windows that I would open and draw the curtains back and use a ceiling fan. And I woke up one morning about 1:30 or 2, which is nothing unusual when I'm at home, and I lit a cigarette and was sitting there smoking it, or laying there, and I felt somebody sit down on the bed. It's a water bed. And there's a mirrored headboard.
Yes.
So I look at the headboard, because I'm kind of curious because I'm the only one there.
Mm.
And there's no one there. But you could feel the bed move. We're talking about a full motion mattress.
Oh, I know. You can feel the displacement of the water. There would be no doubt about the fact that something was on the bed.
Right. There's lumps where there wasn't lumps before, you know.
Yeah.
And like I said, this ghost or spirit, whatever you choose to call it, had never shown any signs of, being aggressive or whatever. And I sit there and finish smoking my cigarette, and I said, look, either get up or lay down, one of the two, but I need to get some rest, okay? Just do whatever you got to do.
Now, that's hard to believe. I mean, you have something on your waterbed, and you're telling it, look, either get up or lay down because I'm going to sleep. How could you do that?
Well, the thing is, this, you know, we heard things. I sat there and played hide and seek with it one night.
Yeah.
You know, this thing, this...
Well, I guess people react very differently to these things. That's all.
Well, like I said, ever since my father had passed away and I had seen him, I have never felt as though they were bad. Now, you know, of course, I've never had knives fly through the air or, you know, wake up with my head and, you know, under a guillotine and things like that either, but I have never really felt that
they were bad.
That they were bad. You know, it's always been, you know, like, okay, you know, they're here, I'm here.
Anyway, what happened?
Well, I felt the bed move again. I put the cigarette out, and I slept with one foot out from underneath the sheets. And I, you know, got my nest made, and I'm laying there, you know, just going off into dreamland, and something reached down and grabbed my ankle and shook it like, okay, you know,
oh my God,
I'm up, but, you know, I've had the last say. But these were things that not only I experienced, but the lady that I was dating experienced, my roommate. As a matter of fact, he still lives in the house, which I've moved out of. I have since gotten married, and my wife was sitting at the computer one night playing solitaire, and
And it's still going on, let me guess.
Yeah, our daughter was laying in the bed and laying on the floor. She had an overnight friend come over. My wife was sitting there on the computer, playing on the computer, and she kept hearing my daughter say, "We're going to leave my foot alone." And she thought this...
You've got a ghost with a foot fetish.
I think that's what it is.
All right, well, listen, I've got to go. That's great. I just can't imagine. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that. Now, I realize people react differently to different things. I've got a waterbed. It's not free flow. It's baffled. But I'll tell you right now that if something jumped on, sat on, laid next to me on the waterbed, there is no way in hell that I'm going to sleep. No way I'm going to sleep. And then it grabs his ankle, and he's still going to sleep. I can't buy that. Even for Bubba, I can't buy that. There's just no way. There's no way an unseen force grabs your ankle on a waterbed and you're gonna go back to sleep. I don't think so. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I got through. I can't believe it. This is great, man. This just happened to me the other night.
Okay.
Man.
All right, where are you?
I'm out of Paso Robles, California.
All right.
KPRL.
What happened?
Oh, man. You were talking the other night about a door slamming or, you know, strange noise.
No, big bang on my door, yes.
Yes, yeah. What time was that approximately, you think? Was it 12:30, 1:30 over there in Nevada?
It seems to me it was like between 12:30 and 1, but I don't remember precisely. It scared the hell out of me.
That night, something happened to me. I was in my shop. I like to work on rocks and jewelry and stuff, you know, when I'm off in the evening.
Sure.
And I like listening to you once in a while.
Sure.
And I was listening, and you said something about that, and all of a sudden, I heard a thump. I mean, it must have been like after midnight, because that would be Hallow.
That's right. That's right.
Eve.
It was all Halloween Eve. That's right.
And I heard it creaking, and the lights kind of were starting to like a power surge or something.
Yes.
And I looked to my right, and here is this object that is just hanging by its neck, and its neck stretched out about a foot long.
What?
Yeah.
And when you say object,
transparent,
you mean like a being?
It was hanging there, looking at me, watching me. I felt this.
Like a human or what? What is the
Yes,
face?
it was. Yes, it was an old man.
An old man, and his neck was stretched out.
Yes, and I mean, I looked at him and I said, you know, I don't mind hanging around or with you or whatever, but you know what? It's your pad. Just leave me alone, and you can hang around all you want.
All right. Well, I find that as hard to believe as a guy who went to sleep with the something or another in his waterbed grabbing his ankle. I saw a man's head stretched out, old man's head stretched out in front of me, hanging in midair. I'm out of there. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Back to our lines. I do have one thing that I feel I should read you. I have received, over the last couple of days, countless communications from police officers and those kinds of people, and most of them beg me not to read them on the air because they would be identified. Here's one who will allow me at least to read it. It reads, Dear Art, I thought I'd take a second to send you a fax concerning several ghost sightings in our area. I am a Border Patrol agent who wishes to remain nameless, of course, as my career might be adversely affected. During the past few years, we've had the misfortune of losing 2 of our agents in the line of duty. In both circumstances, they died by falling off cliffs in our area here in San Diego. In these same locations, several illegal aliens have also died trying to enter the U.S. One night I was working in the same area where one of our agents died. It was during the middle of the night. A thick fog was beginning to cover the valley floor and moved toward my location. When the fog came and surrounded my area, a feeling of dread came over me, and I began to get very uneasy. As I was preparing to leave the area, I saw what I can only describe as several shadowy figures running through the fog, being trailed by another about 25 yards behind it. I immediately called to other officers to see if anyone was pursuing these aliens. I didn't get any answer, so I moved toward the area where I had seen these figures and began to check the area for the presence of aliens. I knew they couldn't have gone far, as there were cliffs on 3 sides of me, and I was covering the only direction out. I searched the ground, found the tracks, and followed them to the edge of the cliff. The footprints stopped at the edge, and not seeing any others in any other direction, I proceeded to the bottom of the canyon, expecting to find the worst. After I went to the bottom, I couldn't find any sign or presence of anyone. I believe what I saw was the spiritual remnants of those lost souls. I know that this is probably the case, as others have told me they've seen similar things. Thanks for your time, and please don't use my name on the radio. Okay, I shall not, though you did give it to me. So there you are. Another case of apparently this endless tape loop business as it regards spirits. You can easily imagine that border agents or aliens who had literally run off a cliff would experience a quick, violent, horrible death, and that somehow that death would be repeated endlessly in this horrid little tape loop that appears to accompany some spirit presence. Quite a story, and one of just many that I get from law enforcement. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, I'm Connie from Redding, California.
Hello, Connie.
Hi. Am I on right now?
You better be, or we're in trouble.
Okay. Well, I moved in with my boyfriend and his grandfather, as he was living with his grandfather before in the house.
Mm-hmm.
His grandfather died on the couch in the front room. Okay, well, I moved in with my daughter at the time. She's about 11 years old. And we've been here a while. And she was sleeping in the bedroom, which the open door to it, and her bed would be, where she was lying. If she sat up, she could see into the front room.
Mm-hmm.
And Grandpa, we still had some of the furniture, you know, from them. And he had a recliner chair, and I rearranged it anyway. It was sitting to where if she sat up in bed, you could see right to it. Anyway, she had never met Grandpa, and I've never met him. The next day, I get up, and she says, Mom, I had a bad dream last night. And I said, you did? Well, why didn't you wake me up? And she said, well, because I sat up, and I was scared. I sat up and looked up, and there was an old man in the chair, and he said, it's okay, honey. And he was from Arkansas, and he talked, it's okay, honey. Just go back to sleep. And I said, what? And I said, Joey, that's my boyfriend. I said, come here and listen to this. And so she explained it to him, and Joey said, well, what did he look like, Jane? And she described him to a T because he wore sweat suits all the time because he had lost a leg, you know, and it was easy for him to wear, and he was old. And she described his gray sweatsuit and described his looks to a T. But she didn't feel scared of it, and, you know, we thought that was weird, but I'd never gotten scared feelings of any of this.
Sure.
That other guy told you earlier.
Yes.
And
I find that just incredible.
Well, I know. I don't know how to really explain it. Like that guy said, now if someone sat on the bed like that, you know.
Or grabbed your ankle.
Or grabbed or something.
Come on, folks.
That would freak me out, I'm sure.
Would you go to sleep?
No.
No.
That's why I called it. I thought it was so weird, and she explained it. Well, then one night, I don't know how far in between, within the same 6 months to a year, nobody was home. I was pregnant, so I went to sleep, took a nap, and I woke up because I knew everybody was gone for the day. And I woke up, and the reclining chair, Grandpa's chair, was one of the kind where if you wanted the foot thing to come up,
sure, you got to lean back.
Well, no, it doesn't come up by leaning back. You have to grab that wooden handle on the side of your chair.
I know the type, yes.
Right, and it makes the noise, right?
Yes.
And I wake up to hearing that noise up and then going down,
yes.
up and down.
Oh, no.
And I thought, what? And I got up. Everything was the same. Nobody had been home. And there the chair sat, just fine. But I still, honestly, you know, I knew that's what I heard. I mean, wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake, but I didn't fear to have scary feelings. I just thought, that's Grandpa.
All right, here's the question for you that I asked another young lady a little while ago. I thought a good one tonight. If you were to wake up tomorrow, dead, you wouldn't realize it right away. But soon, quickly, you would realize nobody sees you. Your body's lying dead on the bed. You died in your sleep. You're walking around. You're still on Earth. You can see everybody else. They can't see you. You can't touch them. You can't affect them, except perhaps in some minor haunting way.
Right.
You know, just the way we've
like
been
the
here.
one you asked the lady that was a bartender.
That's right. My question is, what would you
I was hoping you'd ask me that. I was going to add to that.
Yes.
You know what I would do is similar to what the guy did, the lady that was the bartender story, about 3 stories before mine.
Right.
The way he moved the furniture, and they all left, and the next day, when they came back, it was put back. Some way of making a point, but not to really scare anybody, to let them know I was there.
That it was you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? In some kind of way, just because it would be frustrating not to be able to, you know.
All right. You have then answered the $64 million question. We get so many stories about people who have done exactly that. That's why I thought I would ask, because it is the logical thing that a spirit here on Earth would do. Try to find some way to assure those who are left behind, who would know the signs, that it's them.
Yeah, just I mean, it doesn't have to be evil or anything, just to let them know, you know, no, it's not something you're mad. No, it was, you know, that's something.
I appreciate your call. Hey, you see what I mean, folks? When you reverse the question and you apply it to yourself, now you understand why we get the stories we get. Now, granted, there are other classes of very evil presence, poltergeist activity and worse. But in the majority of so-called ghost stories, it's dear departed ones that are leaving some sort of sign that indicates to the person receiving it beyond any shadow of a doubt that they are present. So you try and answer the question yourself. If you literally woke up dead, found yourself unable to affect things in any real material way, what would you do? The answer tells you why we're getting the kinds of stories we're getting right now. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Where are you?
I'm in North Louisiana. I'm a truck driver who lives in Denham Springs,
All right.
Louisiana.
All right, good.
This is kind of an ongoing story here. It started when I was about 15. First started dating my wife. We lived in a roundhouse. The ceilings didn't go all the way up to the roof.
Uh-huh.
She was in my bedroom. I was in the living room.
I've seen round houses. They're neat.
Yeah, well, they had one on the Gulf Coast, but it was a round fiberglass house.
Uh-huh.
And she was in the bedroom, and she kept saying, stop that, stop that. And then she turned around, and when I seen her from the living room, she kind of got scared. And I said, well, what's wrong? She said, well, something was hitting me. Something kept bumping my leg.
Mm-hmm.
So that went on a couple times in that bedroom, in that house, and I told her that was just Charlie, our ghost. I named him Charlie. And we got married.
It didn't upset you that Charlie was messing with your wife's legs?
No, we wasn't married yet.
I see.
But we got married, we moved out, went into one trailer, and nothing happened. The second trailer we moved in, he came back. Moved things around, he'd hide things, and he bumped both of us. And then we moved out of that trailer. We was living in New Orleans at the time. Then we moved to where I'm at now.
But didn't it occur to you that Charlie was not in one place, but rather was with you?
That's what we've done figured out. He must be following me.
This took several moves, though, for you to
Right.
figure it out. Okay.
And we're in, like I said, we're in Denham Springs now. I've been here 5 years. And about the last 2 years, he's been showed up again.
So you've got Charlie back again.
I got him back. I got an 11-year-old daughter now.
Was this your wife's first marriage?
Yes.
She never had any old boyfriends named Charlie?
No, that's just the name I picked out of the air. I forget where I even got it from.
All right.
Fiction TV program. But I have an 11-year-old daughter now. And I found out today, that's why I called you, is, let's see, what I found out Friday. Tuesday night, she was taking a bath, my daughter, and something grabbed her on the shoulder and actually left a mark on her shoulder.
Oh, my.
And we told her that, it must have been Charlie. That's the only thing we could figure out. And then my wife also told me last week that her and the daughter was sleeping in my bedroom because I work nights. And she woke up, and there's a night light in the living room that shines through the doorway.
Yes.
And she saw a figure there. And the dogs were in the bedroom, and she woke up, nothing said anything. The cat went running to the other room, and she said the figure just kind of went off. And she went looking through the house and couldn't find anything. So apparently Charlie's back again. And I don't know.
How do you feel about this? I mean, is it something you're willing to put up with, or do you want Charlie to move on?
Well, he doesn't really bother us, and I kind of get a kick out of him. He's just a little annoying every now and then when he makes, move stuff and you can't find it. The only thing I'm worried about is with the scratch on my daughter's shoulder. I hope he doesn't get a little more physical like they had that one on the television program.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, good luck to you. And, of course, if it gets too bad, you're going to need to consult an exorcist. Now, there's a big dividing line between a little caress on the leg or a push and something that begins to leave marks. When it leaves marks, then you need to begin to think about professional assistance in the form of a priest, an exorcist, something. Because perhaps like a lion that gets a taste for human beings, it doesn't get better, it gets worse, and you've got to eliminate that lion before it gets to you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't push the button there. East of the Rockies, now you're on the air. Hello.
This is Joy from Wisconsin, Dells, Wisconsin.
Hello, Joy.
My husband and I and our two little kids lived in a house, an old farmhouse. And there were so many things that happened in this house. One of them was I was sitting on the couch one night, and from out in the kitchen, a voice said, just as clear as day, "Hi, Joy." I left. I left that night.
Now, see, that's sensible.
I took the kid, I had just a little boy at the time, and we left. My husband drives truck at night, and we went to the yard and met him. And one of the other things that happened was above the stove, there's the range hood with the light on it.
Yes, oh, of course.
I used to leave that on at night for a night light. And I'd turn it off in the morning, and for a month, every night when I'd go to turn it back on, I'd have to screw the light bulb back in. My husband, I think, thought I was nuts until he was home one night, and I had to do it. We never turned the fan on, so it somehow unloosened by itself. One other night, I was sitting in the living room, and I had emptied all the trash bags into one big garbage bag, and no windows were open, and the bag moved, and you could smell perfume. Now, the big thing is, in January of '96, we had a fire in the house. And we called the fire department, 7:30 in the morning, got everybody out, called the fire department.
Only got a few seconds left.
Okay, first fireman that came out said, you're going to lose your house totally. Everything is going to be gone. We got nervous. Firemen started coming out, and they saved everything. All that burned was the furnace. The furnace was a tan color. In the furnace, after my husband and I went down there is a face burnt perfectly into the furnace.
Oh, my
We took
God.
pictures of it. It looks just, you can see the eyes.
If you have photographs of that, send them to me.
How do I get them to you?
All right. You listen after the break, and I'll give my address, but I really want those photographs, all
And
right?
I will get them to you.
All right. Then you get a paper and a pencil, and after the break, I'll give my address, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for the call. A face in the furnace. We'll be right back.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind, but he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. And he came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot. And the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I've got a fiddle of gold against your soul, because I think I'm better than you. The boy, my name's Johnny, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet, and you're going to regret it, I'm the best that's ever been.
On that system. Earlier, I asked the general audience, a couple of callers, but the general audience, what would you do if you, in effect, woke up one morning dead? Single, married, wouldn't matter. Family nearby, not, wouldn't matter. You wake up, you get up, and you realize as the day wears on, nobody can see you. You're not part of what's happening anymore, only you're still there. You're dead, but you're here on Earth. What would you do? It's a very, very intriguing a question that leads to all kinds of conclusions about what you hear when you hear ghost stories. Well, here's another answer. Art, I would look for one of those pretty teenage girls, preferably Scandinavian or Hawaiian, and just kind of hang around with her. And perhaps on occasion give her the impression that she has supernatural powers. Oh, boy. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Mike. I'm calling from L.A. I used to live up in the Truckee area that's near Donner Pass where the cannibals were.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, when you say cannibals, be kind, because, of course, they were not cannibals by choice.
Right. They were nice cannibals.
Well, they were cannibals without any other choice. You know, we dealt with that one night. If you were stranded, if you were going to die, and the only choice was to eat or not eat, what would you do?
I wouldn't eat people.
Yeah, well, you say that now.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I've got a good story.
Yes.
I lived up there, and I didn't believe anything. I wasn't going to call you tonight at all. I said, these are a bunch of hoo-ha stories. But less than a year ago, it happened to me, and I heard two of your other callers, two big guys, feel something moving on their bed.
Yeah, here we go again. Hee-haw stories until it happens to you, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in any of that stuff. But I was home alone. This went on over a span of about 2.5 weeks, and it was during the day because I had taken time off work. And I wasn't when I was sleeping, and it wasn't during the dark. It was in the middle of the afternoon.
Yes.
And I'd be taking naps. It would be I waking up from a nap, and there was that paralysis that I've heard you guys talk about before.
Yes.
And the paralysis, and somebody would sit on my bed. Well, it's just me. Doors locked, windows locked, dogs outside. And this went on, and I could, if I just moved a muscle, the thing would go away, and then that was not a problem. But it culminated after about 2.5 weeks, one afternoon. This is absolutely the truth, is something sits on my bed. And I was more conscious, more aware of it than ever before. And I remember the time of day. The sun was out, no problem. And I had just been taking a nap, and I'm wide awake. There is a woman reclining on the side of my bed on the corner. And I go, oh, I am in trouble now. Because I'd never seen a ghost before. And this was for real, for real, for real.
No, I hear you.
I jump up out of bed, shoot for the back door. I've got my hand on the deadbolt, open the deadbolt, open the door a crack, and I look back at the bed, and she's right, but she's talking to me in a man's voice. And she says, pull them out.
Pull them out?
Well, I knew what she meant, even though it made no sense. And I feel with my right hand on the top of my head, and there are 3 nails, old rough nails, that have been pounded into the top of my head.
Oh, my God.
And when I look back at the bed, my body is laying in the bed. And I'm looking at her laying next to me, and I'm going, oh, geez Louise. Well, I knew enough, and you'd actually said it about 15 minutes ago, never make a deal with the devil.
Yes.
And I realized, okay, I knew enough that this is some kind of demon or some kind of devil or a soldier or something. If I pull them out, then I'm acknowledging. If I run out of the house, then I'm not dealing with it. So I just said, hey, I've got to face this now, or this is going to go on forever. And I didn't want to move. But anyway, I just looked over, and I said, I realized at that moment, just in a moment of clarity, I just looked at this woman, and it was a woman talking like a man, which was scary. And I said, no. And I just remember walking back and laying back down into my body, and it never came again. And that ended it.
Wow.
But it was as real as anything.
At the very least, you should have followed up with a tetanus shot.
Well, I moved. But anyway, I got out of that house. If I had woke up dead, I would book a flight on 800 and then go find a psychic forensic engineer to call you and tell you what really happened.
Well, that would imply, of course, that you could travel in time as a dead person.
Well, hey, you didn't say I couldn't.
You're absolutely correct. I don't make the rules. Thank you very much
take
for
care,
the call.
sir.
Right. Everybody else has a hokey story, but here he wakes up with 3 rusty nails driven into his head and a young lady on his bed to give him instructions in a man's voice. Right-ho. Okay, on my international line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hold on. Let me get rid of the echo here. Let me see if I can get rid of the echo. Good afternoon. Where are you, pray tell?
I'm in Taiwan.
You're in Taiwan. Oh, no kidding.
Yes, a town by the name of Kaohsiung.
Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Where is that with respect to...
Taipei?
Yes.
It's south.
And what are you doing in Taiwan?
Well, I came down here for a wedding. My name is Bill, and I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Normally.
Normally. But I have been traveling to the Far East for quite some time.
Well, Taiwan is a beautiful place, that's for sure.
It is a beautiful place, and it is growing like the Far East is.
I know. Anyway, do you perchance have a ghost story for us?
A ghost story?
We're telling ghosts. You see, back here it's Halloween.
It is Halloween today. Last night it was Halloween here.
That's right. Yes, that's right. It's afternoon.
Yeah, see, it is Saturday evening roughly about 4:30 in the afternoon.
Well, that must be pretty rough because it's 12:45 here, so it must be something 45 there.
It should. That's right. Well, my clock is a little over. Yeah. No, right at the present time, I don't have a Halloween story other than the fact that the people in Taiwan are a little suspicious of what's been going on in Washington. But other than that,
well,
that's
the people
as scary as it's going to get.
I understand. The people in Taiwan should worry more about what's going on in China.
Well, they are because of the way the United States is acting with the premier that came over.
Well,
but on the other hand, why, it's a growing world, and things will work out.
That's certainly one way of looking at it, but China has Hong Kong back now, and they've got their sights clearly set on
Taiwan.
Yeah, you bet they do.
Yep. Unfortunately, I think you're right.
Listen, I really appreciate your call. When are you coming home?
I'm coming home on this next weekend.
This next weekend. Well,
on the 9th.
It's quite a flight, and from somebody who just took a 15-hour plane flight, that's me from Europe, I warn you, take every precaution on the aircraft you can not to come home and get sick.
Oh, absolutely. But I take precautions.
All right. Well, you take care. That's all the way from Taiwan. And again, let me give out the international number. If you are somewhere way out there, in Europe or in Asia or wherever, we have a toll-free line. You can call us, and it will not cost you 1 penny, and the way you accomplish it is you call the AT&T operator. Call your local operator and have her connect you with AT&T. And then tell the AT&T operator you want to call toll-free to the U.S., a special number, which is 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903, and you'll get through. East of the Rockies, you are on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
My story takes place outside in the woods. I was coon hunting one fall night, and I was, down in Pennsylvania, where the hills and stuff are. And
is that where you are now, PA?
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
Uh-huh.
Fredonia, to be exact. And my dogs were running up a hill, and they stopped, and they were chasing a coon. And I'm way behind them, and I get up to there, and there's this strange glowing. So I was wondering what it was.
Right.
So me being brave and all, I walk up the hill, and there are 6 figures, looked like figures, and they were all like real low, hard to hear, like chanting. And to me, they looked so real that I asked them what they were doing, and they just turned to me and looked at me. So, I was really gung-ho, and I said, I told them to leave, since they were on my property. And they didn't even move. Like, they were looking at me, but like looking through me, like, So the dogs, they ran down the hill because they were, I don't know what they were seeing, but I was getting kind of ticked off, so I let off around in the air, and that didn't even faze them. A normal person would be running, if someone was shooting. So I told them one more time to leave or I'll shoot. So I took it, aimed at one, shot him, and after that, they disappeared. And they really freaked me out.
Just like gone, huh?
Just like gone. Like it was. I don't go hunting anymore at night.
I hear that. I very much appreciate your call, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and take care. We'll be right back. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tom from Sault Ste. Marie.
Yes, sir.
Just discovered your show about a week ago. It's very good. I like listening to it every night.
Thank you.
And my story starts in Flint, Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Worked at a place called the Capitol Theater. The old theater had a balcony covered over orchestra pit.
Right.
And they ran a bar in the lobby. And it was known to be haunted. In fact, there was one person that, I didn't believe it, but everybody told me that there was 3 ghosts that haunted the place. And supposedly it was built by the Masons several years ago. And a lot of the architecture seemed to add up to 6s and 3s. So it kind of had an eerie place to begin with.
The poor Masons. The Masons have everything leveled at them. Now ghosts.
Well, that's what they say. I don't know a lot about the Masons except that both my uncle and grandpa are, but my uncle just died and I haven't had much chance to talk about it with my grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
But we used to play laser tag in the theater part. It was mostly, closed down.
Right.
And we'd actually play through the whole area, and the lobby area was somewhat lit up. This is after hours, after the bar was closed. This is all the bouncing staff. And I'd seen the one guy, he kind of protected the place.
Yes.
You'd catch him out of the corner of your eye, and everybody said it was a guy that used to work there, and his whole place was night security. And you would catch him every once in a while, you could see him around. That kind of got me interested, and I thought, well, maybe there is something to ghosts. And next, while we were playing laser tag, I walked into the dark area, and I could feel something like right behind me.
Yes.
I thought, okay, one of the other guys are stalking me from behind.
Sure.
And, I was kind of hiding my lights on my laser tag so he couldn't see me very well. And I could hear footsteps, and I could feel breathing. And I stopped, and it stopped. I was like, okay, he's right close. So I looked around, I didn't see his light. So I was like, well, he's got to be in here. So I started walking again. I could hear the footsteps, and then the breathing over my shoulder again. Now I'm getting a little spooky because I can't tell anybody, so I stopped real quick, thought the person would run into me.
Yep.
Nope, nothing hit me. Except it all stopped again. So I thought, okay, I'm getting a little scared now. And I had a flashlight with me, but the rules of the game was you don't use it unless you were caught in a bad situation.
Yes.
Didn't want to do that. And I started walking again, and this dark eeriness just kept getting worse and worse. And it seemed like the actual darkness of the room was getting darker.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked over towards the balcony. I thought I saw somebody's light. I pulled my gun out and shot at it, and never got a return like a hit noise.
Yes.
And I thought, okay, well, if somebody's in here, they'll shoot at me. So I just held my gun up to be shot at, so they could see the light.
Right.
Nobody shot. And so now I'm really scared. So I turned my flashlight on and shined it up towards the balcony where I saw the light.
And?
And it was a guy smoking a cigarette. And he proceeded to tumble off the balcony onto the main floor.
Oh, my.
And then just disappeared.
Disappeared?
Disappeared.
Fell and disappeared.
Fell and disappeared. So I'm really freaked out now. And I ran back into the lobby part and tried to find some of my friends. Found them, and they said, oh, you met the usher.
The usher?
The usher had supposedly died in the building.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd either fallen off or been thrown off. It was never really decided.
Huh.
And he tumbled over the balcony in that way in years past.
I see. And so there we have yet again, folks, another repeating tape loop type entity presence. How can you listen to all of this and doubt? Do you think we remain? Do you think we come back again and again and again?
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride. With sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her marbles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The master hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive. I was a sailor, I was born upon the sky. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico. I went aloft to furl the mainsail in a blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed. But I'm living still. I was a damn builder.
6438. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Terry in Colorado Springs.
How you doing?
Good. I have a ghost story. It's not a scary story, but it's a ghost story.
All right.
My mother died in March of '96, and the birthday afterwards of mine, I was real sad that, she wasn't going to be around, and she always made a point of calling her kids on their birthday. Even if she had to track them down at work, she always called.
Right.
And so the night before my birthday, I was kind of sad, and I was like, come on, Mom, just something. Show me that you're still around. And the next day, I, went about my day and, wasn't thinking a whole lot about it. And I went to a bookstore, and I was looking through the used books, and there was a book there that I had been wanting for quite a while for like $5, and I thought, oh, how neat. And went to another section and found another book that I wanted, very cheap, and bought them, and off I went to my sister's house, and I'm thumbing through this book, and something flies out of it, like a paper or something.
Right.
And I reach down and I pick it up off the floor, and I turn it over, and it's a photograph, an old photograph, black and white, of this little girl, about 5, and this man sitting there with a guitar on his lap.
Right.
Just like my mother's relatives, And I turned it over, and on the back, it said, Mary and Willie, October 1955, and October 1955 was the month and year of my birth. And I just thought it was her way of telling me that, yeah, I am still around, and here's the proof.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, and also the names was Mary, which is pretty close to Terry, and Willie, and my mother's father's name was William.
Now, had that actually been a picture of either you or your mother at a young age, that'd be fall over on the floor.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you about it. I'd be dead.
I appreciate the story. Thank you.
Bet. Thank you.
Take care. Oh, yes, that's pretty good. Give me a sign. How many of you have ever asked for a sign, from up there or even down there, and received one? I've got quite a few people already who appear to have. So this, of course, would come under the category of being careful what you wish for. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This story starts when I'm about 4 years old. My father had taken me to visit my grandfather who lived in the woods. My aunt, who was young then, was home from college visiting, and my grandfather lived in a 2-story clapboard house, hand-built. There was an old wood stove in the kitchen. There was only 2 rooms on the first floor, a kitchen and a living room, and in the living room was a coal stove. And I can remember that was the first basic recollection I have of my dad's dad and my aunt. And she was home from college. She had a pair of shoe skates, and they thought it'd be really kind of neat to put those on me, and being 4 years old, push me around and such. And
sure,
I didn't know what they were doing. They were putting them on, and I started to cry, and it got kind of turned ugly at that point, and they just looked at me and said, well, look, put him down, let him sit on the couch right here, and we'll go outside. When he calms down, we'll come back in and push him around. So they walked outside, and I was sitting there sobbing. You know how a little kid just kind of to yourself a little bit there. And now my grandfather's house, the ceiling was about 7 feet high in this old home, and there was the old the wallpaper stripes and flowers and things. And he had an old closet that really didn't have a door but a curtain on it. And as I was sitting there trying to get these skates off, this curtain opened, and an old woman walked out. And she was dressed very nicely. She had her hair up in the buns on the side of each of her head, and she had a little brooch on her. I had no idea who this woman was. She came up, and she never said a word to me. She smiled at me, and she helped me off with the skates, and she put my shoes on and tied them. And she tickled me under the chin and made a cooing sound. And, I can't tell you how long this all lasted, but I can remember hearing my dad saying, well, he sounds like he's quieted down, let's go back inside. Well, at that point, the old woman walked back towards the closet, pulled the curtain up, walked in, and before she let it fall, she looked at me, smiled, and let it go. Boy, I was over there in a flash. Opened it up, and there was nothing in there, just nothing. My grandpa had a couple of suits and things, and that was it. Well, they came in and said, hey, how did you get the skates off? And I started crying again, and I said, this lady came out, and I described who it was, and my grandfather said, it's Grandma. And I said, no, it's not, because the only grandma I knew was my mom's mom.
Sure.
And so they got very quiet and let it go. And I can remember as I was growing, as I grew older, I would come into the house and always go to that closet. At 13 years of age, I was upstairs. This had all gone by. My dad was going through his heater chest. Pulled out an old Army picture, and I was eating the ice cream cone, I can remember, and I just about dropped it. He opened it up, And there he was in his Army uniform, World War II, and he had his hands standing up behind him. I recognized my grandpa.
Oh, boy.
And the woman.
And there she was.
There she was. Now, the story was completed the day before I was married. All my relatives were visiting at the house, and my aunt from Wisconsin, I told her this exact same story. And she said, do you know why she didn't say anything? And I said, no. She said, she had a lot of grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and she said she couldn't make any sound because she was dying at that point, and cancer had taken her throat. The only thing she could do was tickle her children, and she couldn't stand to hear her grandchildren cry.
Oh, boy.
All she could do was tickle them under the chin and make a cooing sound. And that's...
Now, see, that story bothers me for a lot of reasons. Thank you, and I'll tell you why. In my own mind, and we discussed this with Brad the other night, Brad Steiger, in some detail, I prefer to think of ghosts or spirits as a sort of weak shadows of their former selves, not really the spirit, not really the soul of the dearly departed, but rather sort of an echo that repeats perhaps endlessly, but is not really a trapped soul on earth. But what that man just described, and what many others have described, is proactive in the sense that it's not a tape loop, and it would indicate that souls really do remain on earth in some cases. And in a lot of ways, no matter how interesting you think it might be, to be trapped on earth eternally, able to roam, able to do what you want, might temporarily sound kind of neat. But in fact, it would be a living hell. So I don't want really to think that spirits, souls, are trapped here on earth. Why? Because, of course, I could become one of them. So could you. So as you listen to these ghost stories, the easier ones are the ones that sort of would show a repetitive action, like from the Border Patrol officer that I read earlier. Not the ones like the one you just heard. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello there.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hello.
Oh, you're talking to me.
Yes, I am.
Oh, terrific. I just heard a slight beep, and that was it.
I heard a beep, too. Where are you?
I'm calling from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
BC, all right.
Yeah, on Seafront. Anyways, great show. I like that last story because I like to think that spirits are wherever, heaven, whatever, but they can transcend whatever time.
You mean come back down?
Sure, yeah.
Transition from there to here.
Right.
That'd be all right.
That would be better to think.
It's getting stuck here that I'm
That's
concerned
right.
about.
Yeah, who wouldn't? That would be awful. I've got two ghost stories. My first one.
I can only allow one.
That's fine, yeah. I can shorten this one.
All right.
My brother and I both saw it. I was about 4 or 5. My brother's 3.5 years older than me. We came to town, Vancouver here. We weren't living here. And to visit our, godparents. And we'd been watching TV upstairs in the house. Our parents and their parents, like they have kids, were playing canasta in the kitchen. And at that time, 10 o'clock came around, all the good shows were over and all the news came on. So kids weren't interested in that. We decided to go see what our cousin was doing. We called him cousins downstairs. He had a bedroom in the basement. It was an unfinished basement, basically just a rectangle of the house with just 2 walls built into the corner to make his room. The rest of it was bare open basement. So we go through the kitchen where the parents were playing and had to go down these steps to go down to the basement. And we go past them and down the steps. We get halfway down. We look across to where his room is. And there's a ghost, the white shadowy type that you can see through, transparent and all that,
yes.
Just like Ghostbusters. And he's spying on our cousin. We could see through him. He's a young guy, I'd say now, I'm thinking about it, in his late 20s.
Do you think he knew that you could see him?
No, this is why it gets good, exactly. There's more to this. So we see a ghost. We can see he's wearing a suit. He's got, a loose style, like old style suit, like the 40s or whatever.
Sure.
And he's peering around a door frame, the door frame of entering into the room as if, he didn't want to be seen, right?
Yeah.
Peeking around like a human would.
Sure.
You could see the door frame through him. you know, it's just like Ghostbusters. You see details, but it's all white.
Yes.
But you can see shades of white, right, to differentiate different things. And we can also see part of a dartboard that his left shoulder was covering through him, too. And instantly, I was the first one down the steps. I turned to go up the steps. My brother's looking at me now, and we both yelled, "Ghost!" at the same time, right? And this thing swung around. We surprised it. And we looked back at the ghost. He swings around now, and he's looking right at us with his big, wide eyes like we scared it, right?
Yeah, that's a twist on.
Yeah. And then, so anyways, then he just turns to the very end of the house. He was at one end, and at the other end was a swinging door that went out to a mushroom room that my godparents grew mushrooms, and then out to the backyard into the back alley. Another door went out that way. He just ran for that door, and he just crossed this house in half a second. He went so fast you could see a blur of legs and arms as he was running. He left a white streak as tall as he was right from where he started to where he went out this door. And the door, he didn't go through it. It swung open real quick and shut. You know, like, and that was it. He was gone. And we were just about to turn to go back up the steps, and our parents were already at the top of the steps looking down, and I was like, "What's going on?" And we told them the story, and we went out to the backyard, checked it out. I guess they assumed it was a burglar that we saw, right?
Sure.
And there was nothing. So that was it. That scared it didn't scare us. We were pretty calm about it. It was like, wow, neat, after, 5 minutes after it happened, right?
Well, it is the first instance I've ever heard of human scaring ghosts, and I like it. It is possible. Who knows what makes a ghost visible? And it is kind of nice to think that occasionally, without their knowledge, they become visible, doing their usually invisible snooping, and we catch them. If you can see my studio cam, I've got this really cool, on the island of Rhodes when we were there, Ramona found this really neat, I don't know what it is, it's like a tube with a hand on it. I guess it's basically a back scratcher, although the hand looks a little eerie, and when you turn the tube over, it makes a weird sound. Hear that? And I was having more fun with this thing on the cruise because it makes such an obscene little sound. And I will hold this up so that you can see it on the studio cam. Strange. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. I'm glad I got through. First of all, do you believe that dogs can see ghosts?
I have a feeling that dogs and cats and animals in general see things that we don't, that move among us. Now, are they ghosts? Yes, maybe. But there's something that they see that we don't. It's obvious. If you watch their behavior, you can tell when they see them.
Well, exactly, and we're having that problem in our house right now.
Oh.
And, well, last December, my wife's ex-husband was killed in a really bad car wreck. And ever since then, we've had a lot of odd things happening, such as our little dog barking at the air and growling.
Well, dogs sometimes bark at the air, but rarely growl. Now, growl indicates presence of something they don't like.
And the other night, I was laying upstairs next to my wife.
Yes.
And I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I looked up, and at the end of my bed, there was a big, dark entity there.
Uh-huh.
And this entity was trying to pull, it seemed to pull my soul out of my body. And
it pulled your soul?
It was trying to pull my soul out.
Listen, can you hold on?
Yes.
During the break? All right, fine. I'm going to leave you right there. And I keep getting requests to play this, so I shall. This, of course,
Been a too long time
is Crystal Gale.
with no peace of mind, and I'm ready for the time to get better.
It's pretty easy on the ears. Good morning.
I've got to tell you, I've been racking my brain, hoping to find a way out. I've had enough of this continual rain. Changes are coming, no doubt. It's been a too long time with no peace of mind, and I'm ready for the time to get better. You seem to want from me what I cannot do. I keep hearing you're concerned about my happiness. All the thoughts you're giving me is quite a target. If I were walking in your shoes, I wouldn't worry enough. You know friends who worry about me, I'm having lots of fun. Counting flowers on the wall, that don't bother me at all. Playing solitaire with the deck of 51. Smoking cigarettes and watching Captain Kangaroo. Now don't tell me I've nothing to do.
Yes, sir. And another thing, this has let me reevaluate my whole entire life. I thought I was a decent guy, and after this has happened, it has scared the hell out of me. And I'm kind of thinking where I'm going to go after I do.
Maybe it scared you out of hell, actually.
Well, it seriously scared me very bad. And at the same time, we are taking care of his 2 children that he left behind. One was born after he had died.
Well, there you are. And it sort of bolsters, thank you, the story that I read about the study they are conducting in England. I knew it. I mean, I've interviewed so many NDE researchers, and almost universally, they will say, oh, no, these are just rumors. You barely ever hear a report of anybody going to hell. I knew that was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I feel it is wrong. Deep down inside of me, I know it's wrong. If there's God, if there's heaven, if there's good, then there is the opposite antithesis of that, and there is a hell. And it's about time somebody really began to study that phenomena as they study the other one. So obviously that study is now underway. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Art?
All right.
Hey, I finally bought your book, The Quickening.
Congratulations.
Upon arrival back home from work, I had to get some milk and candy for Halloween, so I set the book on the porch table. When I got home, it was gone.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I live alone. The next day, I overheard a neighbor telling another neighbor if he'd heard of Art Bell. Damn jerk. But
so he took your book.
I think he did, and I'm bent on revenge now. But
well,
I got a story here for you.
All right.
My story happened in Canyon City, Colorado. I was going to school at a religious school.
Yes.
And every weekend I'd go to this nativity shop a couple miles down the road for this, just for something to do for the sake of diversity. One day in particular, I passed a farm that had a flock of sheep, and the little buggers were kind of cool. I'd never seen sheep before outside the realm of TV. So I observed a sheep was standing in the corner of the fenced-in area.
Are you a city boy?
Yeah, I am.
Must be.
And I observed the sheep standing in the corner of the fenced-in area as still as a statue, while the entirety of the other part of the flock was stuffing their face in a typical sheep-like manner.
Sure.
A couple of days later, I saw same thing, flocked together, munching, strange statue-like sheep on the other side of the field, not eating. So the next week, the same thing, but this time the rancher was there. So I asked him, why the statue-like sheep was so weird. Did someone clock it in the head or something? It's the darndest sheep, he said. That sheep won't eat in the daytime, only at night. I said, bizarre. He said, you can say that again. It's still scared of other. It's also scared of other sheep, but product is product, and that's what counts. I said, that's for sure. So that one night I was coming back from the party, and I was walking by, and I could see the lone sheep eating it or chewing in the moonlight. All the other sheep, needless to say, were sleeping, but I couldn't see the sheep put its head down to pull up grass or hay. You know, what's going on here? It was kind of really, it was weird.
You mean it was eating in midair?
Yeah, it was eating in midair. It was totally bizarre. I couldn't understand it. So one evening I had just purchased some night vision goggles on the black market for a tidy price, tidy in the sense that it was cheap. I thought I'd walk by the sheep again that night. I looked through my goggles as I was approaching the sheep to test them out, since it was absolutely dark and there was no moonlight that night to speak of.
Yes.
Looking through the night vision goggles, I had to check my goggles thinking they might be lemons because of what I was seeing. I tried again, and there it was again. The sheep was stretching out its neck, standing on its hind legs. There, to my absolute amazement, was this neon green image of an upside-down man holding his hand high, apparently hand-feeding the sheep. And around him were other people walking upside down with an occasional neon image of what looked like dogs.
Wow!
Yeah, this is totally bizarre. I sat there and tried to keep my composure for several minutes until I couldn't help myself. I picked up a rock and threw it at the neon image of the upside-down man feeding the sheep. The rock hit the sheep instead that he was feeding, and the upside-down man stopped abruptly. He looked over my way, apparently spotting me. Yeah. He made some hand gestures to the others that were walking around him, and they all disappeared. When I took the goggles down to start running, I saw several baseball-sized red dots coming at me. I ran as fast as my feet could carry me, somehow lost them hiding in a combine. I stayed there for about 3 hours with an occasional red dot passing by. After about 3 hours, I got out of the combine and ran, like you would not believe, back to my dorm in complete terror.
Of course. Moral of this story, never throw stones at ghosts.
And it's true, too, Art.
I appreciate the story, sir. Thank you. What a remarkable story. And so the sheep, only eating at night, fed by spirits, up on its hind legs, reaching as its... Oh, man, what a story. That was great. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I have a ghost story from the journal of my great-grandfather.
All right.
Which I thought you might find interesting. He was a leader in the early Mormon church in Missouri before they even went out to Utah.
Yes.
And he said that he was riding a horse about 100 yards in front of a group of other men. They were together, but he had just gotten out in front of them. And he was about 6 feet tall. He figured on his full-size horse, his head was about 9 to 10 feet off the ground.
I would imagine, sure.
And that's significant because just what happened next is this man or this creature approached him out of the bushes and walked up to him. And this creature or this man, it was a man who was covered from head to toe in hair. And when he walked up to him, they were eyeball to eyeball. And this thing was standing on the ground. And this creature identified himself as Cain, of Cain and Abel, and said that he had been condemned to walk the earth in misery. He was searching for death as a relief from his misery, but he could not find it. And the men behind him saw that he was talking to someone, but they couldn't see who it was. They were, about, like I say, 100 yards behind him. And after a short conversation, he just left and wandered away, and he said his impressions were this is the most miserable creature he'd ever met, the most unhappy, the saddest, and the biggest. And when I read that, it often made me wonder if that is explanation for some of the Bigfoot sightings, because the description matches, and also the behavior. Bigfoot is huge, but is never threatening to anyone, at least in any of the stories I've heard.
Is there any way you could copy that journal and send me a copy?
Yeah, I could do that.
All right, then listen on the air, and this goes for an earlier caller, which I didn't manage to get my address out for. You recall the picture of the face in the oven? Well, hopefully you're still poised with your pencil and paper. And for you, sir, my address, particularly for any unusual photographs or copies of very ancient journals, like the one we just heard about, fire it off to me, Art Bell, ARTBELL, just like the one that rings. The address is P.O. Box 4755, 47 55, in a town called Pahrump. Not to laugh, as I spell it, that's P as in Paul, A-H-R-U-M-P, Pahrump, Nevada. And the zip code here, the short way to do Nevada is NV, and the zip code would be 89041-4755. You know, the last thing that you would want to see in a furnace would be a face literally burned into the furnace wall. A human face. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Where are you, please?
I'm in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport. All right, good. Welcome.
And I wanted to tell you a different kind of ghost story.
It's all right.
I think I know a little bit about the fact that I'm eventually going to be a ghost.
You're going to be a ghost.
Yes. I'm growing up to be a ghost.
Oh, you're quite right. This is a new twist. What makes you think that?
Well, I'm going to try to keep this very tight here. I am a ham radio operator, and of course I know you are.
Yes.
And as you know, we have, each of us, a call sign.
Correct.
It's like a telephone number. It's got letters and numbers.
Right. It is unique. There is none other to match it in the world, like a fingerprint, yes.
Exactly. Now, one of the things that, probably every ham, goes through every ham's mind at some point is that somebody might, and they always call it bootlegging, somebody might bootleg his call sign.
Sure.
He might use it.
Right.
Somebody else might use it to make...
Particularly in a way the FCC would frown upon.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I come home from work every day, and I go to lie down on my day bed here, take a nap, and almost every day I would dream that I was down in my basement at my bench with my ham stuff, and somebody's down there using my call sign. And in the dream I'd feel, this time it's not a dream. This time it's really happening. But about 2 minutes later I'd wake up, and there I'd be on the bed, knowing darn well that it hadn't happened.
Right.
Well, one day I was talking to a fellow about this over the air as it happened, and I told him about it, and he said, it's a psychoanalytical thing. You think you're losing your identity or you feel threatened, somebody's going to be you or something like that.
Yes.
And a curbstone analysis, and all of a sudden, this insight came to me, and I interrupted him. I said, Bob, that's not it. I'll tell you what it is. In my dream, I'm dead, and I'm wherever dead people are, quote dead, unquote, and I'm wherever dead people are, and I'm listening to this. I'm hearing a guy using my call sign because it's been reissued. That happened.
Now, years after, I forget how long it is, but shortly after your death, a year or 2 or 5 or whatever, they're able then to reissue your call, yes?
Yeah, and that's it's like giving somebody a telephone number you haven't got, as you know. Well, from that time on, I never had that dream again.
Uh-oh.
Ever.
In other words, that realization stopped the dream, which means it's true, which means it's really going to happen, which means you will be a ghost.
You got it.
Great. Well, 73s.
Okay. 73 to you.
See you later. There's a horrid little ham story for you. He's right. That's a terrifying thought. And that the dream ceased probably means it was resolved, which means it's going to happen, which means he's going to be a ghost. But all good hams go to heaven. Well, except for a few of them on 40 meters. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
I'm actually on the air, huh?
You're actually on the air, yes.
Well, hello. My name's Anita.
Anita.
And I'm from Sacramento, California.
All right.
And you're...
I was on the air in Sacramento earlier today.
Were you really?
Yes, I was.
Oh, wonderful. You're talking about ghost stories, right?
Oh, yes.
And I was coming home from a Halloween party, and I love listening to your show. And I just had to call because it's not a scary story, but it's a really special story.
Okay.
And what it was is that I'm single and I can't have children. And there's an adoption that I was trying to go through, a private adoption, and it was really a scary procedure because the girl kept going, 1 month yes, 1 month no, and so it was just very difficult. And I had really been pondering and wondering, well, should I go through with this or not? And I was laying on my sofa one night. I'd fallen asleep, and I had, I kind of had woken up a little bit. I was in that daze, that in and out kind of sleep.
Sure.
And it was really strange because I had drifted off again, and I hadn't really been thinking about this too much that night or anything. So it wasn't like I fell asleep with this on my mind, and it was the most incredible feeling. I woke up to a little girl kissing my cheek.
Really?
Yes, and it was such a physical thing. I could see her, and she had pretty long blonde hair, and it was the most loving. It just enveloped my whole body, and it was like, this is my daughter, and she was just wanting to let me know that she loved me and that she appreciated me wanting her so much. And I didn't know whether it was the little girl that I was trying to adopt or if this is a little girl that is waiting for me. And it was just an incredible, from head to toe feeling of absolute love.
Any resolution to it yet?
No, not to that. Unfortunately, that adoption didn't go through. But I'll tell you something. If it was that baby, then she knew how much I had been working towards trying to get her and how much I loved her and wanted her. And it was either a thank you or it was like I said before.
Either that or it was a premonition. Now, when you finally end up adopting, which I bet you will.
Well, someday I hope so, yeah.
Yes. If it happens to be the spitting image
of that little girl,
then I'm going to want to get a return call.
You betcha. You betcha. And you know what else?
What else?
I have, I've been looking for that. Have you ever heard of the cremation of Sam McGee?
I have.
Yeah. Well, I have a copy of that, so if you want me to tell you.
That's the Alaskan story, right?
Yes.
Do you know, that story was told to us when we were in Alaska about 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, are you serious?
Oh, yes, I'm serious. It's a widely told story in Alaska. Do you think you can tell it fairly quickly?
Oh, yes. I have it right here if you want me to repeat it on this Halloween Eve.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay. That's me. Do you want to put me on hold or anything?
No, I want you to do it. Got to do it.
Okay. I am. Here it is. All right. Let me get on the sofa.
Call the wild card lines, area 702-727-1295. Now you're hitting touchstones. You can't do that.
Oh, no. Accident.
I understand.
Okay. It's called The Cremation of Sam McGee. There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that would make your blood run cold. The northern lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever did see was a night on the marge of Lake LaBarge. I cremated Sam McGee. Now, Sam McGee was from Tennessee, where the cotton blooms and blows. When he left his home in the south to roam round the pole, God only knows. He was always cold, but the land of gold seemed to hold him like a spell, though he'd often say in his homely way that he'd sooner live in hell. On a Christmas day, we were mushing our way over the Dawson Trail. Talk of your cold through the parka's folds, it stabbed like a driven nail. If our eyes would close, then the lashes froze, so sometimes we couldn't see. It wasn't much fun, but the only one to whimper was Sam McGee. And that very night, as we lay packed tight in our robes beneath the snow, and the dogs were fed, the stars o'erhead were dancing heel and toe, he turned to me, and Cappy says, I'll cash in this trip, I guess. And if I do, I'm asking that you won't refuse my last request. Well, he seemed so low that I couldn't say no. Then he says with a sort of a moan, it's a cursed cold, and it's got right hold till I'm chilled clean through to the bone. Yet being dead, it's my awful dread of the icy grave that pains. So I want you to swear that foul or fair, you'll cremate my last remains. A pal's last need is a thing to heed, so I swore that I would not fail. And we started on at the streak of dawn, but God, he's ghastly pale. He crouched on the sleigh, and he raved all day of his home in Tennessee. And before nightfall, a corpse was all that was left of Sam McGee. There wasn't a breath in that land of death, and I hurried horror-driven with a corpse half hid that I couldn't get rid because of a promise given. It was lashed to a sleigh, and it seemed to say, you may tax your brain and bronze, but you promised true, and it's up to you to cremate those last remains. Now, a promise made is a debt unpaid, and the trail has its own stern code. In the days to come, through my lips were dumb. In my heart, how I cursed that load. In the long, long night, by the lone firelight, while the huskies round in a ring howled out their woes to the homeless snows. Oh, God, how I loathed that thing. And every day that quiet clay seemed to heavy and heavier grow. And on I went till the dogs were spent and the grub was getting low. The trail was dead, and I felt half mad, but I swore I would not give in. And I'd often seen to that hateful thing, and it hearkened with a grin, till I came to the marge of Lake Lavarge, and a derelict there lay. It was jammed in the ice, but I saw in it twice. It was called the Alice May. And I looked at it, and I thought a bit, and I looked at my frozen chum. Then here, said I, with a sudden cry, is my crematorium. Some planks I tore from the cabin floor, and I lit that broiler fire. Some coal I found that was lying around, and heaped that fuel up higher. The flames just soared, and the furnace roared, such a blaze you seldom see. And I burrowed a hole in the glowing coal, and I stuffed in Sam McGee. Then I made a hike, for I didn't like to hear him sizzle so. And the heavens scowled, and the huskies howled, and the wind began to blow. It was icy cold, but the hot sweat rolled down my cheeks, and I don't know why.
Hold it right there.
Pretty woman, walking down the street. Pretty woman, the kind I like to meet. Pretty woman, I don't believe you, you're not the truth. No one could look as good as you. Mercy.
To fax Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, dial area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and we are now going to go back, and we are going to hear the remains, so to speak, of the cremation of Sam McGee. A promise made is a promise that must be kept. And here was this fellow lugging the remains of Sam McGee until finally, in the cold and the wind-whipped cold of the Alaska tundra, he found a location where he could cremate, as promised, the remains of Sam McGee, who was terrified of being cold, even in death. And so I suggest we pick up the Sam McGee saga at about the crackling point as he was being cremated. So pick it up there.
Okay. Then I made a hike, for I didn't like to hear him sizzle so. And the heavens scowled, and the huskies howled, and the wind began to blow. It was icy cold, but the hot sweat rolled down my cheeks, and I don't know why. And the greasy smoke in an inky cloak went streaking down the sky. I do not know how long in the snow I wrestled with grisly fear. But the stars came out, and they danced about ere again I ventured near. I was sick with dread, but I bravely said, I'll just take a peek inside. I guess he's cooked, and it's time I looked. Then the door I opened wide, and there sat Sam, looking cool and calm in the heat of the furnace roar. And he wore a smile, you could see a mile, and he said, please close that door. It's fine in here, but I greatly fear that you'll let in the cold and storm. Since I left Plum Tree in Tennessee, it's the first time I've been warm. There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tells that would make your blood run cold. The northern lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they've ever did see was the night on the marsh of Lake Lavarge. I cremated Sam McGee.
I thank you for that, my dear.
Thank you.
They told us that when we were in Alaska. It's a fine tale indeed, and might be true. That's a fact. Back now to our ghost stories and our callers. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
All right.
Where are you?
I'm in Kentucky.
All right. Turn your radio off there in Kentucky, and
I'm leaving the room. Is that okay?
well, I guess it's an option. Sure. All
Okay.
right. So anyway, what have you for us?
Well, I was hoping you can help me with something. When I was 17, right before I went in the military, I went to visit my grandfather, say goodbye, and I was asleep in my uncle's room. It was pitch black because it's on the mountainside, and he had the windows boarded up from the rocks sliding down through it. And I woke up tingling all over, had a tingling sensation.
Yes.
And it woke me up, and I noticed something at the foot of my bed.
What?
Well, at first I thought it was a coat hanging on the coat tree there, and the more I looked, the clearer it got. And it was a person, and it was white, and the robe it had hung just like drapes hang.
Yes.
And I started making out the hair, and I couldn't tell if it was male or female.
Yes.
And when I finally realized that it was really something at the foot of my bed, it was like a side view, I raised up and I said, "Who the hell are you?" And it turned, and it looked at me just like it piercing right through me with his eyes.
Yes.
And, well, it didn't scare me a bit. I thought, well, how about that? And I laid back down, and I got up the next morning, and I was trying to tell my grandfather about it, and he got mad. Said, "Boy, you trying to tell me my house is haunted," and left the breakfast table. Well, I went down to my aunt's, and I told her, she's a very religious woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Lowell, if you ever see anything like that again, say in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost,
be gone." Yes.
What do you want? And then we'll talk to you."
Well, look, I hate to cast the shadow of skepticism on your story, but I refuse to believe that anybody would see a ghost, a spirit, a presence at the foot of their bed and then would turn around and go to sleep. I refuse to believe that. Now, that may be my own prejudice, I fully admit. But in my case, to see such a thing, to go to sleep, give me a break. The thing I would more likely do to the bed is to wet it. I mean, that would just scare the heck out of me at the minimum. And I sure as heck wouldn't go to sleep. Now, I have talked to no less than 3 or 4 people tonight who have had their ankles pulled, have had presences on the bed with them, and in each case they have said, "I went to sleep." I just can't buy it. Now, you think about it. You people who have had some even little thing happen to you, like the big bang on my door the other night, it's still bothering me. And at the time that it occurred, I had an adrenaline rush that could only be compared with, perhaps encountering a burglar or coming to blows with somebody who was breaking in your house, something like that. And so I find it just totally beyond the realm that anybody would have their ankle yanked on or some apparition at the foot of their bed and go, just sort of slide off to sleep. I have a really hard time with that. First time caller line, you're on the air.
This is Dixie in Houston.
Dixie in Houston. Hello there.
Hello. This is a story that my mother always told about Fort Washita, which was, I guess, a frontier fort just north of the Red River in central Oklahoma.
Yes.
And the story went that an officer caught his wife in a compromising situation with another officer, and he beheaded both of them with his saber.
Mm.
And the story from that day on, that if you rode your horse through that area at night, Aunt Jane, which was the officer's wife, rode on the back of your horse with you through the area where the fort was. Very few people would get out and ride.
With or without a head?
Without a head.
Naturally. I appreciate your call, ma'am, and your story, and I have always rather disliked headless stories, but they proliferate in the world of ghost stories, headless stories. Bodies without heads. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, I have a book having to do with near-death experiences.
You do?
Yes, I do. It was written by a physician who's not particularly religious, but he had to recount what happened when he would have surgeries on his patients, and they'd come back, in some case, absolutely screaming in terror.
What is the name of this physician?
The name of the physician is Dr. Maurice S. Rawlings, R-A-W-L-I-N-G-S.
I am indeed familiar with Dr. Rawlings. I think, though, that book was written pretty much from a religious perspective.
You know, it might be. It's called To Hell and Back.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I know about it. It's written pretty much from a religious perspective. Now, I find very interesting the fact that legitimate mainstream science in Britain is going to begin studying NDEs that apparently resulted in people going to a place that we would think of as hell. And I'm looking forward to the result of that study.
So what you're saying is that's going to be objective. At the same time, we've got to think that Dr. Rawlings, who said he was near atheist when he started these, may have been scared into becoming a religious person.
Well, that's always possible.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I am familiar with that book. But I think a good, objective, scientific study, finally, of the phenomena that nobody talks about is definitely in order. And it may be as useful to the religious community to prove there is a hell as to prove there is a heaven. Has that occurred to you? It was kind of interesting the other day when I had, tomorrow night, we will repeat the episode with Harlot Passy, the devil worshiper. She calls herself a witch, but clearly she worshipped Satan. And in a lot of ways, that program, like a legitimate study of those who have had NDEs that resulted in a hellish experience, really do more for Christianity than they do to hurt it in any way whatsoever. And that was the result. I got so many faxes and so many pieces of email from people who had been so concerned about that show before it ran, but then when they heard it, the end result after the entire program was that those who were religious out there felt it did more for Christianity, terrible as it may have been to hear, than nearly any other program we've done in a long time that simply would have been in some way pro-Christianity. Interesting result to a program of that sort, isn't it? And I think a very similar result would be realized by an objective study of those who have died and apparently gone to hell. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, this is Stu in Phoenix.
Hello, Stu.
Yes, you're familiar with the story of Christine, the 58 Plymouth with a bad attitude?
They made a movie about it.
Yes. Well, I'd like to tell you there is a counterpart to that car in Peninsula, Ohio. At least there was 25 years ago.
Really?
Yes, I was driving through there one night about 2:30 in the morning, and a car came from out of the darkness behind me and started tailgating. So he was flashing his lights, blowing his horn.
Yes.
And I tried to let him pass, but he wouldn't. So when I got to a stoplight, I looked in the mirror, and I could tell it was a white 61 Chevy following me.
Right.
Well, I knew somebody who had such a car, so I thought it might have been him. Well, when the light turned, I turned left, and the car stayed right behind me. When I got to the next light, I was going to turn right, so I pulled in the right-hand lane. The Chevy pulled up alongside of me. All its windows were open, so I looked over to see who was driving. There was nobody driving. There was nobody in the car.
Now, could you even see far enough down on the driver's side to be sure there was nobody hunkered down?
I was driving an older car, which sat much higher. And I could see the whole inside of the car. There was nobody in there.
A driverless.
So I burned out of there and got about to 110 and a quarter mile, I think. And I went through an S-turn, taking my life in my hands, and lost sight of the Chevy partway through the turn. He was still after me. Well, I waited for his lights to reappear, but they never did. So after about a mile or so, I turned around and went back. I checked all up and down that stretch of road where I last seen it.
No, wait a minute now. You risked your life doing 100 miles an hour to get away from this thing, and you turned around and went back?
Yes. Out of curiosity or wondering if somebody had gotten hurt or what. But I looked all up and down that stretch of road. There was no sign that any car had even been on the road. There was no car on the road or off. No skid marks, no tire tracks, nothing. The car had vanished.
Well, that's a hell of a story.
And I've heard other people tell of similar encounters with a car of the same description.
However, the part where you went back is equivalent to every horror movie I've ever seen where the girl with the low-cut dress inevitably hears thumping, banging, screaming, agony coming from the basement. And where does she go? Down to the basement. Right. And you did 100 miles an hour to get away, and then you turned around and went back. But in any decent horror movie, you deserved to die. Yeah. But I appreciate the story, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right, take care. I mean, anybody who, if that had been a horror movie, you'd have tire tracks going right over his body. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art.
Yes.
Hey, I'm calling from Central California, driving a truck. My story involves probably about 100 years ago, comes from my father through his father, and the story goes that my grandfather's great uncle was out hunting rabbits with his brother, and they come across this old lady who lived in the area. They called her Aunt Polly, and the folklore was that she was a witch. Well, she was out in her front yard, and she was making apple butter, which apparently, I've never made it, but apparently if you make apple butter, it wants to pop and boil over on you pretty rapidly. Well, they told her, they said, Aunt Polly, you better watch apple butter. It's going to get you. And apparently she looked at him and just sort of smiled and says, oh, that could hurt me. And she pulled her over the sleeve and stuck her arm in and started stirring it with her arm.
Oh, my goodness. And this is a relative of yours?
Yes, I guess it'd be like a great-great-great-uncle.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Do you ever have strange urgings yourself?
No, sure don't, Art. Enjoy your show a lot.
I appreciate your call, sir.
Thank you.
Be careful on the road out there.
All right.
All right, we got a lot of truckers out there. All right, bottom of the hour, stretch run coming up. This, of course, is Ghost to Ghost AM. that. And here we go with the stretch run for 1997 and Halloween. Are you ready? First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you there?
Am I here? Were you referring to mentally or physically?
No. Anyway, hi, I'm Ken calling from Kohala, Hawaii.
Wow, okay.
And I've been listening to your show for a couple months now.
Yes, sir.
And I personally don't have a story to tell you, but I live here in Plantation, old defunct Plantation town in Hawaii. And I live with my parents here, just moved back, and was raised basically here in a home that's over a century old. And basically a story about my mom when I was an infant.
If I might, there should be a lot of Hawaiian stories because the kind of plantation you're on, very early in Hawaiian history, was stocked with workers imported from the Philippines and elsewhere that worked very, very hard in those fields, and many of them died in those fields. And I would think that if there were hauntings, there would definitely be hauntings where you are.
Well, the home that I live in, actually my parents' home now, apparently was occupied by one of the mill managers.
Ah.
And the mill's been out for about 25, almost 30 years now. And basically, the home that we're in is haunted. But it goes back and forth. When I was born back in 71, my parents had just bought the home here and remodeled it. And my parents had a Great Dane. And as you talked, every other callers have talked about animals being sensitive to ghosts.
You bet.
We had a Great Dane, in fact, one of the biggest in the state. And my mom was upstairs one night, alone. My father was out on business, out of state. And she remembers quite vividly the animal, Tina was her name, Hawaiian name. And would get very sensitive at night. And she would get chicken skin and get that feeling like you're in the presence of a ghost.
Yes.
And on one occasion, she walked up the stairs, and we have 2 co-walking chairs upstairs. There's 3 rooms upstairs in this home. And she remembers seeing an image of kind of a aloha shirt, or kind of a pattern, an old pattern, with kind of a dark skin. The entity was kind of transparent, but she could see color, the color of the skin rocking back and forth. And I actually sat down with my mom one night and asked her about one of the infants that had died in the home, because there had been apparently caretakers in the home and so forth.
Yes.
And she was not receptive to my asking of the question.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother never gets that way. And on occasion, my father has worked and was working one time, as a matter of fact, and it always seems the reoccurrence of ghosts when my dad's repairing a room or something like that. And he remembers very vividly scraping the paint off one of the roofs and ceilings, and somebody asked him, "What are you doing?" My father threw everything down and looked back and said, what do you think I'm doing? And realized that no one was in the home.
I appreciate the story, sir. Thank you very much. That's from Hawaii. And there are indeed many hauntings in the islands. They have a rich, very rich history. And one Dreamland, we did an entire program on Hawaiian hauntings. It was very good, and we're going to have to repeat it. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are things?
Things are okay.
They're nice and creepy, I know.
Yes.
I've got the candle lit, the lights are out, and I'm reminiscing about 20 years ago when I lived in an apartment. My name is Ron. I live in San Rafael, just north of the city.
Right.
And for a long time, I lived in this apartment for 8 years, and eventually my girlfriend moved in and we got married. And that was the last 3 years. Now, I had a waterbed. I was in sales. I'd come home in the afternoon before going back to the office. I'd lay down to take a nap. and there'd be a tugging on my body. Sometimes I would have that pressing sensation.
Yes.
Where you get like paralyzed and all that.
Yes.
That I thought was just some kind of sleep problem. But then I get this tugging, like I was supposed to leave my body and go someplace. Now, I never saw anything strange in the apartment. Things moved around sometimes, and I thought, well, I just wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. When my girlfriend moved in, then we started having problems with the waterbed. Like, there was a leak, but there wasn't. Emptied all the water out, blew it up with a vacuum, checked the whole thing. There were no holes. Could not figure out what's going on.
Oh.
The flood of '82, we had to move. About 3-4 months later, I talked to the landlord, and I said, well, how are things? You know, you get your place back together? And he says, yeah. And he says, but a strange thing happened. I said, well, what's that? He said, it took about a month to clean the place up. A young lady moved in who was being taken care of by a gentleman who was married. Apparently, she was feeling the same things that we felt, but she ended up committing suicide.
Oh, my.
Now, I didn't know until then that there was a gentleman that had passed away in the bedroom prior to my renting. So his spirit was bouncing around in there. Now there's 2 spirits bouncing around in there.
So that may have been the flood that saved your life.
Either saved my life or, you know, it was never threatening. It was just, I started reading a lot of OB, out-of-body experience books.
I understand, but I mean,
Yeah.
look at what happened to the girl that was in there following.
Well, I think maybe it's guilt that got her. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And the other thing you've got to consider is the possibility that had you remained,
It might have gotten worse.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you might have
I think
ended.
Maybe he was upset that we were living together out of marriage or something. You know, who knows?
You did get married.
Oh, we did, and we eventually got divorced, but that's another story.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a horror story, too.
Well, there's the other thing of climbing off of Mount Shasta and seeing visions up there. And I knew nothing about that at the time. And I saw this, I thought it was like a guardian angel. And I thought I was going crazy. But I hiked off the mountain, dragging a toboggan, and it was full moon night. And you know how you feel something behind you and the hair goes up?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking Castaneda. Left is death, right is the other way. I'm going left, right. Okay, make sure you turn to the right, Ron. So I turn around, and on top of this rock, I see this glowing figure, kind of like the statue down at L.A. for the awards. But the hands are at the side. It's not threatening, and I thought, I'm going straight to Napa. I lost my cookie. I'm going crazy. And so I said, well, I'll turn around. And I looked at the statue, and I said, thanks, I appreciate your help, you know. And I turned around, and I walked a couple steps, and I said, I better check one more time. I turned around. It was still there. And the only thing I could think to do was whistle a happy tune and run.
Hey, prior to your divorce, did an entity visit you and advise you to get a lawyer?
No, as a matter of fact, they didn't, because after that, you know, we moved, and I haven't experienced any other crazy things.
All right. Well, I appreciate your stories, plural. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello. I'm calling from Tennessee. Can I get my first name?
Sure.
Well, let's call myself John. I'm afraid that the story might be too recognizable to a few of.
Okay, John.
Okay.
I want everybody now to listen very carefully so we can identify John by his voice. Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Okay. I'm going to explain a little bit of motivations for some of my actions, lest I draw immediate criticism from you.
Okay.
Okay. It involves a friend of mine and I in college. This is about 5 or 6 years ago, and a haunted auditorium. Now, we were both people who, a couple of years before this, had been complete unbelievers in all sorts of different phenomena. He was completely agnostic, and I wasn't sure what I was. But we had all found neat, tidy ways to explain all this away. And then we had befriended this third guy who was involved in the darker side of spiritual happenings and such. And yeah, we had problems that we had a hard time getting rid of. And we were both very interested in different religious traditions, but it was just in a sort of academic way. But we found ourselves sort of making a sort of hodgepodge of different religions and traditions, trying to deal with this new situation we were in, and found them to work. And so this is sort of the stage we were in. It was curious, but we were trying to find answers to things and such, and started questioning, why are we here? What does the spiritual world have to do with us? What are our obligations and such? And there was this auditorium on campus of the college, and it had been a fort during the Civil War, and there had been several major battles on that hill, and there had been different stories about that auditorium, and some of them sounded possibly credible, some of them not so credible. And some of them had happened to friends of ours. And so one night we often walked around the campus at night, just talking and that sort of thing. And we would sit up on the hill near the auditorium. It was gave a kind of nice view of the city. So we decided to go in one night. It's supposed to be locked. It doesn't work very well. I think they've secured it better since then. And
I take it you were going in to test all this.
Sort of going in to test it all, right. And my friend had said that he had been in there and sent some things before, but he was in a stage at the time where he was, just writing it all off as, got myself worked up and, give myself the spooks and such. So he wanted to try it again, sort of. And we both been during the day, it's fine. It's like everything sort of goes into hiding. Mm-hmm. Well, when you first walk in, there's a sort of hostile atmosphere. It seems like there's a bunch of spirits, and some of the stories that have been circulating were such that musicians and such that practice there for the day to come have experienced such things as hearing the seats move around and looking out and seeing all the eyes, like eyes in the audience in all the seats and that sort of thing. Well, we sat there, and I didn't see anything for a while. But there was a feeling that we weren't wanted. But after a while, it kind of settled down. It's like they ignored us. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's because it's an auditorium and they're used to people coming and going, but not at night so much. I don't know. But we started watching it. There was a feeling that we should whisper and be very quiet. And we did notice a couple of I don't know what you call the motions in the balcony. There would be where there was some like emergency light, things or security light or something, and there would be like a black figure of a person would go towards the light and then disappear.
So like you'd catch it out of the corner of your eye.
Exactly.
Yes.
And it was interesting. It was like people trying to walk, but it didn't work right. It's like they thought they were there and thought they were still in their body, but it didn't work right.
Right.
Okay. Now, on the grounds around that auditorium was where a lot of the killings had taken place. There was actually a trench. I didn't know it was a trench at the time, where I would walk through it and get all sorts of creepy feelings. I wouldn't walk through there at night. I didn't know why. I didn't know why until 2 or 3 years later that was. I didn't know it was a battle trench. But I would get these sort of feelings that really dark sort of feelings of death and murder and such. So my friend and I left after a while. We'd had enough, and but after 2 or 3 days, we got to talking about it and felt that we should do something. If this is real, and if those are really spirits that are left over from the war and such, and I mean that's terrible. Sort of what we were talking, or what you were talking about earlier. People being trapped on Earth. And
yes.
Civil War was a long time ago.
So what did you do?
So we decided that we were going to try to help them in some way, and so we were thinking of, what do people do around the world to deal with this sort of situation? And the Japanese, and also the Chinese, have something what the Japanese call a no play, where actors take on the roles of the people that are involved in the story, and they act it out. And through that acting out, the ghost sort of realizes that it's the people are aware of it, and it sort of exercises the ghost, and it helps it on its way.
So you did that?
We did that, and I'm trying to wrap this up quickly. So we played opposite sides. One was north, one was south, and we got on stage there, and we acted it out. And the highlight is it all sort of became more real than I wanted to be. I felt sort of silly at first, but I instantly felt like younger than I was, like 15 or 16 or something, and scared out of my wits. Like I didn't know what I was doing. Here I was in the middle of this war, and I heard this voice, which I thought was my friend from across the stage, saying, "Be quiet." And I knew it was my commanding officer, and I was aware of the fact that when he said that, I was whimpering and such, and I felt silly. I felt very immature. And I saw my friend rushing me across from the stage, and this is it. I'm going to die. This is the end of my life. And we ran at each other and acted out the rest. Just real short, we shot at each other, and I felt that I had died, and I remembered my wife, and knew that there was a child that I was not going to see again.
Wow.
And we got to walking out afterwards, and we felt like we'd really done something. And I said, you know, I'd actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. I mean, I was getting visuals and such. My friend's like, yeah, and the visuals sort of matched up. And I said to my friend, you know, I think the high point was when you yelled over at me, like, you know, be quiet, because you were, you know, I didn't know what you were doing at first, but I felt that it was my commanding officer, you know, telling me that, you know, get straight, here it comes.
Sure.
And he said, do what? I said, you know, when you yelled at me. And tears started running down his face, and my knees collapsed. He didn't do that. He didn't say that.
Oh, my God.
And we didn't go back for a while, but we did want to know sort of if anything had happened, and we did go around that area, and after about a month or so, we managed to get up the courage to go back in, and the atmosphere did seem different. They weren't all gone or anything like that, but it seemed different.
Well, maybe it was -1 or 2.
That's what we were hoping.
Maybe you had helped 1 or 2 on.
That's what we were hoping. But I thought that was sort of interesting. You were talking about the proactive thing, whether it was a loop or proactive.
Yes.
I think that some of the spirits are in a loop until something gets them out. I had another experience, I won't get into it, of course, that seems to indicate the same sort of thing. And that acting that my friend and I did also seems to...
Yeah, the big question is, are these soul spirits actually caught in a loop, in a truly a damned loop to repeat an endless, horrible death? Or is it simply sort of an echo of what did occur, not truly a trapped soul, but just an echo? It's a very, very important question.
Well, what our experience seems to indicate, and what a lot of other cultures around the world believe, is that they are there, but not trapped in the sense that they don't know what to do necessarily, but they're held there. It seemed like some of them still were holding on to the war. I mean, some of them were still, you know, I'm the North, you're the South.
Of course.
Yeah.
Nothing changed from the instant they died.
Right.
Their reality is still them.
Right, exactly.
Well, you did a very strange thing, but actually a very good thing, and I guess you felt good about it.
Yeah, we did. We felt relieved ourselves, yeah.
All right, well, listen, you have just completed Ghost to Ghost AM with one of the best stories, so I give you the honors. Tell everybody good night.
Good night, everybody.
That's it. Folks, we're out of time. It has been one of the best ghost-to-ghost shows, actually 2 of them this year, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you all. Sorry we didn't have more time. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
Railway worker Andrei Savoniuk is accused of murdering 5 Jewish civilians in Nazi-controlled Belarus during 1941. Savoniuk is alleged to have been a member of a paramilitary police squad at the time. If the trial goes ahead, witnesses are expected to be flown in from around the globe to testify. What would have been the first ever war crimes trial in Britain last year was called off when the defendant in that case was judged unfit to plead. Dominic Waghorn, USA Radio News, London.
On Wall Street Thursday, Dow Industrials lost 125 points, closing at 73.81. Again, very heavy trading. NASDAQ was down 32 points at 1517. And at this hour, the Nikkei averages up 270 points, or nearly 2%. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell. Listeners west of the Rockies can call Art toll-free by dialing 1-800-618-8255. If you're east of the Rockies, the toll-free number is 800-825-5033. If you've never called Art before, you may use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. And the wild card line is area code 702-727-1295. When you get through, let it ring, and Art will answer your call in order on the air. This is the CDC Radio Network.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, bathed in darkness at this hour, I bid you good evening or good morning in more cases than not on Halloween. Across all these many, many time zones where it's not Halloween in the West, Hawaiian, the Asian island chains, eastward to the Caribbean where Halloween's been underway for some time now. South into South America where it depends. North to the pole and worldwide where it really depends. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ghost AM. Yes, it's that time of year again. And tonight, we will do what we do every year at this time. Now, what we do is tell ghost stories. So the following recommendation is for you. Turn down the lights. Better yet, turn them off. Turn the radio up as high as you can handle it. And get ready, because you're about to hear some very, very weird stuff. Now, let me tell you how we handle it. Number one, we don't take jokes, although I'm about to make one. All we take on Ghost to Ghost is serious, real ghost stories. Now, those of you who happened to hear the program with Brad Seiger last night,